my eyes. I'm scared to open them. I'm gonna die out here.
Watch it, Alan. I'm shooting.
Oh, good Lord. It's unbelievable. It's horrible.
All right, buddy. Brad, awesome as always, buddy.
Yep. Great
Well
job.
done, Brad. Well done.
Yep.
I like it.
Short and sweet.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie, that opening with Blair Witch got me all excited. I'm not gonna lie, got me in the right frame of mind.
I'm sure they'll come up later.
No.
Yeah, probably
May or
not.
may not.
No
Probably
way.
not.
Never heard of it. What are you talking about?
Alan hates that movie.
Yeah, I can't stand it.
What's it called again? The Armageddon Witch Project?
Yeah.
So everybody, we're here for the top 5. If you don't know the top 5 documentaries, well, we're
Yes.
the top 5 found footage films. Had a great time with this one here. I say this all the time, but I think I might have had more fun preparing for this stream than I ever have. There's so many that I've seen. I hadn't seen in a while. So many that I've seen for the first time, and there's a shitload I didn't get around to watching. There's a lot of found footage films, a lot more than I realized. So,
Yeah, they're all seem to be a certain quality. You know, some are a little bit. It's a tight range. They're all real palatable. 80 minutes, 85 minutes. They're all
Right.
nice, short, and they're quick. And you're in it for the payoff at the end. The last 10 minutes of every found footage, that's where the movie lives and dies. And I would say I agree with them 1,000%. This was the funnest one to prepare for.
It's like everybody likes to see a train wreck. You see a car crash, you want to watch it. Something about these movies here, even if they're not great, none of them are well done. They're all what they are. They're cheaply made. But there's something about it that keeps me glued to the screen.
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. I had a good time with all of them. Even the ones that didn't make my list, I had a good time with.
It's just like you said, it's a train wreck. Every time you know that the train is going to derail at the end and it's going to break down. It's going to be great. So one way or another, it's all going to the same place. So yeah, it was a lot of fun watching some of these, some blind watches and watching ones I missed and recommendations and all that stuff. So it's good. It's a good one.
There's so many I haven't seen yet. This is going to be as much of a recommendation stream for me as the top 5. But I'm sure you guys are going to have some I've either never seen or hadn't seen in years or whatever.
Yeah, it's crazy the depth to this subgenre in horror movies. I mean, you feel like, I found footage. There's a lot of found footage, and you really start looking, and you're like, damn, there's a shitload of found footage movies out there.
Well, when Blair Witch came out, man, it was such a small budget. It made so much fucking money that everybody that had any kind of dream whatsoever said, "Fuck, I can do that," And so you started getting them left and right.
But they have to be invented. They have to be really inventive with the budget, to keep you entertained. So I mean, I've really grown to like them, and I know it's found footage, and everybody hears that and they kind of repulse a little bit. But I'm telling you, man, if you revisit these, a lot of these really hold up a lot better than I thought they would have. After we
that's what made it fun for me, because this is kind of, I've always had a love-hate relationship with found footage, and I think that's because that's the nature of found footage. You are so constrained in what you can do with it to keep it found footage that either if you're a good storyteller and you got a good script writer and you're pretty inventive with what you can do, you're going to have a damn good movie. Otherwise, it's going to be miserable to watch, and it's going to be awful. And so the awful ones really just kind of stick out like a sore thumb, whereas some of the really inventive ones, you're like, All right, well, I kind of forgot I was watching a found footage flick, and it actually redeemed itself a little bit.
Yeah.
You can get lost in them like pretty easily, if it's really good, if they're really good ones. And the bad ones, like you said, where it's just devastatingly slow and nothing is happening. They think they're doing something good and they're really not,
Right.
a lot of these. So I don't know, man, I had a really good time doing it and picking them and all that stuff. It was easier than most after, digested a bunch of them.
But we'll get to the chat and see who all's out there. We got 13 people watching. Not bad.
Yeah.
I'm sure more's going to come in here in a little bit.
There's a local carnival in town right outside Allen's house. So,
Yeah, we had some friends over tonight. We watched the Mario movie. I did enjoy it. And there's just still a lot of scragglers left from the party in the other room. I did say keep it down, but they're not keeping it down. So if y'all hear some laughing in the background, some cackling, it's just my kids and they're drinking because I'm a great dad. They're all, of course, old. I'm
Just
old.
Alan's other personalities.
yeah.
So they're in there having their own party. We're having our party in here, so we'll make it work. All right, let's see. Wild Wrangler, what's going on, man?
What's up, Wrangler?
Man. Yeah.
Of course, yeah, starting soon. There's me. Chris C, what's going on, man? I watched your top 5 earlier, man. Good list.
What up, Chris?
What's up, Chris?
Go check out his channel, man. He's putting out a lot of content.
Yeah.
Just did a watch along with Evil Dead chick of a killer workout. Good cheesy 8er slasher. Yeah, I got the killer workout. I haven't watched it yet. What's going on, Holland?
Hey, Alan.
Hey, Holland.
Hagen K, what's going on, man?
Hagen, what's up, man?
Hagen.
Now we're cooking with gas and waiting for this Pops and the crew. Appreciate it, Wild Wrangler. Jason Warner said, hey, Pops, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, Jason?
Hey, Dr. Ordinary, good to see you on, buddy. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. It's good to see
Good
you
to
too.
have the doctor back. The doctor is in the building.
The doctor is in.
Yes.
It's way overdue.
Yeah. He's been busy with that whole fucking saving lives bullshit.
Yeah.
And now he's back. Stop dying.
Funny how these sick people get in the way of what's really important. Impaled people.
When you
started
said
saving people, so he's watching movies now where everybody fucking dies.
Right.
Things out. So he can sleep at night.
Ryan, when you said the doctor is in, it totally reminded me of House on Haunted Hill, the remake.
The remake, yeah.
The remake when he comes in. Yeah, he says,
Yep.
Totally reminded me of that.
Really good remake.
Doctor is in.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and he's got like his gloves and his glasses and so yeah.
I was saying, hey, welcome back, Dr. Ordinary. Hey, Pops, Ant-Man, Brad, and Chuck.
What's up?
Yeah, I think
Glad
you're
to be
officially
back,
Ant-Man
man.
now, Anthony.
That sounds good. I'll take it. Could be worse.
Hey, man.
I'll take it. I'll take it and run with it.
You could be fucking, what was I the other day? Popcorn? Pop-Tart? I was some shit the other day.
Yeah.
Pop-Tart.
Hey, guess I had a Wild Wrangler. What's going on, bro?
Brent?
Very good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Brent.
The doc is in.
Yep.
In case saying, Papa, be careful. I need a fucking tax write-off. Don't be saying that shit too much.
Right.
What's going on, Tony?
Tony.
Hey, Tony.
Tony.
Hey, Tony.
Man's in the house. Hey, Tony, welcome back. Try to skip over some of these haze. My favorite stuff, John and horror, is found footage.
Yeah, it really gets a
It's
lot of
That's
hate.
how my list I thought it was.
Yeah, I'm really surprised at how, like I said, how well they hold up. But I mean, you hear found footage, a lot of people are just like, I mean, that's right there with remakes, and I'm like, there's a lot of good remakes too. Like you're focusing on the really shitty ones, like that's all you think about. But there's good ones in there too.
Yeah,
Way different than remakes.
Yeah.
Wild Runners: The Punishment Part, 1971, found footage.
Yeah, you be like you find a lot in there too. There was a lot in there like, oh, yeah, shit, I didn't even think about that being
Right.
found footage.
John Doe Juggalo, good evening, everyone.
What's up, man?
Real Evil 2012.
I haven't seen that one.
I haven't seen that one either. Amish Witches 2016.
No, that sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Honorable mention also to me is Chronicle. I love that movie. Best use of cams I've seen.
I haven't seen that one.
It's a pretty decent movie.
I've seen Chronicle. I watched that in theaters. It was
yeah.
good.
Yeah, that's good.
It holds up.
Yeah. Hide the Monster 2016. I seen that pop up when I was looking around, but I haven't seen it yet.
Sounds like something I used to play in college.
We're gonna have story time with the doctor after this.
Yeah. We'll get some details for you guys.
If anybody needs brushing up on their anatomy.
Right.
I'm hoping to get some recommendations for some titles I've never seen. Yeah, I'm sure we're going to get some.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
I think there's going to be some, for sure.
There's going to be a lot of good pickups here.
Hey, Chris, it's good to see Chuck in this panel. Yeah, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, Chuck's another one that works all the time, just like Ryan. It's like, I think if people don't understand how hard it is to get 5 grown men on the same schedule with that. They've all got families and all this other shit going on. Anthony got in here 1 minute before we started.
Yeah, I was racing. I was racing to get here, too. I was like...
We always make it work.
Yeah, whenever, whoever, and Brian's going to be here a little later, but Brian got stuck at work, and I didn't think he was going to make it all, but he told me today he was going to make it, a little later. So
it's going to be much later. I think he closes. I think it's at 10:30 Eastern time. So he'll probably get on shortly after that. He will be here, and he'll just catch up wherever we're at in the stream. He'll catch up, and we are multicasting into my channel and his channel. So if you guys are here from his channel, he'll be here in a minute. You have to look at our faces for a while.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Right.
Well, Rance is making 6 VHS this year.
Yeah, they're pumping them out, man. Every year, get a new VHS. I'm not current on them, but some of them I'm sure might make the list.
Yeah, I think I'm like 2 behind now.
Yeah.
Steve Mars, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Steve.
Last radio call 2022.
Yeah. I love what Wrangler's doing here. Pump some of these into the chat. If we're missing any.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, this is going to be a recommendation for me. There's a lot of these I still want to see.
There's
some of these y'all mentioned I ain't never heard of.
There's so many.
Yeah. Allie, what's going on, dear?
Hold on, Allie. John Doe.
Yeah. Eyes in the Dark 2010. I hadn't heard of that one. They're saying, hey, buddy Gizmo, what's going on, buddy? Cannibal Holocaust, Wreck, Man Bites Dog, Blair Witch and Wreck 2. There's the list in the stream. The Clitoris, OG, Jesus has spoken.
I think one of those is a U.S. One of those is a U.S. film. The rest are all foreign. Imagine that. The European.
I'm not exactly sure what the Clitoris OG Jesus is, but I'll take it. I'll take it. He says, Anthony, I've been watching your videos, man. Good stuff. Collection videos are great. Yeah, man.
Oh, thank you, Hagen. Appreciate it, man.
Well,
I have nothing but professionals on this channel. If they don't make good videos, I don't allow them on this channel.
Okay.
This is the cream of the crop here.
That's right. This is the best of YouTube. Best you're going to get.
I mean, I should probably leave.
He's admit that shit so much he put it out there twice. What's going on, Chubbs?
Hey, Chubbs.
Chubbs.
It says Pop-Tart, popcorn, Pop-Peroni. That was the other one. The options are endless.
He said
Pop-Peroni.
I got a weird feeling Pop-Tart's going to stick.
Any of those, I mean, none of those are better than your actual nickname, your actual family nickname.
I was going to say.
Yeah. Tater's my actual nickname growing up. Of course, now you see I don't know if you see it. You got my Darth Tater back there.
Tater Pop.
Yeah, I was telling Ryan we were down there playing poker in his movie room on Friday night, and I'm looking on his shelf back there, and he has all this, intelligent doctor shit back there. I said the difference between me and you is you got all this smart shit. I got a fucking Mr. Potato Head. On my fucking shelf. There's our difference right there.
In my defense, my room is very bipolar. You're just seeing the work side of it. The play side of it is all bar. So
yeah. Like I said, his room's awesome, man. Like I said, he has his office in one corner, and it blends very well into the fun side. So done very well. All right, we're saying hey to Gizmo there. KB, what's going on, buddy? What's up,
KB?
Pops and fellas? I appreciate you being here, man. KB's a good friend of mine.
Okay, B.
Ken Carson, what's going on, man? John Doe says, what do y'all think the chances our Chronicle would come to 4K? I can see that getting to 4K. So I can probably see Screen Factory grabbing that at some point.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a lot of movies in this genre that are way overdue for 4Ks.
Yeah, Blair Witch. That's a controversial pick. Some people, I don't know who that's controversial with, but I've only ever heard one guy say he hated that movie. But you would have thought that would have been an early 4K. I mean,
yeah, you would think.
As successful as that movie has been.
I mean, some of these found footage films, do we really need them in 4K?
We don't need one. We don't need a 4K.
You know what I mean? I would love to have one, but I don't think we need one. I mean, I don't think it's going to, kind of just the way it's shot. I don't think it's going to do much for it.
We definitely don't need one, but you know how 4K is. It's the thing, and, it would sell. That's the point.
Pops, we need that fancy packaging. We need it.
I was just going to say
packaging, but I'd be fine with the Blu-ray. But
here's the guy who's saying he doesn't need a 4K. That's like right now as we speak, buying a numbered spine for a rare, obscure South Lithuanian movie that came out in 1983.
Speaking of that, now that you mentioned number spine, fucking MVD Rewind, just a little side bitch for a minute. MVD Rewind, I got all their fucking movies. They all got number spines. These fuckers now are doing a Blu-ray of fucking Ghoulies and also doing a 4K of Ghoulies in another numbered line. So Ghoulies fucking 4K is number 2 and the 4K laser fuck line, whatever it's called. And then you got it's numbered whatever the fucking on the Blu-ray side. So now if you want to be a dumbass like me, you got to buy the 4K and the Blu-ray. So I'm not saying I'm going to do that, but.
And Ghoulies 2 is coming out on Blu-ray right now because
they're working on the 4K. Yeah.
They're working on the 4K. But there's a time thing and all this stuff. They have to get something out right now. So it's coming out in Blu-ray, but it will be out in 4K. And like you said, it'll have that different number on it.
Yeah.
QED. Folks, I'll say it again. If you're a movie studio and you produce physical media and you're out there watching, just put a fucking number on that spine. And you will make plenty off of Pops.
Alan's got all this turmoil over this issue, and there's Tony over in Georgia sleeping like a baby, and he's just going to buy them all anyway. Right? Doesn't even return. He's just going, well, I'll just get them all. Duh. That's the easy answer, and that's what you're going to do anyway. So you might as well just pre-order both.
And here's me and Clark all confused because the doctor just said ED.
We'll be answering questions about that at the end of the stream as well.
As long as you put a slip cover on it, folks.
You'll be just fine.
Gizmo says the taking of the Biatch Deborah Logan should also be on the list. Hey Chris, hey Wrangler Hall and Anthony, the Doc, Pop, and Virgin Mary.
You might see it.
You never know.
Like I wrote down 3 pages full of found footage films. Yeah, wow. Like you were saying earlier, man, there's a ton of them, man. Yeah, I would love that. I would love that Chronicle in 4K. It would be awesome. Draculina, what's going on?
Hey, Draculina.
Hey, Holland and the lovely Caprice. They saying, hey, Chris says, Invasion in Los Angeles is a little like a found footage.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few that kind of the kind of sort of found footage. They also got, some of them are a little questionable, but
they blur.
That comes up a lot. A lot of these found footage, you kind of go, how much is this found footage? Is it more just mockumentary and not actual found footage?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
What's up, Riverman?
Riverman, what's going on?
Hey, dude.
Chris, he's saying until now, happy late birthday. Yeah, I want a 4K of my number 5 found footage as well. Caveman, what's going on, buddy? Hey, everyone, smash that like button. I appreciate it.
I take
watched Creep and Creep 2 recently. First one was great. Second one didn't do it for me.
Yeah, I'd take a Blu-ray of some of these too. Some of these are only on DVD.
Yep.
Yeah, and Creep is like $100 DVD. So if you have Creep, for you,
unless you get the bootleg, the bootleg's a lot more, friendly on the price.
If you got a sealed copy of Creep, it's like $100. If it's unsealed, it's like $60. So it's like if you got a copy of Creep on DVD, you're sitting pretty.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering. My birthday's in November, but thank you. Yeah, I was wondering because I didn't think I missed Allie's birthday, but I was gonna say shit. Sorry, happy birthday, but I didn't think I missed it.
Happy birthday in advance.
I know Jamie just had her 50th, whatever. She just did a video.
It may have been Jamie he was thinking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jamie. Yep.
The other girl.
Throws it upside there.
Right.
Chupacabra Territory 2016. Don't make me say these big words. Chronicle is not shot on 4K, it's shot on 2K. If they release it on 4K, it's a scam.
Yeah, and a lot of these, the part of the not being able to see clearly is part of it. So maybe a 4K would not actually hurt the experience.
Yeah. I was saying, what's up, Gizmo? Still awake? Yeah, Gizmo's still editing his movie, and he said he was painting his house. So yeah, he's still working like a madman.
Gizmo doesn't sleep. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He doesn't sleep.
You take one look at him and know he doesn't sleep.
Devil's Pass 2013. Chris says, oh, yeah, the MVD of Ghoulies. And I think they're doing the same thing with, I think Swamp Thing was the first one.
Yeah.
We did that shit with.
Yep.
I've already ordered both of those, spoiler alert. So I have done that with that one. I did go ahead and order both of them to kind of feel it out and see how it made me feel. I'm living with it. So we'll see what happens with Ghoulies. We both know what I'm going to do. So I don't feel good about it. I'm very, very conflicted about it.
Were you screaming obscenities when you were hitting the pay button?
Yes, I was. I was shaking my head the whole time, and I was really questioning myself. But Chris says, I've heard of Devils, Past Wrangler, I lose track. Still throwing some recommendations out there. The Jungle 2013. Chris says, I love the Taking of Deborah Logan. Gizmo almost made my list.
Well, the other one, Last Act.
He says, makes it easier just to get them all. So he gets it. Yep. John Doe says, that's my problem being a 3D collector still. They're going to make a lot off me if that keeps doing the same thing as Avatar.
John Doe, Juggalo, you should go check out Hamilton Book if you haven't. They have really cheap 3D titles there. A lot of them.
They do.
Give us to have a 5-minute break before I paint my apartment. So just eating brown cheese. I need to read this before I start saying it out loud. Reading brown cheese and chilling with my one-eyed dog, Mindy. Are you watching El Holland?
He's huffing the paint before it goes on the wall.
Right. Just gonna Gizmo, there's a gas leak in your house.
He's getting the German 4K for Opera, going to be around $85, 5-disc set. I will not be getting that.
They can keep it.
Wow.
There's going to be an Arrow or Synapse or something released like that. I'll just wait for that.
Yeah, Anthony, but you have Borat on your list.
Oh, good one.
Yeah.
Borat, yeah.
Also, I'm Friend of the Dark Web is another honorable mention for found footage. That shit can happen.
Yeah, Dark Web's good.
Classroom 6. I heard of that one.
Yeah.
Phil's Creepy Videos. What's going on, man?
Hey, Phil.
What's up, man?
Trini, what's going on?
Trini, what's going on?
Trini.
Something tells me Trini loves these.
Yeah.
Miss Caveman's in the house.
What's going on?
Hey.
All right, John Doe says, I just know if I go buy Chronicle and Blu-ray tomorrow, Screen Factory will announce it on Monday for 4K.
100%.
I think Screen Factory only has
risky run nowadays.
Right.
Screen Factory only has 1 or 2 found footage titles that I can think of. Not many.
They won't do that. They got too many to keep releasing. Still,
The re-release
re-releasing.
get done.
Re-releasing, exactly.
Yeah.
I'll let everybody read that in their own Borat impersonation. I'm not going to do it because I probably would embarrass myself.
Very nice.
When he comes across the Jew, when he comes across the Jewish person, he's just like, "Hey, I see you."
I like it when he starts throwing money.
You have to get him away from him. Yeah.
Go.
How did they make that movie?
They wouldn't make it nowadays.
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
Chaos LLC. I watched that down to Ryan's a few weeks ago.
Yep, it's a good one.
Yep.
That's a good one. Sequels too.
Yep. It's another one that flies under the sequels are really good. Yep.
I ain't seen any of the sequels. Brent says, not found footage, but damn, that Maximum Overdrive steelbook is great for a steelbook. Oh, I got it right here. I just got it in. So,
Best strong getting into the steelbooks now.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, let me go big screen just for a minute. Not to get sidetracked here. But
Show off.
This he looks really like Martin Sheen in that fucking picture to me.
Oh yeah,
he looks like,
he
his
does.
dad a lot in that picture.
he looks like Martin Sheen now. Now that he's older, he looks just like Martin Sheen.
Well, y'all haven't seen the steelbook. That's what it looks like, man. I love this fucking movie, man.
That is a sexy looking steelbook.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It's a great movie too. People like to hate on it, but it's a great movie.
Yeah, it's just fun. It's a fun movie.
Yeah,
it is. It is.
Yeah, Vestron, and that's a nice slipcover too. The slipcover and the steelbook are both
looks great.
Yeah.
All right, Caden says, if you all know / remember G4 TV, there's a great documentary about the rise and fall of G4. Olivia Munn got her start there. Attack of the Dock is the name of the documentary.
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, there's the slip.
Oh
yeah, man, I love that
slip. Is awesome.
I still like the slip better than the steelbook, but I had to grab that steelbook.
Yeah,
but I still like the slip better.
I like them both.
That and the Waxworks 1 and 2 are like two of my favorite Vestrons.
The Return of the Living Dead Part 3 is my favorite slip I think they got besides maybe Maximum Overdrive. That Part 3 is a sexy looking slip.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I mean, for a zombie with a bunch of shit stuck in her, that's a good looking woman.
As we all
saying.
Reminds me of my second wife.
She ain't the only good looking woman, had a bunch of shit stuck in her. But
do you see what I did there?
And that's why I don't get monetized on my live streams right there. Every live stream I try to monetize, I didn't even try to do this one. I get either you're fucked or limited. So I don't even. I think I've tried to monetize 3. They all got shot down. The Blackwater Vampire 2014. Damn, 5 disc set Holland. Yep. What about German release? Trini says, Brad, I like a few, but not a fan.
They don't put found footage on Criterion, so it takes Trini out of it.
Now that Warner has put out Vacation, the Christmas Vacation on 4K, you think Warner will put out Funny Farm, European Vacation, Spies Like Us on 4K? All need upgrades badly. I can see Spies Like Us, European Vacation. I can see Kino doing those two for sure, or the Funny Farm and the Spies Like Us.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Spies Like Us hasn't already been picked up, given its popularity.
Or even My Blue Heaven.
Yeah.
One thing I've noticed is, obviously, this doesn't make this thing a big stretch, but European Vacation seems to be a lot more popular with the UK folks. So I can see maybe like an Arrow putting out some shit about the European Vacation. Because I know Anthony, UK Anthony, loves that fucking movie. And that's my least favorite of the franchise.
Yeah, it really is.
Favorite, you know? Yeah, and Caddyshack. I can't believe Caddyshack ain't got some movie.
Yeah, where's the Caddyshack?
Exactly,
That's ridiculous.
Riverman said, great topic tonight. Mine are Cannibal Holocaust, Blair Witch, Ghostwatch, Cloverfield, and The Sacrament.
Oh, good ones. Good ones.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Sacrament's a good one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Behind the Mask, Legend of Leslie Vernon is the great found footage towards, and it ends, changes, love it. I just had a stroke.
Yeah, that's in Scream Factory. Really.
That water and strawberry crap you were drinking is no good.
It's unturned.
You literally stuttering. What's going on?
Focus.
I had to go grab a beer because, you know, Chuck's asking what everybody's drinking. And I said, I'm having some water with some strawberry Starburst flavoring in it. And so I did man up and got a light beer. So that's all I had. So he called me out, so I had to get the heavy stuff out.
Well, I literally vomited.
Chuck sends me a picture like 4 hours ago of a monster and like a giant handle of Jack Daniels. He says, I'm almost ready for the stream, guys.
Always watching 2015. A lot of these I hadn't heard of. Quarantine. I've seen Quarantine. Quarantine and Host as well. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Host was good. Nice, short, and sweet.
Yep.
You know, found footage horror film. You're in, you're out.
Host is an excellent horror film that a lot of people have never seen.
Yeah. It's really good.
You can already say, I mean, there's going to be a part 2 at this point. I mean, there's just so many. This could easily be top 10. There'll be another 5, I'm sure.
Yeah. Quarantine always brings up a great, you know, I mean, it's a great debate, you know, remake, especially, you know, European versus American remake, which is better. You know, it's, a lot of times it's personal preference, but, you know, a lot of people can argue one way or the other.
Yeah, a lot of people argue for Quarantine. You know, I'm not one of those people, but I can see their points. For sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's one of the ones I actually go back and forth on every time I rewatch them. I think I've got it hands down. I'm like, oh, shit, I'm not giving Quarantine enough credit.
Yeah. Gives the Pops, I see showgirls in your umbrella line behind you just asking for a friend. Oh, no, I don't think that's what that is. I don't think.
I mean, it's back there somewhere, but I don't think that's what you're seeing.
Right. Move
Yeah, it
along,
might be one of
nothing
those
to
10
see
cases
here.
back there. But just one copy right now. The other one ain't coming in yet. I still may cancel it.
Yeah.
I may not either. That G4 documentary is great. Water, I love found footage, slashers, and 1950s horror sci-fi films. There's the Extreme Prejudice is my favorite Vestron title. That is a good one.
It's a good one, man. Nick Nolte, Powers Booth.
Yeah, right from the get-go, man. That thing starts off, man. That's a good fluke.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 2 of those 3 wild. Ken, what's going on, man? Found footage is my absolute favorite horror subgenre. Nice. So Devil's Due and The Devil Inside, great double feature. Say it again.
I know you can
get started here.
I know you can get The Devil Inside in Central Ohio Big Lots for literally a quarter. So if you're interested in that, I can get you about 300 copies.
Hey, so I think there's going to be a Creep 3. I'll probably check it out if it's in production. You know, it's been saying it's in production now for about 3 years.
For
I don't know if that's going to happen or not.
In development, not production yet. So.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that's going to happen or not, but I wish they would.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, man. Yeah. So they're so much fun.
Oh, I so Hunting the Legend 2014. I have more pops. Keep them coming, man. I'm drinking Twisted Tea. Cheers, Shady Gents.
Cheers.
Yep.
Guess I hate it, Jason. I have to look up host. Yeah, all right, stand by the fact that the first 3 paranormal films is the perfect horror trilogy. I too enjoy those films, but I remember me and my oldest son watching Paranormal Activity for the first time, and we had heard this was like the scariest shit ever, this and that. And me and him have seen some crazy shit together, and we sat there watching it, and it was like, can't wait for something to happen. And when it was over with, it was like, as I went back and watched it, I've enjoyed it more. But that first time I had the bar set, this is going to be scary as shit, and it was kind of a letdown in that aspect.
That's what I love about found footage, though, is because it really this is so true for so many found footage movies, because that's, I mean, not to give anything away, but that's how I felt about Blair Witch the first time I watched it, and you know, I was like, I don't know what all the commotion is all about, but everybody's got their own sort of personal take on these things, and it's kind of fun that a movie that's made for the masses can either make it or break it for an individual.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Another good point about it too is kind of, I think what you're saying about Blair Witch, but my thing is these found footage movies are so relatable where you could really put yourself in the shoes of these
right. And I think that's what makes them so personal. It's like, well, you know, I mean, you can include all of these found footage. It's like some of them for you, they're going to be very unrealistic, and for some of them, you're like, damn, that's I could actually see myself in that situation.
And most of the time, the actors are either non-actors or very first time, kind of like that old school horror approach where you don't even know, you know, that adds an element of realism to them.
Yeah. That's why I say I think it's kind of a risky genre, I think, for filmmakers.
Yeah. Could just be burning the money. Even though they're not a lot of money, you could be just burning.
Right, yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, the paranormal activity movies had some of the best like hype around them ever.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
they
used to
show really did
the night cam footage in the movie theaters, and you know, women are just like oh my god, like freaking out and stuff. And I mean, they used to really hype those movies up big time. You know,
and I think that's why the first time I seen it was kind of a letdown, because it built it up so much. And I was expecting so much, but like I said, on second and third watches, I liked it a lot more.
Yeah, great promotion.
Knowing what it was.
The hype is important with this franchise or this subgenre. You know, Cloverfield. Remember when that came out? All that, you know, the crazy shit with that, and you know, Which obviously.
Yep.
Okay, man's got a joke. You know the difference between a pregnant lady and a light bulb. You can unscrew a light bulb.
Yeah, I knew that. I didn't have to read that one. I knew that one. Yep.
All right, we're gonna get started here in a minute, guys. A few more comments here, and we'll get started here. We're going 35 minutes. We ain't pulled a fucking title yet. Oh, it's a Shudder original. Sorry if I'm skipping over anybody, guys. We're trying to get started here.
And that's a night.
What's up, Mark? Hey, fellas, do live
Hey,
stream.
Mark.
Hell yeah, Brad, killing the haircut, man.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Hopefully, eventually get a creep box set. Yeah, that would be nice. I think if part 3 comes out, I can see that probably happening.
Yeah.
Blumhouse owns it. I mean, why not?
Everybody's saying, hey. All right, last comment here. We get started. Hey, guys, as to why Creep 3 is taking a while is because Mark Duplass is busy with his Apple TV show, Apple TV Plus show, The Morning Show. I'm sure the movie will be well worth the wait.
Yeah, you can't do it without him. You don't have
no.
to without
Yeah,
him.
I mean,
he was the writer, I think, of the first one, and he started it too. But he was the writer, and
Yeah.
that other guy was the
co-wrote
director.
it. No, he's got a lot of talent. I think you'd be crazy to even attempt it without him.
Yeah.
Yeah, also LSC, the scariest movie I've ever seen. I couldn't sleep that night. Yeah, there's some fucked up shots in that movie for sure.
Yep.
And that's something else about this genre that really fucks with me because, you know, when you're watching this shit, whatever, it's so realistic. A lot of the shit that you're watching, a lot of the plots of the movie are so fucking realistic. You know, it kind of feels like it's a little more, so it can really happen.
Yeah, they're
And
grounded.
so it's it'll fuck with you sometimes. I've seen some of the fuck with me. I'll talk about it later. I always say The Visit would be top tier. It was so well done. Blair Witch for sure really kicked the genre into gear. Creep is another stellar found footage. I agree with all those. All right, guys. Thanks for all the comments, everybody. We're going to go in and get started here. All right. Ryan, you got the hot seat, man. You get to go first.
All right. And how fitting, because how could you start this whole conversation off without starting off with this movie for my number 5 that actually defines the genre. You know, so a lot of people, obviously there was found footage before this movie, but you talk to a lot of people that are big in the film industry, you take a film class, a lot of people consider this to be the start of the found footage genre. For anybody that hasn't seen this movie, I'm sure most everybody's heard of this movie. Anybody that hasn't seen this movie, the idea is an anthropologist who is traveling into the Amazon rainforest to find a crew of 3 amateur filmmakers that were filming indigenous tribes. And what they end up finding is the film footage that they had taken. He brings it back with him, and they watch it to see kind of what unfolded. 1980 movie by Italian filmmaker. His name was Ruggero Deodato. Ironically, he just died just last December. A lot of unknown actors in this movie. He did that intentionally, and a lot of actual indigenous people in this movie that were filmed in Colombia, is where they filmed it on location. The main guy that plays the anthropologist, I always thought this was, every time I see this, it just cracks me up. He's a porn film. I mean, he was a huge porn film actor. He did most of the Debbie Does Dallas series. Renamed himself and starred in this movie, and most people had no idea, didn't put 2 and 2 together. And he just really pulls it off. Of course, this movie, it is multiple ongoing controversies from the day that it premiered. It was within 10 days already, it had been seized. There was a lot of controversy about whether or not they thought a lot of the horror on film was real. A lot of people considered it was a snuff film. Some of that was actual hype that was put out intentionally to generate a lot of controversy around the film. The director actually was called before a tribunal, and he had to prove that a lot of things that they thought were real didn't happen. There's a scene where there's a woman that's impaled on a spike. You saw a little bit of it in Brad's intro. He actually had to show film of her like sitting there talking to the filmmakers or the film crew around her. So like to prove that no, she's not actually dead. We didn't actually impale her for the movie. A lot of controversy around the fact that, and it's a hard movie to watch for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of actual animal killing in this movie, and that was probably actually the biggest controversial part of it. This is, back in the days before a lot of that was regulated on film sets. The director even said that he kind of regretted it. The actors had a real hard time with doing it at the time. This movie it was kind of the apex of the cannibal scene back in the late 1970s, early 1980s. It founded the sort of found footage idea. A lot of filmmakers, referenced it. And what can you say about this movie? It's because of its controversy. to me, all you can really say is that it's effective. Because here we are 43 years later, still talking about this movie. And it's not just us, but you can't look this movie up and not see current debate still going back and forth about this movie. It's about, was it an exploitation film? Was it just purely done because it was sensational? There's a lot of debate about, if you look at the movie, the idea of the movie is who's really the cannibals here, and who are really the ones that are exploiting each other. And, that's on the surface, that's kind of what it seems like the point of the filmmakers was trying to make. And then if you try to dig deeper, like you can do with most movies, and you say, well, were they just using that as a crutch to make a horror movie, that they could exploit and generate controversy around? Either way, again, it's effective, because here we are still talking about it. It influenced a lot of filmmakers. There's a lot of filmmakers that, that did found footage, The Last Broadcast, which they then distanced themselves from. Eli Roth, in fact, went on to make a movie that was kind of an homage to this called The Green Inferno. If anybody's never seen that, it's actually a great flick.
Yeah.
And it's one of Eli Roth's, to me personally, one of his more better done films. So it's, it's realism, it's sensationalism. It's personal to me because my undergraduate and early my graduate degrees were in anthropology. So it's ironic to me because this is a tribe that you kind of learn early on when you're in school learning anthropology, these two tribes. And so the anthropologist, who's the lead guy that's supposed to be the guy that's so appalled by all this, himself is actually one of the worst anthropologists you've ever seen on the planet. So, not to mention that he's, a porno actor. But it sets the tone, for found footage. And to me, it'll always just kind of be, you can't talk found footage unless you're going to talk Cannibal Holocaust.
Absolutely. The Godfather found footage.
Yeah.
So, great way to start off the stream, man. I knew that was going to pop up. So
that's what she said.
That's a great pick. I've got Paranormal Activity 2.
Good pull.
Yeah, man. This is just it's so, it just starts off with, a family moving into a house. You got the dad, the mom, the daughter, like the 3-year-old son. And, they're just having fun out by the pool, enjoying the house, and then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. Like the whole house gets trashed, and they just assume, oh, well, some people broke in, trashed it. They didn't steal anything, but they trashed it, just being punks or something. So they install a bunch of cameras around the house. So that way, if it happens again, they'll have it all on film or whatever and be able to call the cops. So it's just so well done because, you get the whole house is being recorded and there's nothing really all that strange going on, but you get to know the family really well. And I got to say, this film has some of the most realistic, like, family acting. Like, I believe that these guys are really a family. And I think the hardest thing to pull off in a lot of this found footage stuff is, you have to just act like regular people. And that's some of the hardest.
It's a great point.
Right. Because it's like, because a lot of times if you're in a superhero movie, you can be kind of over the top. And if you're in other like dramatic movies, you can get really into. But in this, you just have to be a normal person. Don't overdo it, but don't be too silly and goofy either. It's got to be just right. And I buy all of their performances. I mean, if you told me that they were a real family, I'd believe you. Because they bicker like families do, and the daughter is so good, the dad's perfect, the mom, everybody does a great job. And it builds up to the scares. It takes its time setting them up and everything. And I like that it kind of builds in this paranoia because, it doesn't really, the ghost or entity or whatever or demon doesn't really like terrorize the father. He terrorizes the mother a lot, the daughter some. And then the dad just is like, you guys are nuts. What are you guys talking about? I'm not moving us out of this house, or this is a great house. You guys are just being paranoid or whatever. And it just builds it up so well. And then you get like all the great night vision footage at the end, which is really cool, and it's such a well-made film, especially when you have, you've got a dog in there. The dog, you know what happens to the dog? He gets hurt pretty bad. And then you've got like this little baby, like 3-year-old, whatever. And it it's like the whole time, because the camera will just be on the crib, and you'll just see the dog and the baby, and you're like, are they gonna do something to the dog or the baby? You're just and sometimes nothing happens, and then other times it just hits you over the head. So I just think Paranormal Activity 2 just does everything right. The first film, kind of like what Pops was saying, is a little bit too slow. I love a good build-up. Don't get me wrong. I love the anticipation. But the first one kind of does it a little bit too much. This gives you a nice blend. You get some good scary moments, but then it takes its time, and you love the characters. And yeah, I think it's a great film. I think it's my favorite. It is my favorite out of all the Paranormal Activity films in this awesome box set here.
Yeah, that's a nice box
set. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So that's my number 5 pick, Paranormal Activity 2.
I think you made like the perfect point. I think that's one of my. We talked before about doing a top 5 where the sequel is better than the original.
Yeah,
that to me, that's one of them. Paranormal 2 is always in there over the original, and the whole point is because of that unpredictability. To me, the first one was way too predictable. About it, once you kind of got an idea of what was happening, it was like, all right, every time a scene came up, you're like, I can see where this is going. They did a great job of getting rid of that in the second one, I thought, because there was plenty of times where like you're ready for it, and you're like, oh shit, okay, nothing, and then boom, it comes out of nowhere.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I thought they sold that so well. So yeah, I've always thought the second one was much better done than the first one.
Yep.
Good pick, man.
Thanks.
All right. Well, my number 5, one everybody's familiar with, is Pam Anderson and Tommy Lee back in the day. Best found footage ever.
We're gonna watch 15 minutes of it. Here we go.
VHS is my number 5. The first one. I know they've done 5 at this point, I think.
Yeah, I love that movie.
But I think still the first one stands out. It's got 6 different segments in it. It actually runs about 2 hours. I know a lot of the found footage we're talking about are shorter and whatnot, but since this is an anthology type film, it runs almost 2 hours. And there's a couple segments in it that are okay, but they're still good. And there's a couple very, very, very short in here. I mean, the chick and that we all know from this film, you just see her. I don't know what her deal is. I never looked her up to see who she is or whatever like that. But her eyes take up like half of her head. And she's just creepy as hell looking, but still doable. So it's kind of weird.
Not that weird.
Somebody made it weird. I don't.
That's what they make light switches for.
Or paperbacks. Either way.
Yeah. The double bag.
Or bourbon.
Yeah. But just great overall. Great shorts. And
you're going to monetize this, Pops?
Not anymore.
That's the went by the wayside.
It just keeps you entertained the whole time. I'm not going to babble on about it, but I think everybody knows this one. But if you have never seen VHS, if you've never given it a shot, maybe because of what you heard, or you're not really an anthology fan, that's a look. It's definitely worth it. It's the strongest out of all of them, I think.
You know, that's funny that you say that, because I was talking to a family member that we were talking about horror movies. And a lot of people stay away from VHS because it's an anthology that's been around for so long. They just, because anthologies start to get old. So they kind of go, oh yeah, that's one of those movies they've got like 9 of them. And I'm like, it is. But if you go back and watch like the first or second one, it's kind of surprising at how well done they are. So I think a lot of people forget about VHS or avoid it.
Yeah. And it holds up, I think. I mean, what year is this
from?
Oh,
yeah. That's great.
Oh yeah, if you
20, so it's more than 10. So holds up great.
That's my favorite segment too, the one with the cat lady. That's my favorite segment of that whole thing. So creepy.
Yeah.
And people forget too, if they made 10 of them, there's a reason. That it's usually because the first one was so strong.
Right.
They want to keep going.
Yeah, because there's no studio that's cranking out number 6 if they know the last 4 were a bomb.
I mean, obviously people still fucking watching them because they're still making them.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
There's a reason for that.
Well, my number 5, the controversy slot. That's what I'm putting the number 5. That's what it's got to be from now on, because that's what it seems to be every time. It's like number 5. It's like, and this could have been any of this. Could be 10 titles, but I rewatched this recently. I had a lot of fun with it. 2016, directed by Adam Wingard. Blair Witch, the sequel. It's not a remake. It's a sequel.
I like it.
This guy did VHS 1 and 2, You're Next, The Guest. Shot mostly in British Columbia. It takes place in Maryland, obviously, but cheaper. Shoot up there in the woods. Movie follows James Donahue, who's playing the brother of what was her name? Heather Donahue.
Heather Donahue.
That was goes missing in the first one. The found footage and all that stuff. They're trying to follow and try to find her in the woods. Believes that she's still alive. This one, it's got all the sequel earmarks, everything that you want in a sequel: a higher budget, bigger body count, better effects, everything that you would want. And I don't understand if there are complaints. I don't understand what they would be. If you're a monster fan of the first one, there's tons of fan service in this one. But you do see the witch in this. So I think that's a thing that people detract from. But you see it just enough to know what it kind of looks like. It's kind of a shape more than an actual shot that's shaky cam. And I watched it in HD, and don't pause it and then go see my scene, because it will really hurt it. Just let it happen.
Just let it come and go.
Don't fight it.
Just see it. Let it flash on the screen, because if you slow it down, it really looks like hell. But just let it happen. It's designed to be intentionally blurry. So that could hurt the film. I can understand that, but
damn, now we're right back to that doable thing.
Yeah, she's like, the witch is like 7 feet
just
tall.
Let it be blurry. It's all right.
It's just a weird thing. But my favorite scene is I guess you'd call it the voodoo sequence, with like the cherubs around the campsite, and how that ends up. Girl ends up like folded. The blue-haired broad ends up like folded in front of everybody, and then all the shit just starts getting ripped into the trees right in front of them. I love that whole bit. When the movie finally breaks down, the last 20 minutes, it really takes off, I feel, and I just really enjoyed that element of it. And like the witch has different it can possess people and whatever, but it really plays well. If you're a fan of the first one, I think it's a really fitting sequel. And like I said, I just enjoyed it a lot the second watch through, and this is one of probably like 10 that could have made the number 5, but I just felt like throwing it in there. And like I said, definitely give it a shot. If you've heard bad things or whatever, definitely give it a shot. I'm sure you can get this thing cheap. It's worth checking out for sure.
Yeah, I went to see that theater by myself, and it was me and one other old lady in that movie. She was in the front row, I was in the back, and there was a couple times in that movie I'm sitting there going, I'm a little fucking creeped out.
Yeah,
the movie hits pretty hard, man, in some spots of it. I enjoy the shit out of it.
Yeah, so, I don't. Like I said, I haven't heard too much hate about it, but I just feel like it is kind of a hated. People call it a remake too a lot, but it's not even a little bit of remake. It's definitely
the whole story is just basically going off of the first one. I mean, it's the same.
Yeah, and he said it was a sequel. I mean, he said that several times, that it's not intended to be a remake, because I think he was worried that that's what he was going to get labeled as when they were making that. I think that, and by the way, I think that dude's a great filmmaker. If anybody's never seen You're Next, that's a fantastic movie.
First class production too. I mean, you could tell it was really well made, really well shot, and like I said, they use a drone. It's very inventive too. They use a drone, and just the way everything works. I thought it came together real well.
And Chris has a good point here. He says, I like Blair Witch. It's like the Evil Dead 2 of found footage films. More budget.
That's a great analogy.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody today about that. I was like, this is what Blair Witch would have been if they had some money.
Right.
But the budget limitations, which ultimately help it. But if they had some money, they would have done some of this stuff for sure.
Yep. That's a hell of a pick, man. All right, so my number 5. This is the only one I don't have a physical release of. But it's going to be Afflicted. You guys can see that.
Oh, good movie.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
I heard about this movie from Benicio. I think him and his buddy Vin, whatever the Vin versus Vin thing they do, whatever. I want to say that he pulled this one. It got me interested to watch it.
Blues.
Yeah, and so I finally got around to watching this, and I was going to get a physical release for the stream to show, but this thing here is hard to grab, hard to get hold of. The other day when I looked at it, the cheapest I could find was like $78 for like a DVD. I did see a Blu-ray yesterday for $38. But long story short, there you go. That's much cheaper. I watched it free on stream. So, but I definitely want to get a copy of this on physical media. It's a good flick. So this came out in 2013, directed by Derek Lee and Cliff Prowse. They have no fucking idea who these guys are. They're also the two stars of the film. So, just like most of these other found footage, you have 2 or 3 primary stars, whatever. Well, these 2 guys that you see in this movie primarily, they're the directors of the film, that seems to be the case in a lot of these.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
the movie kind of bombed, whatever. It had a $318,000 budget. So they had some money, but it only made about 69,000 worldwide. Well, this is what don't make any sense. I seen one that said 69,000 worldwide. I seen one that said 121,000 worldwide. Either way, it didn't make a lot of money. But the movie's fantastic. If you're a fan of gore, if you're a fan of practical effects, this movie's going to make you happy. It's got a lot of that shit. There's some disturbing scenes in this. But the basic premise of it is one of the guys has got a medical condition. He could die at any time. He has like a brain aneurysm, or is something wrong with his brain. And so, I'm no fucking doctor. I got a doctor sitting right there. But he can, say that a lot more intelligible than I can.
That's exactly what I say in the office. There's something fucking wrong with your brain. I don't know.
Right. His brain can fucking explode at any given
Your brain's fucked.
So they're going to go on a trip overseas, trip of a lifetime, kind of, bucket list item, and they're going to film all this shit or whatever. Well, they're trying to get this guy laid, and he's striking out left and right. Also, he finds this really good looking girl. They go back, whatever, they hook up, whatever. Well, the guys decide to go check on this guy later in the middle of the night. They go in there. The guy's laying there by himself, big old knot on his head, got blood everywhere, big ass bite on his arm. And as the next couple of days kind of progress, this guy starts getting these crazy ass abilities. He can run fast. He's strong as hell. And basically, spoiler alert if you haven't seen the fucking movie, he ends up turning into a fucking vampire. I mean, by halfway in the movie, this. It's not that. I guess it's a spoiler, but it is what it is. I can't really talk about it without saying that. He turns into a fucking vampire, and some of the shit they do with this guy. For example, this guy gets on a fucking moped, and they're trying to see just how fucking fast this guy can run. This dude's going 60 on a fucking moped, and this motherfucker's leaving him in the dust running. There's just so many fucking cool shots like that. Guys climbing buildings, just doing crazy shit. And the transformation of him going from what the fuck's wrong with me, his buddy's trying to take him to the hospital, to realizing that this guy might be really fucked up here, but he ain't sick, whatever. He's got these superpowers. And I don't want to tell you too much about what happens at the end, because there's kind of a cool little twist at the end. But the rest of the movie is them trying to find the girl that bit him, to figure out what the fuck's going on, to try to find out what he can do to fix himself. And it's just got a lot of really cool shots in it. And there's some shit at the end. It goes real fucking dark. And I just enjoyed the shit out of it. The entire movie, I was enthralled. And I mean, it was like, fuck, that was good. And if I didn't have some other great movies sitting on my desk, it'd have been higher than number 5. So I would definitely recommend this. Like I said, if you're a fan of gore, shit like that, this movie's going to make you really happy. So that's my number 5.
I remember thinking when I first saw that, I was like, I wonder if this was like the writer's like pickup line when he was in college. I don't know if you know this, but I've got a brain aneurysm. I don't have long to live. I could blow up at any moment.
Yeah, but man, it was a fun time. And like I said, I immediately went online to try to buy this movie, and it was like, you couldn't find it. And I finally found it, and it was going for crazy money.
It's a great movie, and you're absolutely right. It gets really dark.
Yeah, and it gets dark quick. I mean, at first I'm like, I was kind of whatever. But when it hits, I'm there. I was hooked.
Yeah.
And just watching him trying to figure out what all he can do. The first thing he does, he gets mad at his buddy. He punches a wall, and he just goes right through the fucking wall. The wall just shatters. And they're like, what the fuck? Must be a really old wall, old building.
Jeff Goldblum in The Fly. Does this look like a sick man to you?
Right.
That's what he's doing. The guy said, dude, you need to go to the hospital. There's something wrong with you. He goes against the guy fucking like cow blood. And of course, he drinks the cow blood and gets sick. And that ain't what he needs. He needs human blood. And it gets, like I said, it's a cool, take on a vampire flick. Watching this dude get bit and to see kind of like a regular Joe, what would they do? How would you deal with it? And just, I don't know. It was a cool flick.
Yeah, that's a movie
that's really good.
Like a time release.
Yeah.
Yep.
Arrow or something,
Even Vinegar Syndrome.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to catch up on the chat here.
They would do well with
guys,
that.
and we'll move on to our number 4 here. I think that's about where we left off. Sorry if I missed anybody. Gizmo the Paranormal Activity is a horror film for teens with anxiety disorders. Yeah, Cannibal Holocaust, granddaddy of found footage. No doubt. Chris, my number 5 is Apollo 18. I love this movie. The way it's filmed is great. It shows me the time period of how it would look.
Mm.
It's a surprising one. I watched it not really expecting with zero expectations, and I was kind of surprised at how good the story was.
You still need to watch Cannibal Holocaust. I have the Blu-ray from Grindhouse.
Brian,
don't you have like 9 copies of that movie? Didn't you?
Yeah, well, let's not talk about that. Since we're past that. Bourbon and a mouse, or they don't go together well. I don't think I have that. Click.
I've been drunk with Deodato first 2 years before he passed away. Just 2 years before he passed away. Great dude who was giving us a bunch of great shit. Yeah, Cannibal Holocaust is the best.
He did a ton of stuff after it, but of course that's all he was kind of ever really remembered for.
Need that body count Blu-ray from VS or Severn or somebody.
Yeah.
Chris, I love Green Inferno. That's my favorite movie from Rolf.
That's a winner.
Yeah, it might be my favorite of his too.
That's a good one.
And he's with the Hostels.
Wild Wrangler says, y'all seen Paranormal Activity 2, Tokyo Night 2010 Japan found footage film?
I have not.
Nope.
No.
Hell yeah, Anthony. Yep, it's a good, you can say, prequel to the first Paranormal. The ending is great.
Right.
Trainee says never seen any of the Paranormal movies.
What the hell, man? What the hell are you doing with your life?
I've only seen the first 3, I think.
I think
I've only seen the first 3.
I haven't seen any of them.
I got the box set. I'm going to sit down and watch all of them here soon. Probably should have done it before the stream. No time. What is the Paranormal Activity timeline 321?
Yeah, 3's great too. Really
interesting take on Paranormal 2 documentary. I have to revisit it. Yeah, Chris likes Chuck's pick. Great pick. Great pick, Anthony. Tuesday the 17th of the WTF Woman Vamp Monster thing.
Yeah, I'm not.
Take a sip of your tea there, buddy. Or it says VHS good pick. GoreForever. Ratma VHS 94.
Oh yeah, the practical rat creature. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I love the VHS trilogy of movies.
I do respect that they try to use practical effects whenever possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
VHS 85 2023 coming. So good.
All over the
Gallows.
place. 94, 99, now 85.
Great pick, Brad. I like Blair Witch. It's like, where did you read that one? Throw that up there. Freaky Witch, Blair Witch. Mama Blu-ray, what's going on? Blair Witch was a fun watch.
Hey, Mama Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Everybody saying hey there. Blair Witch was called the Woods before released.
It's funny because they have a game, I believe.
I remember reading that somewhere. Yeah.
There's a Blair Witch game, I believe, and I think it's called The Woods. I don't know.
Yeah. The game wasn't bad. I didn't play it a bunch, whatever. The game wasn't bad. I kind of got into it and got on something else and never went back to it. But I own the game.
I think the background is from the game.
Yeah, actually it is. Him and his dog there. Dell on Moves, what's going on?
What's up, Dell?
And good movie pops. Chris says, yeah, Fleet, that I love that movie. It's a vamp found footage film. They do a good job with it too, man. They really do. It's the best and only vamp found footage movie. Chris says, good pick, Brad. Yeah, was surprised how much I like Blair Witch sequel.
Yeah, that's the best when you go in with low expectations and somehow it delivers.
Yep.
Yeah, great first round. I see titles I need to check out. Yeah, man, that's what it's all about. Afflicted Pops I seen. Yeah. Yeah. Now, I would highly recommend Afflicted. Has trippy action scenes or fights, you could say. And you can tell they had a budget with that movie. Man. There's some fucking really good shots, man. Really, really creepy shots, really good physical effects. I mean, you can tell they spent some money on it. This will sound like a good one. House at the End of the Park. Yep. They're saying, hey. Dale says, I just picked up the Paranormal Activity 1 through 3 from Big Lots for $5. There you go, man. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, Dale, me too. Great deal for the 3.
Big Lots, man. Low key.
Sorry.
That's a low key spot to get some really cheap titles.
All right, we're moving right along, guys. Start round 4.
All right,
so
here we go. Round number 4. I think somebody mentioned it once in the comments, but it's one of my favorite found footage movies for a lot of reasons. I think a lot of people forget about it. It's because it's been a while, but it's 2015 M. Night Shyamalan's Visit.
Yeah.
This is a great movie. For anybody that's not seen this movie, the premise is this. You've got a recently divorced mother and her 2 kids. She's getting ready to go on a little trip to kind of like celebrate her divorce with her new boyfriend. And her kids, who have never actually seen their grandparents, are going to go and spend the weekend with her parents, their grandparents. And they've never seen these people before. And so they get on a train and they head out into the Pennsylvania country to meet the grandparents. And then in true M. Night Shyamalan fashion, it's not all it seems to be. This is a great movie. So this movie came after M. Night's 2 horrible failures. One was After Earth and the other one was The Last Airbender. He had to he actually borrowed $5 million against his own home to fund and film this movie because nobody would actually give him the money for it at all. No studio would distribute it. In fact, there's a rumor out there somewhere. Actually, I saw an interview, I think, that he did, so it's not just a rumor. He wrote down the names of every studio executive that passed on him to actually pick this up after they were done. And one of the few people that picked up on it was Jason Blum of Blumhouse. And, of course, they went on to make a bunch of movies together after that. Cost $5 million of what he made, somewhere around like $100 million. And a lot of people consider this his return to form. This is what actually they feel like brought him back into filmmaking. To me, what makes this movie a found footage, so the reason it's found footage is the 2 kids. There's a 15-year-old, the daughter. She's an aspiring filmmaker. So because she's never met her grandparents, she's making this film, and she's bringing along her brother, who is a little bit younger. And so that's where the found footage comes from. The reason this is fun to me is, one, this is something that's totally out of character for M. Night Shyamalan. He's so meticulous with his filmmaking. If you go back and look at his previous films, you can tell just by watching Signs and The Sixth Sense that everything is like thought out. Every shot is very meticulously planned. Every line, the dialogue. This is found footage. You can't really do that with found footage. It's just kind of very raw and very generic, but at the same time it's also like incredibly beautiful. They're out in this Pennsylvania wilderness, so the shots, interestingly enough, although it's like found footage with the home cam, are actually really beautiful. It's a great story. It's got the classic M. Night Shyamalan twist at the end, but what makes this movie great is it's fun. And I think it's fun because he didn't have anything constraining him. He didn't have a major studio over him. He didn't have I think this movie, to me, to really kind of like sum it up, is what John Carpenter needs to do. I think M. Night Shyamalan, the reason he had failed on his 2 previous movies is because he was M. Night Shyamalan. And I think he actually just went back to his roots and went back to filmmaking instead of reading his own press. And he just had fun making a movie. And it translates. It's fun watching these kids. It's funny. It's the perfect blend of humor and horror. And it translates through perfectly right to the very end. If you've never seen it, you're missing a really great found footage, fun horror movie. And I definitely recommend checking it out.
Yeah, it's really effective. It's a lot of fun, man.
It's a lot of fun.
All I'll say is the diaper scene.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Just fucking cream pot him with a diaper dude. And then the mom just loves all over him. He's got to smell like ass.
Well, and this is what makes it just not, and I'm not giving anything away with this. To me, there was like that. This what shows you, and I'll own up to this being his. I'd love to be his butt buddy, Sam, Raimi.
Sam Raimi.
Call me. But so your brother's a doctor. I'm a doctor. We're both from Michigan. No, but so if you're going to take horror and you're going to try to combine it with comedy. To me, what a crazy sort of thing to try to do, and what a really dangerous thing to do. But there's a scene where the grandmother is talking to the granddaughter, and they've just finished cooking dinner or making cookies or something, and the grandmother says, "Hey, I need you to clean out the oven." So the granddaughter starts cleaning out the oven, and she says, the grandmother says, "No, you need to get in there further. No, crawl all the way in there." And so the granddaughter looks at her and she's like, "Yeah, crawl in there." And you really don't know if you're supposed to laugh or be terrified. And you actually feel both of these emotions at the same time. And I remember seeing that and thinking man, what a master craft that is, to actually be able to invoke both of those at the same time. Because you want to laugh, but the scene is so well set, you're like, oh shit, this might actually be real. What's this woman doing? And so I was like, this is, and I was right there with it. I thought M. Night Shyamalan was washed up. After, what was the movie he did with the girl that was in the pool, Lady in the Water?
Lady in the Water.
I was like, all right, he's just kind of, he's going downhill. And then I saw this and I'm like, all right. By the way, he's got his own, speaking of series on Apple TV, there's a series on Apple TV called Servant. They got about 6 seasons. If you haven't seen it, it's M. Night Shyamalan. He's written and directed most of it, along with I believe it's his daughter. Also, all completely 100% self-funded by himself. It's got the redheaded kid from the Harry Potter movie series in it, all grown up. Also, a great horror storytelling series. If you haven't seen that, definitely check it out. It'll really intrigue you.
And I think he was supposed to do it, got canceled, but he was going to do the Tales from the Crypt.
Yep. Yeah, and I think
it's so good.
That could work.
I don't know what happened with that or why I got dropped off, but that would have been interesting.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he really is such a loyal guy too. Everything he does is in PA, and then like I said, I've heard that Blumhouse story before, and I would be the same way. You want to make a movie, it's got to be Blumhouse now, because they were the only ones there when the shit fell apart, and now that he's back on top, those movies are Split, Knock at the Cabin made a bunch of money. I mean,
oh yeah,
it's good for everybody. Blumhouse,
Blumhouse with the paranormal. I mean, here's a guy that I think he can kind of look past everything else and see that you still got some. You've got some storytelling to do.
It has to be the right thing. Just has to be.
Right. I don't know. I'm not sure if you said this part of it or not, but Jason Blum was first asked to fund the Blair Witch Project, and Blair Witch Project, whatever, he got a pass on, and then when it fucking broke records, just how much fucking money it made. It's kind of funny. Quite a few years later, he ends up doing.
Yeah, I think
found footage.
Not to mention, I had that written down on one of my cards. Yeah, I think Jason Blum kind of learned his lesson with that. That.
And Blumhouse was the top dog for a while. They hit the skids, and now they're going back up again. So it's just
because you got Ty West. I think that's what there's a lot of those guys that there's a lot of filmmakers out there that make that mistake. I think it works for it's not just like the John Carpenters of the world. I think the producers of the world start to read their own press a little bit too much too.
Yeah. I'm sure there was pressure too, like that After Earth. It's Will Smith and his kid. It's going to be a big movie, and we need.
Oh yeah, I mean, how do you write?
It just didn't seem like his style at all.
But how often do we see that, where it's like you see that the studio gets involved, and then that's when you have a movie that fails.
Well, they pretty much put constraints on both those movies. The After Earth and there was another one, not Lady in the Water and not the Airbender. There was another one. But he had made 2 right before this. They had put constraints on him and changed things around so much and pretty much ran him away from his movie. And with this one here, like you said, he funded it himself, whatever. So he put all of his love and desire into this movie, whatever, because he actually had control. And I think that's why the movie works so well. I think that's why it's kind of this comeback movie, in my opinion.
I'm glad nobody mentioned The Happening, because I like that movie. When everybody was talking about
you and Alan,
dude,
I fucking
The Happening is a blast.
I like The Happening, man.
There are scenes in that movie that I just can't get past. I can't get past Mark Wahlberg.
It's so much fun.
Come on, man.
The guy. It's so weird in a good way.
Come on, Stevie, answer the question.
Oh, the acting's terrible. But the guy, the landscaper that decides to kill himself with the industrial mower,
so good.
you've got me for life.
Yeah.
I can't. I love that scene. It's just the way he
Fucking
lays
weird dude
down.
pipping hot dogs. Every time I watch that, damn, I want some hot dogs.
Yeah.
Makes hot dogs sound good. It's a fucking great movie, man. I don't give a
It
fuck. I'll
is,
say
man.
about
I
it.
like the happy ending.
I wouldn't go
It
that
is the
far.
best worst movie I think out there. I think.
It's a blast.
It's a great way to phrase it, Alan.
Yes.
That's a
It's
great
the
way to
Best
phrase
worst
it. Yep.
movie.
Yep.
Perfect.
That's perfect. That sums it up perfectly.
Yeah. Great pick, Ryan.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, so 15 lives are taken at this haunted house attraction. So 5 years later, documentary crew goes out to investigate this, haunted hotel, like this haunted house hotel type place, and they try to figure it out. And that's Hell House LLC.
I love that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing I really love about this movie is all, the guys and the chick, they all seem like they're real friends. Like, once again, it goes into like the immersion of a film. Like, you have to make me believe that you guys are real, like you're real people and stuff. And these guys have great back and forth. They bicker and fight like normal people do. And I just buy all of it, and there's a lot of good jokes and funny moments, a lot of levity, especially at the beginning of the film. And I like that they're taking this nice little road trip down to, to this haunted house, or this old haunted, it used to be a haunted house, but now it's just like this abandoned hotel. And they go there, they get there, they hire a few people because they're going to recreate this entire thing. They're going to rebuild it from the ground up, basically, like the whole haunted house attraction, and they start putting like these creepy clowns in there and all this, they got lights and cameras and music. And like I said, they hire this one guy that can actually pop his eyeball out of his socket, which that guy can really do in real life, which I thought was interesting. And yeah, just strange things start to happen in the hotel, you got weird visitors, shrouded in darkness coming into the one guy's room, and he just thinks it's one of his buddies messing with him, but it's all this dark, like ominous shadow just appears, and the guy's just like, get the fuck out of here, dude, what are you doing in my room? And then he just kind of slowly fades away, and it really knows how to build that tension well. And then there's another scene where they're setting up the haunted house, they've almost got it ready, the guy goes downstairs, and that clown is walking around. He seems normal, and he just thinks it's one of his buddies. And then he goes into the other room, and they're all of his buddies are standing there hanging out. So he's like, "Whoa, wait, what the fuck, guys? What? Who was that? Who was that in the clown suit right now? What are you guys talking about?" And he runs back in there, and sure enough, it's just gone. And it's just these little subtle things that are just so creepy. Yeah, I mean, it's so much fun. I like that it actually takes place in a real haunted house attraction in Pennsylvania. That actually is a haunted house that they use that people can go to in real life. So I thought that was interesting. There's a scene where a guy, he's so scared that he literally throws up on the floor. You see it, and that's real. The guy actually did get very scared, and he threw up, and that actually did happen in real life. So these guys, they had fun making it, but they were legit pretty scared too. I mean, because it can feel very real when you're in the moment. And yeah, just love. I mean, I love because it has those like Halloween feels to it because it is a haunted house and everything. So it's like such a good movie to put on. October 31st rolls around, Halloween. Put that movie on, and you're gonna have a blast. Turn out all the lights. Really get immersed into it, and you're gonna get scared out of your mind. It's just that good, and all the actors they're great. I mean, I'd buy all of them, as a group of friends and everything. And there's that creepy clown right there that I was talking about. Yeah, such a great mask. I mean, just the whole outfit's great, but that mask is insane.
That fucking thing would be perforated with bullet holes.
In
that place. I'm taking no chances.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I really like the storytelling too, because when you start that movie, you're actually seeing the aftermath. They start with the end of it. And I remember like the very first time I saw that, I was like, well, this is weird. I'm already seeing like the end of the movie. But they do such a great job at combining like this news crew that's looking at the footage and then carrying you through the found footage part of it. It's just really cleverly done because you actually start to get into like, oh man, all right, I'm really watching like this documentary of like what went wrong in this haunted house. So
Yeah,
it's a great movie.
and I love the third act. I think
Yeah.
Great. I don't want to spoil anything for people that haven't seen it, but I love that whole, how they wrap it all around at the end and everything. It's so well done, and it's legit scary. I mean, it's perfect to just put this on late at night. Like I said, you got to turn off all the lights, snuggle up with your girl or whatever you're doing, and have a fun time, man.
I like how they do it like documentary style too, that they're interviewing people who are like supposedly like the investigator.
Right.
Yeah.
It's really done, and it's really creepy.
It is super creepy. I mean,
I just watched it for the first time a couple weeks ago down at Ryan's house, and we were talking, trying to figure out what to watch, and he found that I'd never seen Hell House on LLC. He said, "Fuck, that's what we're watching then."
There you
go.
So
yeah, I really liked it.
Especially that scene where they're walking into the basement and all the clown heads are turned one way, and then all of a sudden they're facing the other way. It's just little stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff. So creepy, especially because all the clowns, they look demonic. I mean, they're really freaky. So,
and it's really you're absolutely right in like how they sell it, because you buy in, like it's so legit. You're like, all right, well these guys run haunted houses for a living. They're here to make money. They're like, this is their craft and what they do. And, they're setting up cameras and they're running wires and they're talking about having to run electricity to this place. While you realize, all right, it's still like a found footage horror movie. Like, what the hell's going on? So you buy into that. You get a lot of buy-in with this movie.
Exactly.
And if I have not seen it, because I don't have a copy of it myself, a physical copy of it, I watched it for the stream. I was streaming, I believe, on Amazon for free. I believe it was Amazon Prime. It's free.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I think that's where I had watched it. I was working when I was doing it, so it was just really quick, speaking to the stupid fucking remote and
right.
Start. Come on, let's go. I believe it was Amazon.
So everybody watching, just speak into your stupid fucking remote, and you can watch Hell House LLC. It just comes on magically.
Oh, it's a stupid fucking remote.
I think it's on Shudder also. I'm almost positive it's on Shudder.
Yeah. Good pick, Anthony.
Thanks.
Yeah, awesome pick.
So my number 4 was I actually thought this is where you were going with it when you started talking, but
yeah.
No. This is I think it's from 2013, this one. I could be wrong with that. I'm blind. Whatever it is. These guys are making a documentary about extreme haunted houses. Now, I don't know about you. You hear about these things every Halloween. You go to these places, you have to sign fucking waivers and shit like that. Like, I don't understand why people go to these things.
Yeah.
Fraction of being physically assaulted, groped, probably getting a nut shot in there.
Wait, hold on. Go back to the groped part.
Yeah. Uncomfortable groping. How about that?
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah. I don't get it. But these guys and the girl, I think it was 5 of them if my memory serves right. They're going on a road trip and they're looking for an extreme haunted house called the Blue Skeleton. It moves around every year. It's never in the same place. And as they go to these different haunted house places and experiences, they start getting a little crazier, more backwoods, a little creepier every time they go by one. And as they do that also, they start getting followed. They rented an RV. People are following them. They're banging on the outside of their RV when they're just trying to like hang out and chill. And just like Hell House LLC, there's a lot of creepy shit going on.
Yep.
As they go into the movie and they start going past all these haunted houses until they finally start to get clues on where these places are. But again, like a lot of them start getting freaked out because, spoiler if you've not seen it, there's video footage of them on the internet being videoed while they're sleeping. So these people broke into their RV as they're sleeping, taking video of them, putting them on the internet, and doing all kinds of crazy shit and putting information out there about them. And it's creepy shit because, again, I mean, the whole thing of the extreme haunted houses, the masks, the people possibly breaking into an RV as you're just traveling around and sleeping, like that shit can happen. So there's a lot of freaky shit in here, and they find the place that they want. And yeah, they really didn't want to find it. So good creepy one for sure to check out if you've never seen it.
When you said break into an RV and all that stuff, I started thinking of the Hills Have Eyes.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to talk about Your Last Tuesday or something.
No, that was freaky too.
Chuck, I've actually not seen that, man, so I'm going to add it to my list.
Yeah. Alan, I was going to ask you if you've seen that.
I haven't.
I'm going to put that on our list.
There you go. That list is getting long, man.
Yeah.
It is.
There's actually a nice combo pack too with the first and second one that you can get for
the second one is not nearly as good, but if it's cheap enough, I think actually the first one, I mean, for a while, I don't know if it's there now, but the first one was on Hamilton book for probably like $3-4.
Oh wow, just go with that.
Yeah,
just go with that then.
Hamilton,
right.
Look it up, maybe. Hopefully it's still there.
Yeah, probably Hamilton flat rate shipping, $4. Get you 10 titles for $40. But my number 4. 2014, written and directed by Patrick Bryce. He also plays Aaron in the movie Creep.
Hell yeah.
Number 1. I like part 2 too. Number 1's kind of where it's at though. They're both good, but number 1's kind of the better one. I kind of always say this when I talk about these movies, like where it's shot and where it's meant to take place, where it actually takes place, because if you've traveled at all in this country, the whole place is wildly different. And in this movie, it's shot in Southern California. It takes place in Southern California, and it could only exist in Southern California. Because if you tried any of this shit on the East Coast, it wouldn't fly for 30 seconds.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
So this character, Aaron, is hired to film a mini documentary for Joseph, who claims he's terminally ill. And he wants a video made so his son will get to know him after he passes. And this guy is insanely creepy and weird from the beginning. But as you're watching it, you go, it's Southern California. So, the guy is like, oh, well, this is kind of normal. The way he's trying to hug him 30 seconds after he meets him. He's like, get in here. It's going to get weird if we don't go ahead and hug. Now it's going to get a lot weirder than this. We better just hug it out now. And it's just like that would have stopped the interview right there.
Right.
Then well, listen, I'm going to leave. Good luck with your project, whatever. But the guy's, he was desperate for work. He wants to continue his passion of filming. So he goes along with it. And it gets weirder and weirder and creepier and creepier. And he starts to uncover little secrets about this guy, and he starts to freak out. But he's so eager to be polite, and he doesn't want to offend, and he just stays and stays and stays too long. And he just a real emotional, sensitive guy. And I don't know, like I said, maybe I'm explaining it terribly, but if you spend any time in Southern California, it's filled with weirdos like this. You could totally see falling for this. Mark Duplass, however you say it, as Joseph. He's great in both movies. You have no movie without this guy. The random shit he does, the expressions on his face, how crazed he looks, how normal he looks. I mean, it's just perfect. My favorite scene is definitely the ending, where, I'm not going to spoil the ending, but the exposition, the execution of the ending, pun intended.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
And the cut back to the camera, and he's talking about how special Aaron is. And he's totally out of his fucking mind. And it's just going to continue on and on. Great little movie. This release is fictional. So if you're looking for this online, you're not going to find it. This is a bootleg.
Yeah.
It is a great release with special features, all region and disc art. You can get this somewhere. You just have to look hard enough for it. But I recommend both these movies. You can stream them. There is a DVD of the first one, no DVD of the second one. So, like I said, I don't know how well I've explained it, but it's a fun one. Definitely check it out if you haven't seen it.
And I'll say this: the guy who's recording everything, his name's Aaron, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's a fucking moron. So I really don't feel bad for him at all. I mean, this guy's the biggest idiot that I'm like, dude, are you crazy? I mean, are you just out of your mind? Like in 5 seconds, I live in Michigan. Ryan, you said you're from Michigan too. I'm like, we get weird people like that. So I'm like, no, bye, see ya. Oh, can I just get a few dollars for gas? Can I get, you get all these weird guys approaching you. I'm like, no, get the hell out of here. 5 seconds. I'm not. And then I'm not gonna spoil but he meets him alone at a park with his back.
Right.
Why did you turn around, man?
Dude, are you
get in the mood when this guy gets assed out and gets in the bathtub?
No,
right.
God.
I mean, just dick out. It's like, no, it's time to leave.
30 seconds after he meets him, he's like, all right, I'm going to get in the bath. Come on, film it. What?
Yeah. Bye.
Yeah, you go up, go ahead. Go ahead up there. And then just right out the door.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's like Brad said, only in California.
Well, I was just going to say,
not fly in Michigan. No, not in a million years.
The only thing I have to say is, for those of you watching from Southern California, go ahead and mash that like button.
Right.
And I guarantee you, if Spicy 4K Action is watching this, he's going, yep, Southern California.
Yeah.
And he's from Southern California. He's from California.
Yeah.
And that's a good point. Down here in the South, that would have been a real short fucking movie.
Right.
It would have been a real short movie.
I would have flown. I think go here in New York.
Right.
Yeah, good luck with it. You get punched in the face in New York. You ask another grown man for a hug like that at the job interview. I don't know. It's just a weird, like I said, these movies, I think it's important to know, to me, where it's shot, where it's supposed to be taking place.
Yeah.
Because if the characters aren't correct, then what are we doing? They can't be, Texas hillbillies up in Oregon.
You're going to hear more about this movie from me, but I never thought about it that way. You're so right, because where I'm from in Michigan, the only thing that would have changed this is if he had said, I got a 24-pack of Old Milwaukee behind this door, then I would have been like, hold on.
I got a new deer rifle.
How big's that bathtub? I mean,
I got a new deer rifle we can sight in later. No problem, man.
Right. I don't know. I mean,
And he didn't even go in with just a little side bro hug. He went full 2-titty hug on this guy. That's just that's a warning sign number 1 right there. Get the fuck out. It ain't worth $1,000.
If that was me here in New York, I would have shoved him so hard he would have went up the stairs. Fuck off! What are you doing?
Yeah. Well, that's a hell of a picky son of a bitch, because that's my next one. And Brad, you did an absolutely fantastic job of describing this movie, because you cannot describe this movie.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here, working on trying to take notes and shit, and I watched this again, and I've seen this movie 3 or 4 times. Just a little backstory about this movie. Me and Ryan have been like best buddies for the last 4 or 5 years. Basically, my wife, his wife are best buddies. I grew up with his wife. And whenever, basically, my wife and his wife are super excited. They really wanted me and Ryan to become good friends so they could pawn us off to watch movies and do nerd shit while they went shopping. And this was really early in mine and Ryan's relationship. I called him over. I said, look here, dude, I just watched this fucking movie. You got to come over and watch this. So I'm sure this is probably not the best movie to break our friendship off. He's probably going, what's this fucking guy all about?
The fact that he wanted me to watch it in a bathtub with him was a little strange, but I mean, I'm willing to look past it.
I mean, it could have been
but yeah, when I watched
I got
this,
a little
blind
concerned when he
watch on
said, bring your
Netflix.
wolf mask.
Bring your wolf mask.
Yeah, peach fuzz. But when I watched both of these back to back or whatever, and man, they kind of fucking blew me away. It was so fucking weird. I had never seen anything like it before. And let me get my fucking notes out here, because he got a whole lot to say Brad ain't already covered. But just a few thoughts here. First off, this video is sponsored by Netflix and my ex-girlfriend who's Tuna Sneaky. So just saying. But like he said, I think you already covered most of this. I'll go through my notes real quick here. Directed by Patrick Bryce, written by Patrick Bryce and Mark Duplass. Mark Duplass plays Joseph in the movie, and the director Patrick plays the guy Aaron, which I agree with. Anthony, he's a dumbass.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
How bad do you really need $1,000 when you get right down to it? But and they're the only two listed on the cast. Whatever. There's one other person is the character of Angela, which is supposed to be Joseph's sister. You hear her voice on the phone, but other than that, there's only two other people on the cast list, which is kind of crazy.
She tells him
1 week. They only had a 5-page outline. They had a 5-page outline to do this movie in. Almost everything they did was fucking improvised on the spot. And he showed it to a lot of friends and shit like that. And they're the ones that said to make it more horror centric, put more horror shit in it. And so they just went in. And like I said, it's a fucking mess. When you get right down to it, the movie's really a fucking mess, but it works.
Yeah.
You know, I enjoy the shit out of it. And I knew that I had to own this, whatever. I've seen it so many times on Netflix. My Netflix bill just dropped yesterday for $21.95. It just went up. So fuck them. I got me a damn physical copy of it. I don't give a shit. But I don't know what else to say about this movie. There's no way to describe it. You just go watch it. And once you watch it, you'll understand why we struggle trying to explain it. It's just this fucking guy, man. The guy that the main star of the movie. He's like Brad said, you can't make the movie without him. He's such a fucking weird dude. You know, the shit he does, the facial expressions that he makes. Some of this, my favorite scene, by the way. I'm just kind of rambling because I don't know what the fuck to say. But my favorite scene is where they're in the fucking woods and they're trying to get just the right shot. And there's a bird that keeps fucking chirping above his head, just interrupting him. And about the third time, this guy's just bitching at the bird, throwing shit at the bird. It's so fucking funny to me. And he has to go off and have a moment. And this guy's crazier than fuck, dude. I mean, no deer and squirrel shit. And but it's a blast. I enjoy Creep 2 as well, but I agree. I think it was maybe somebody in the chat had said this. I think it might have been Allie. Creep 2 is good, but it's just a little different. It doesn't hit for me like Creep 1 does.
Right.
There are parts of Creep 2 that I do enjoy, and usually when I watch Creep 1, I go right into watch Creep 2 right after. So I do like Creep 2, and I am excited for 3 to come out if it ever does. But Creep 1 is just a little bit better for me. It just hits a little better for me.
Well, the problem with 2 is that, I mean, I feel for him as a filmmaker and as like writer, because now the cat's out of the bag. So how do you make Creep 2 knowing that, all right, so we know this guy's a serial killer. We know what his MO is. It's kind of it definitely wasn't Creep, but I still thought they did a really good job at pulling off a movie when you've already sort of had all of your reveal, especially for a found footage movie. How do you do a found footage sequel when you've already sort of had your twist?
Yeah. And it's a really good look inside the mind of a fucking serial killer, you know, because I mean, most serial killers, you know, they're dramatizing these movies, but they're just regular fucked up folks, you know, and probably a lot like this fucking guy, you know, just out there, you know, and I think it's done really well. Big fan of it. I seen Brad pull that. I said, son of a bitch. I'm kind of glad he did though, because I didn't know what to say about it really. My notes sucked on this movie. They really did. So it took some of the pressure off. All right. Let's catch up on the chat here. I keep looking now. I expect Brian to pop at any minute, and I don't leave Brian down there for 30 minutes. All right. Got a lot of chat here. Sorry if I'm just going to start here, guys. Sorry if I missed anybody. It ain't personal. It was the Erotic Witch Project has a great love scene. Recommend see it with the wife when the wife is not home. John says, I told my retired dad to drop going to Walmart and start checking out Big Lots. Great place for a budget.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yep. The Visit would have hit my list if they just removed the shitty rap thing in the ending. I thought the rap at the end, I didn't like the rap at anywhere in the movie, but the rap at the end with the credits, I actually thought that was kind of funny. It just destroys everything. The kids can't rap. He definitely cannot rap.
Yeah.
During the movie, I hate it, but that last
I think that's the whole point is that he can't rap. But that's his machismo, his puberty.
Yeah. And those same two actors, brother and sister, playing that other Christmas movie. What is it? Better Watch Out. They're the same two actors that said Better Watch Out.
And what's funny is they're both Australian, and they interviewed thousands of American actors, and it just so happened that they both happen to be Australian.
Yeah. The real question is the Erotic Witch Project better than the Bear Witch Project? Also recommended for when the wife is at home. See, what other stream can you get information like this? This is good shit.
We're here to educate.
That's what we're here first, is to educate. I just purchased the Visit. Definitely need to watch it now. Great pick, Doc.
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, you'll love it, man. It's a fun watch.
I want to see The Village get a Blu-ray release. Yeah, another one. I'm surprised it hadn't already got.
I'm surprised it doesn't have one. Yeah,
I bet all his stuff will get 4Ks.
Yeah, eventually it will.
You
know.
Oh yeah.
Dale says, not a bad idea, John Doe. Only issue seems to be they don't seem to have a regular day to get new inventory. Seems like months go by sometimes before something different shows up. They're talking about Big Lots.
Big Lots comes up a lot on these streams.
Hey, that's our clientele, man. That's our people.
Yeah.
John Doe agrees with Tony. I really like The Village. Tony, great film. Yeah, The Visit cleaned the oven. You get a real Hansel and Gretel vibe there.
Oh, yeah.
I love The Visit. That diaper scene, man. That diaper scene is rough. It's rough.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Ryan, I actually showed that to Chris, my wife, earlier today. I said, you got to watch this. And she was on her phone. I said, just watch. And motherfucker just went full payout. And she's like, what the hell? Man, it's rough, man. It's rough.
It's perfect to do on the phone.
Yeah.
Right.
And another honorable mention, The Conspiracy and The Last Exorcism. Yeah, I've seen The Last Exorcism, and I wanted to watch it before the stream, but I didn't get a chance to rewatch it. I think I seen it when it first came out.
It's a good flick, man.
Yeah. Old is the last film I saw from him. I like that movie a lot. It's twisted. Old's all right.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
It was all right. It wasn't my favorite by him, but it's watchable. It's a good one-time watch it loose. Gizmo said set just 2 seats away from him in a cinema in 2017, and Rupert Grint worked for 3 movies and a war movie Into the White.
Yeah, Rupert Grint.
I didn't make any sense of that.
You sure?
I see what you're saying. You said 2 seats away from Schlamalaka.
Yeah.
Rupert Grint's
cool,
the actor from Harry Potter that's in Servant.
Okay. That's pretty cool. World is small and gizmos everywhere. Suddenly I pop up under the table, Doc, and steal your visit Blu-ray. Tony says, when I see Blumhouse is doing a new film, I'm always ready to check it out. Yeah, I am too. Like I said, I know they've made some stinkers, whatever, but overall, usually when I see the Blumhouse logo, it kind of gets my attention. And by the way, we even got Blumhouse on the side of this thing, so it's
it's an official release.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
it looks super official.
Yeah, Split is another film I love from him. Yeah, I like Split a lot.
Yeah,
Split. I like Glass too.
Glass too.
The second time.
Yeah, I did a lot of watching the second time around, and I was let down in theaters. Again, I watched it the second time and really liked it.
It's a lot of people hate on me for my opinion, but my Glass is my all-time favorite of that trilogy.
Yeah,
dude, I love Glass.
Yep.
I'm glad you said that.
I'm not going to go that far. It's not my favorite. I still like Split the best. Unbreakable
it's an unpopular
close too, man. It's a solid trilogy, man.
I think
really
Glass is way undervalued.
Takes place at a medical facility. A lot of doctors are featured.
Yeah, let's why are you bringing that up?
That's incidental.
I spoke before about me going to Philadelphia and doing that Rocky tour. Well, me and the wife I'm in the van with the Rocky impersonator, and there was a big ass group of people over here, kind of like one street over, and they're just people everywhere, cameras and shit. And he was telling us that they were actually filming the new Glass movie with Bruce Willis. And of course, I'm like, oh shit, it'd be cool to meet Bruce Willis. And he says, you don't want to meet Bruce Willis. I don't want to talk bad about the man. I know he's going through some stuff. But they were actually filming Glass there in the scene whenever we drove by. I didn't see nobody. I just seen a group of people. But thought that was kind of neat because where I live, nothing happens here. I've never met anybody famous really.
This again speaks to that loyalty of Shyamalan, and loyalty with Bruce Willis has only gotten worse to deal with, according to even with his mental health problems and all that stuff. He was right in the heart of that when they made the movie. And imagine the extra takes, and all the bullshit. Yeah. And it's just like he helped them so much. The Sixth Sense and all that stuff. It's like, well, I had to throw him a bone. We're doing it. So
yeah, I mean, Bruce Willis, and this is just my opinion. Obviously, people would have different opinions, but Bruce Willis, obviously, he's known for Die Hard. He's John McClane. That's who he is. Yeah. That's his Rambo. But the best acting I think he's ever done was in Unbreakable. Yeah. I love him in Unbreakable. I think it's some of the best acting man's ever done.
Yeah. And he continues that performance in Glass, and that's what I love about it. Because a lot of people say, like, oh, Bruce Willis fell off. He doesn't care anymore. He cares in Glass. Yeah. He gives a really solid performance in that movie.
Yeah, and it's palpable. That's why I think Glass sells it, because it's not a throwaway movie.
No, not at all. There's so much life and energy to
Yep.
it. And Samuel L. Jackson, James McAvoy. I mean, they're all just giving these stellar performances. And I like that it all takes place in like that, mental hospital.
One location,
because it builds in this paranoia. Like, wait, are they actually crazy?
Yes.
Maybe they don't have powers.
Right. And it has a very claustrophobic feel to it
does.
too. And I think it's the direction, but I also think it's the acting. You're absolutely right. I think that James McAvoy in that movie gets not enough credit that he deserves for his performance.
He's on there with Sam Jackson up there holding his own.
Yeah.
And the thing that I always liked about it was, I liked it the second time, was Bruce Willis in it. And Bruce Willis is the one that most obviously has powers. And he's the first one going, maybe you're right. Maybe I don't have, maybe I'm just a really strong guy, it could happen,
Yeah.
John Doe agrees that happening's a good time.
Oh,
it is. It's fun. It's just fun.
And Adele says, to be honest, watching Blumhouse these days is like rolling the days and hoping for the best. The dice. Occasionally you get a hit, but you have to go through a lot of misses first.
Yeah, they had a
Yeah, that's true. That's a very fair assessment.
Yeah. There's number 4 is the VHS first trilogy of anthology films. Yeah, Chris just said fuck it on his video. I'm gonna show all first 3 VHSs. That's my number 4. I bet you can't do that. Each one has stuff I like. Especially the cult found footage. The best I've ever seen in viral the cloak, the alternate reality the man makes. Ghost of Chernobyl 2021.
Oh, that could be interesting.
A good pick, Anthony. The second House LLC is okay, but the ending put me off, and the third is crap.
I've never actually seen any of the sequels. I don't.
Yeah, neither.
I need to check.
Chernobyl Diaries as well as found footage. I like it.
Oh yeah, Chernobyl Diaries. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Prime has LLC 1 and 2, and 3 is on Shudder. There you go. Raider 666, what's going on, man? Watched Extraterrestrial Visitors, Severin, Trumpy Horrible.
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, me either.
The House of October built. Chris says, I did not know that the House October built was found footage. Have to check that out, Chuck. Great pick. That's on my list. I might watch it later tonight. The Tunnel, 2011. The Tunnel. I think I fucking seen that. No, that's a movie. Just got released.
It's a great movie. It's an Australian movie.
It's got released recently by some boutique title label.
And if you're claustrophobic, do not watch that movie.
Yeah, I think Umbrella put that out.
I was gonna bring this up at some point, but Umbrella just released it. It was $25. I'm gonna pick it up, but preparing for this, I was like, I'm probably not gonna have the time. Let me see if it is streaming, and it was on. I think it was on Prime.
It's on Prime, yeah.
I was like, okay, no, it's gone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was like, oh, great, I gotta watch this because I worked at home this past Thursday. I was like, I'll watch it when I work at home. And when I looked it up, it said no longer available. I was like, this is why
shit
sucks.
Yeah. Oh. You have no control.
Copies.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready to watch it, it's fucking gone. That's why I got rid of the shit.
That's funny because it made my top 10 list when I was like, well, I haven't seen it for a while, and I was like, and then it just for whatever reason I dropped off. It's like I need to go back and watch it just to go back and watch it. And I was like, I know it's on Prime, but now it's fucking gone. That's bullshit. Oh. Yeah,
it just.
I know Umbrella because I love Umbrella, so I mean, I'm gonna pick it up that way. But for anybody that hasn't seen it, it's a great movie.
Yeah, it was. Thursday. I worked at home on Thursday. It was June 1st, so maybe it ended in like the end.
Oh, maybe it pulled off the end of the month.
Yeah. I was like, I literally sitting in my house by myself. I was screaming. I was like, this is why fucking streaming sucks.
Yep.
I totally agree, man.
Right. Sorry.
No, it's true. It's true though.
Yeah. I have Tunnel Wrangler. Just still need to watch it. Wish list.
Tunnel Wrangler was also my nickname in college.
Yeah, Prime has the House October built. Love Creep. Chris says Love Creep. Awesome pick, Brad.
That's a good one.
Night in the Woods, 2011. Hadn't seen that one.
It's actually really good. I have seen that one.
Yeah, Creep is fantastic. I haven't seen part 2 yet. I think you'll like part 2, Dale. Like I said, it's a little different, but same premise. But
it's an interesting idea. Yeah.
Since
you already know everything.
Yeah, I love the way it starts. I love the way it starts.
It starts because it's like,
and without giving it away, it's interesting that now he's picked up Bill. It's an interesting premise. for a movie that already
you already know the ending, basically.
Yeah.
Trini wasn't a fan of House October Built, so it wasn't for him. And me the day I'll have it on my watch list on Netflix. The Zombie Diaries, 2006 UK film.
That came up a little in research, but I hadn't checked that out.
It's not bad.
Scene by the Lake and Creep is trippy good. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so as above, so below. When I seen that in theaters, just kind of randomly wanted to go see a movie. That was I knew nothing about it. I did enjoy it, but I haven't seen it since then. I would like to recheck it out again though.
You may hear more about it later.
There you go.
Project Almanac 2015. Hadn't heard of that one. Philosopher's Stone.
That's from As Above.
From As Above, So Below. Yep.
Yeah. It's in As Above, So Below.
Yeah.
Is what they're searching for.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I need that Creep 2-pack.
You know where to get it.
Yeah.
Meantime, I have to get the DVD of that. Now, Brad, you're saying the DVD? They don't have a DVD of part 2, right?
They don't have a DVD of 2. They have a DVD of 1, and it's expensive.
Really expensive.
Yeah.
It's really expensive. Yeah.
Coco Dutch, what's going on, dear?
What's going on?
Coco.
Go.
I feel like Brian's gonna be popping up any minute now.
Right. That's what I was thinking too.
Yep.
Europa Report 2013. Haven't heard of that one.
Yep, another space found footage.
Hey, Coco, hope you and Brian are doing good. Everybody saying hey to Coco there. They have a lot of people say everybody's saying hey to Coco. About 10 of them there.
Yep.
Gizmo says my serial killer passed away 1 month ago. Had 2 more interviews to do, but she got a stroke and just died.
Yeah, that's a shame because that was looking to be a really good, like, documentary type thing.
Yeah.
Gizmo.
This guy kind of puts you in mind of Gizmo.
Right.
He even looks kind of like him.
Okay, Brian will be in soon. Cool.
Awesome.
I said, yeah, my girl Coco. Wild Wrangler, the Atticus Institute, 2015.
Yeah, there
that
were so many that you just couldn't watch them all. You get ready for this thing. There's just so many that I missed.
So many. Well, there'll definitely be a part 2 to this stream. Spoiler alert, that's coming.
Yeah.
Here's a nice Coco I want to know was picks. Yeah, when Brian jumps in, we'll let him catch up to wherever we are at the time, and we'll just keep on rolling. The Dark Tapes 20. I've seen that pop up.
Yeah,
that's a decent watch.
Chris says, sorry, by the way, 4 Twisted Teas. Hey, man, no worries.
Yeah.
I'm on the Michelob. I'm on the Michelob here, man. We're good.
Rock and roll.
I could probably drink 47 of these Michelobs and still not get drunk. I just drank the last 2 I got in the house. Bad, hard times. Inner Demons 2014 and Butterfly Kisses 2018.
Yeah, not familiar.
Boots on the Ground, Willow Creek.
People watching the stream are like, did you guys watch any titles for this? I must have watched 15 found footage.
Right.
I watched a lot, but he's naming off all kind of shit I didn't
see. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Happy Camp 2014, more title spots. Yeah. Throw them out there.
You bastards didn't do any research.
Yeah.
Just turn the camera on, started jabbing. Gilman says, can we all give a shout out to Mindy? She is looking at me with a sad eye saying she just wants to see the world burn.
That's got to be one of his.
The paint fumes are open a window, Gizmo. The paint fumes are getting you, buddy.
Right. Yeah. Deep breaths.
Gizmo doesn't drink or do drugs.
No, I don't think Gizmo drinks.
Yeah, Coco says she's a little tipsy.
Oh, okay.
Good job.
Yeah, I don't drink, Chris, but I am drunk on life and high on paint gas. And Bruce Willis Jr. played great in Color of Night. Number 32, B District, 2011 China found footage. There he is.
There he is.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, Brian?
Hey.
What's up, man?
What's going on?
Yeah, we have given our number 5 and number 4 picks, so we'll finish the chat here, and you can go and throw those out there, and we'll rock on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris, I just did a top 5 that will probably change, and I'll do a top 10. Yep. Tony says physical media is the only way to go. Streaming will always be taking titles away from you, and you have no control.
Feels that way.
4K Lowdown, what's up, buddy?
Hey,
found footage.
what's up, man?
Where do I sign? What's up, guys? Sorry I'm late. Had a car accident on the way home.
Damn.
You're all right, man.
Hope you're all right. Yeah.
Sorry to hear that. Hey, 4K. Ben Grimm, what's going on, man?
Hey, Ben.
Into the Storm. It was a disaster movie, found footage flick following tornado chasers.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty good.
It's actually pretty fun. It's a fun movie to watch too. That would be my second go around.
Yeah, Creep 1 and 2, are they clear on Blu-ray? Yeah, they look fine. They look great. I watched Creep 1 on this Blu-ray here. Creep 2 I actually watched on streaming. Just because where I was in the room hanging out with the wife, whatever, and I don't have a 4K player in there or Blu-ray player in there. So I watched that on stream, but I did watch part 1 on that disc. It looks good. Late Mungo. Yeah.
That's a great movie.
I still wish I'd have grabbed that really nice release they put out.
I had it
on that one. Yeah. Undocumented 2010. Everybody saying hey to Brian there. Wild Wrangler.
Hey guys. Oh.
Hello.
And to the 4K lowdown. Oh no, hope you're okay. Yep. I'm glad you made it, man.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll tell you what, we'll let Brian pull his 5 and 4 if you're okay with that, and then we'll move on to number 3. We'll be caught up.
Yeah, that's cool.
Let me get you on the big screen there. Get my tater head out of the way. There you go.
Tater head out of the way. I don't own all the movies that are in my top 5, honestly, because number 5 is actually in the closet. It's on DVD only. I just got it at Dollar Tree. So found footage is like, it's almost like Western movies to me. I like kind of like a blind spot for me. I haven't seen that many of them. Seen some of the big ones, but that's about it. So for my number 5, I'm going to pick Spree from 2020.
Oh, good one, man.
That is a good
one.
That's
Good
a really
pick.
fun movie.
Joe Keery from Stranger Things. I have it on DVD in the closet, like I said, but no, I don't have it in my hand. But yeah, it's just one that really hit me whenever Coco and I watched it. It's just this kind of Uber driver just trying to get views on his I think he's like doing Instagram Live or something like that. I'm not sure exactly what he was doing, but he's just trying to get all sorts of followers. So he keeps on like going to more extreme heights to do it, and I think he kills somebody in one part of the movie, and like it just goes nuts from there. Like it just spirals out of control. And he just keeps on getting more and more viewers and stuff like that until it kind of spirals to like, I'm not going to spoil the movie, but it gets really far out there. But it's a really fun, like, kind of like on a real time kind of found footage movie that I think a lot of people should check out if you haven't checked it out. But,
yeah, it's got a good dark sense of humor to it as well.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love a good dark sense of humor, so that movie's got plenty of it.
I didn't expect to like that one as much as I did.
Yeah. It's really good. Great pick, man. That guy's funny.
Yeah, it is.
Stranger Things. He's really
yeah.
He's a good actor.
And then my number 4 is going to be The Sacrament. I know Anthony just watched this one last night.
Another great movie.
I did.
It's a good, really good. I wouldn't even have called this found footage until I looked it up and saw that it was. But I don't know what really defines found footage. Because it's shot on film. It's not like a like a VHS camera or something like that. But yeah, it's basically the Jim Jones kind of. It's like the Jim Jones kind of story.
You could say X is found footage.
Yeah,
because they find the footage at the end. It's just murky.
Yeah.
I thought that too, Brian. Actually, because that's what it's. I love that movie, and I was like, well, I don't think that's found footage. And I started looking it up, and I was like, all right, that's what we were talking about earlier. It's like, is it more of like the mockumentary, or is it actual? Like, does it have to be an actual found footage?
Yeah.
And so I was like, well, shoot, if that counts, man, that's a great found footage movie.
Yeah, I think the mockumentary, like the Unfriended, the shit that's done like on webcams and stuff, I think all that would kind of fall close enough where it could be on the stream.
It's not a traditionally shot, third person.
Yeah.
Yeah, who gives a shit? If it's found footage to you, it's found footage.
This one's a lot of fun though, and it's one of Ty West's earlier movies. After I think this one came after The Innkeepers and House of the Devil. Didn't really get too much talk though throughout the horror community. So if you like Ty West and you want to see some of his earlier shit, it's
right. Absolutely.
The guy who plays the Jim Jones type character is really, really creepy in here, and he's really convincing. I think overall these people are nuts for following him, but but it's really cool to watch, and it's a fun ride.
It is.
Yeah.
Great pick.
5 and 4.
Yeah, those are awesome. Number 5 and number 4, Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how many people don't know about The Sacrament too. That, you know, especially like in horror circles, they're like, "Well, that's a horror movie." I don't know what they think it is, but it's like, yeah, it's a great horror movie.
All right, so we are caught up in the chat, and we are on our number 3 pick. So let's get going here.
Okay.
Ryan,
Brad.
back on the clock, buddy.
Brian, or not Brian, Brad now. Yeah, fuck you guys.
You got an official release.
We got the official. We got the real thing.
I do. It's not wrapped, but yeah, it's all natural. So there's nothing I'm going to say. I'll be real quick about this. So because Brad has really touched on everything about this. What's kind of interesting about this movie is I go back and forth on it. When Alan and I watched it for the first time, because I did the same thing that everybody was saying, where you're kind of like, what the fuck is this guy thinking? Like, what are you doing? Like, don't you see this? Like, how obvious this is? But at the same time, it does, these two guys, and I think it's because Alan hinted at this a little bit, it's a conversation that they had back and forth between each other constantly, so there really was no actual scripted dialogue. And so there's a certain plausibility that comes out of both of their characters. And I think that's the whole point that makes it plausible, because if it was so inconceivable that this guy, this filmmaker would actually fall for all of this serial killer's tricks, then you wouldn't really watch it, or we wouldn't be talking about it. It wouldn't be nearly as good as it is. And so it's the fact that both of these guys are flawed. Obviously, you've got one that's flawed in that he's a narcissistic, sociopathic serial killer. But you also have this other guy who's flawed enough to sort of be fallen for this other guy's sort of antics. And you can kind of almost believe it, because the way that they set it up, it's the pacing that sells this movie. Because it's all right, he does something really fucking weird, but then he goes back to normal, like really quick. So you can almost see why this guy buys it, because he does such a good job of acting, and you could tell that he's like, oh shit, this guy's weird. I got to get out. There's something wrong with this guy. And then he flips so quickly, you can kind of see that it's almost believable that he's like, all right, he's just a weird motherfucker. All right, I'll give him one more chance. All right, I'll give him one more chance. And so I don't know. It's the unpredictability. Obviously when you're watching it, if you've never seen it before, it's a found footage horror movie. But this is a great example of a horror movie where there is no gore and there is no violence for 99.99% of the movie. And you really don't know what you're watching until the end. And I thought they did a really good job between the way that they set the pacing and the escalation and the timing to get to that point. So anywhere else in the country, yes, we would all agree. I'm a little bit biased in that part of what I do for a living when I'm not watching movies is learning how to read people. So you kind of, I get why, like the side of me that's outside of work, I'd have been like, oh, that guy's got people in the basement. Where it's kind of obvious, but I don't know. They did a really good job of setting it up to make you go, what the hell is this guy thinking? But at the same time, you keep watching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure what he's thinking too is like, this guy's really vulnerable and he's really desperate. And then like the weird stuff happens and it's like, all right, let's go to lunch. They go to a public restaurant.
Right.
And that kind of lowers the guy's guard even more. He's just like, okay, he could have killed me back at the house if he wanted to kill me.
Right.
This
right.
Is just,
right.
I'm seeing, and it's that culture that they're in where they don't want to offend anybody so bad that it's like, all right, I don't want to, I don't want to be a jerk here. This guy is just different. People are different,
Right. Exactly. And think about
exactly.
And think about how often we say that. That we go, like, oh, that guy's probably a serial killer. We say it, but we don't really believe it.
Yeah.
But yet they really do exist. So I think they do a good job of bridging that gap.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we'll say, while I talk about that hunter scene, when your killer gets the camera and tells the guy to give a secret or give something you're ashamed of or whatever, and he tells a story about him pissing himself, And it's like, first of all, why are you going to tell this stranger about that on camera?
Right.
It was so fucking weird.
There's just piss all over me.
I woke up dripping in piss.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, but you know, that's what everybody in Southern California does. Go ahead and mash that like button.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm happy to see Creek popping up so much, man. Makes me happy.
Yep.
So.
Well, it's like they say, kids, don't drink the Kool-Aid. And especially don't drink the Kool-Aid at Eden Parish. That's
nice.
That was an awesome intro.
Let me take a sip of my fucking Kool-Aid. Hold on.
Yeah.
Right? Don't drink the what?
Yeah, shout out to Allie because she's the one that put me onto this. I've had it saved in my Amazon wish list for like ever, and finally I was like, all right, she said, yeah, give it a shot. It's pretty damn good, and I was like, all right, I'll buy it. This is the perfect time to do it. So I watched this last night, and yeah, it was fantastic. I mean, the acting, the directing, there's just even a simple scene with just like these guys hanging around like a picnic table. They're all sitting at a picnic table, the camera's on them, and then in the background you just have like the woods and all that, and people are just walking by, and it's just this beautiful shot, and it's so simple. And that's why Ty West is the master.
Right.
They built all these cabins for real, which I thought was cool. Greg Jones, who plays father, that whole interview that he did all of that in one take. That's how badass of an actor he is. And he's so believable as father. I mean, this guy's legit really scary because this is based off of the Jonestown, events that happened in 1978. Stuff like this really does happen. This whole cult mentality, and, promising people a better future, a better life, taking, poor people and people that are, just whatever, they've had hard times, and you take all their money, you get them to give up everything and come live in this, utopia. And it's scary because it's so real to life. Like, this stuff does happen. It has happened. And I just think they do such a good job of, because the whole beginning of the movie is you're like, this does actually seem pretty okay. I mean, they're not hurting anybody. 200 of them. They're just, living their own lives, whatever. They're, they're just doing their own thing. So it's like, whatever. But then you start to figure out like, oh, well, some people aren't necessarily allowed to, they're not allowed to leave, and they're actually kind of trapped there. I don't want to spoil the whole movie or anything, but it's so sinister when you get to that third act. It's one of the most horrific things I think I've seen. Like, this third act is brutal. I mean, it's just so,
it definitely is.
I mean, Brad talked about like, the third acts of these movies, really hitting you. This one just, takes a baseball bat to your dome.
It's very true. Yeah.
I mean, there's scenes with infants and injection and stuff like that, just it's so creepy and just it's disturbing. And I mean, I don't want to spoil the third act, but it's just, watch the movie. All the acting's great. It's shot very well. It's Ty West. He gave us X, Pearl, House of the Devil, The Innkeepers, all that stuff. And yeah, it's I was blown away by it, especially Gene Jones as the father. I mean, 'cause he sold it. I mean, he really did. And I just love the way, when they're going through the interview, and Gene Jones, the father is, very subtly like threatening the interviewer, like, oh, I heard you have a child on the way. That's great. Be a shame if anything, were to happen, just like, I don't want anything to happen to my family here. I would hate for anything to happen to yours, and just like little things like that. And just the guy who's doing the interview sells it so well, because you can tell he's legitimately worried, and he's like, this shit's not worth my unborn child's life, my wife's life, or anything like that. So, forget it, whatever, what I mean? It's just, but it's a great film. I really, really enjoyed it. And I look forward to revisiting it again soon, I'm sure, because the performances are outstanding.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice one.
All right. My 3 is a film I think that nobody talks about until somebody brings it up. And when somebody brings it up, the outpouring of love for this movie is extremely high. And that's Troll Hunter.
You bastard.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta rearrange everything.
Troll Hunter is such a good film that I don't know why nobody talks about it. I think it's a magnet release. It's been around for a bunch of years now, and again, like nobody talks about it until it's brought up. You have these, I think they're college kids that are overseas somewhere. I think they're in Norway.
Norwegian, yeah.
And there's what they think is a bear on the loose that's killing other animals and whatnot. And they're saying, these guys that have bear licenses that are hunting the bear, there's only a few people that have a bear license, and there's a poacher that is trying to take their bear from them. So these kids are trying to find this poacher, find out what his deal is, interview him, follow him. They do all that. The guy, they find him. He wants nothing to do with them. So you think he's a poacher. They continue to follow him. He still tells them, go away. I don't want to talk to you. They finally track him one night that he goes out into the woods. His trailer's fucking weak. His Range Rover, whatever, these gashes in. And when they follow him out into the woods, they hear these horrendous shrieking noises. And he comes running out of nowhere and just screams, "Troll." And it just takes off from there, really. I don't want to give too much away, but it's a fucking awesome movie. And it's not something you would really expect. You think like, trolls, like, okay, like you can see like from the cover, just the legs, like there is a troll that size in the film. And it's just such a good time that I can't recommend this one enough. And this is one that you can easily get pretty cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, Chuck, you got me on Zombie Beavers. So if you recommend Zombie Beavers, you recommend that, I'm watching them. So I'm a huge fucking fan of fucking Zombie Beavers now.
Alan,
Zombie
I'll add that to our list, Alan.
Yeah.
You'll like it, Alan.
Zombie Beavers.
Yeah, you'll love it.
Zombie Beavers was a fucking blast, dude. I've already watched it twice. So. Oh shit! I already threw you up there, Hatton. Welcome back. All right.
All right, number 3. This is quite possibly the greatest Bigfoot found footage movie ever.
Harry and the Hendersons.
2014, written and directed by Eduardo Sanchez. It's a movie called Exists. Really a lot of fun. If you haven't seen it, it's only on DVD. It is a blast. You get a lot of Bigfoot in this. Bigfoot movies, I'm a freak for. This is a homer for sure. But Bigfoot movies are kind of known for, you don't see much. You know, you might see just a glimpse or whatever. Bigfoot is prominently featured in this movie, and he does a lot of wild shit, and it's a lot of fun. Shot in 21 days. Takes place and is shot in Texas. A Bigfoot movie in Texas. Okay. You know, there's all different Bigfoot stories. Some in Louisiana, Texas, all over. Oregon, Northern California, but this is the Texas version. On the way to a vacation cabin owned by one of them, their family members, a group of friends, hit a fur-covered creature with their car, Harry and the Hendersons. But this is not quite that. But all hell breaks loose after that. Basically anything with Bigfoot in it in this movie is my favorite scene. There's a great scene where he jumps off a cliff. You know, I mean, there's all kinds of wild shit in this. I mean, what can you really say about it? It's a Bigfoot found footage movie. If you haven't seen it, definitely check it out. I don't know if you can not stream it, but this was, I don't remember where I got this. This is not the original case. It was an eco case, so I swapped it out with a solid case. It's not that old. I don't know. I got it cheap from somewhere. Maybe Hamilton. I don't remember, but it's one of the better Bigfoot movies. Also, but it's, in my opinion, the best Bigfoot found footage movie. So yeah, check it out, man.
Yeah, that one there. I just watched a couple days ago, and it was one of the ones that I was right there on the cusp, putting it at number 5. I had a good time with it.
Oh,
yeah,
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it. I just added that to my list for sure. So
yeah,
it was a good one.
That one, but I added it to my list.
If you like Bigfoot movies at all, it's a winner.
And when I watched that, I said, "I bet you. I know you're a Bigfoot guy." I said, "I bet this is gonna be on Brad's list somewhere."
Yeah, couldn't help it.
All right, my number 3 I have on. It was a DVD I used to have too, but it's Blair Witch 2, Book of Shadows.
Book of Shadows, yeah.
That's my favorite Blair Witch movie. It's just basically this guy, he makes a Blair Witch hunt tour, I believe what it is, and he kind of just it's like a set up in the woods. He has a house there where these people stay or whatever, and he kind of just tries to put on little scares for them, people that are following the Blair Witch after seeing the first movie. So it's kind of like a reality-based type found footage film, and he kind of tries to scare him a little bit, spook him a little bit, but then obviously the witch comes into play for real, and it really spooks him out. But it's been like 15 years since I've seen this movie, so I can't really describe it too well. I just remember liking it a lot, and it's one of my favorite of these type of movies. So yeah, that's pretty much it as far as I go with that.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one, man. Since I seen it in theaters back in the day. Or maybe it was on fucking VHS back in the day. But yeah, it's I haven't seen it since. I do want to go back and revisit it because I've seen the remake that came out a few years ago, or the sequel that came out a few years ago, and the original a dozen times. But I just hadn't went back to that one very much.
Yeah, everybody was hating on it back in the day because it wasn't the first movie. Again, how are they going to recreate the first film? And they did something different with it, which I really liked a lot.
I know several people they say it's what's good about it is that it is different. It is different than the original.
Yeah.
All right, so my number 3, and I'm actually excited and really surprised that this one has come up so much, whatever. But fuck, mine's The Sacrament.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
I watched this and immediately after I watched it, I ordered it from Amazon, and it came in like the next day. It came in really fast, whatever. So I was glad to get this in by the time the stream came. There's not much more I can say about it that you guys ain't already said. It's a blatant ripoff of the Guy in the Tragedy, the Jim Jones story, and I think it's interesting that the father character real name is Gene Jones.
Yeah,
well, that was just a weird coincidence. But the funny thing about this guy that plays the father, and like Anthony said, he's creepy as fuck, but he looks a spitting image of Michael James. Rest in peace. He died a long time ago, but he looks like Michael James. He walks like Michael James. He talks like him. I was like, holy fuck, that's Michael James. And I got to show it to some of my family members because it's creepy. But the guy does a fantastic job. I don't know who this fucking guy is. I don't think I've ever seen him in anything else that I'm aware of. But back when I was a kid, The Guy in the Tragedy came out. I had to look it up the year, but it came out as a TV movie with Powers Booth. I think it came out in 1980. Yeah. And I either seen it when it premiered or I seen it maybe the next year when they showed it again. But I watched it way too fucking young. That movie freaked me the fuck out back in the day. Just watching everybody drink the Kool-Aid. And they did a really cool job of that into this movie. Not to spoil anything, but fuck, it's a ripoff of the fucking Guy in the Tragedy. You have an idea what's going to happen. But they it's creepy as hell. It's done in a really cool way with the I guess found footage aspect of it, if you want to call it that. But yeah, it gets dark, man. It starts off, it's kind of slow when it starts, but when it gets dark, it gets real fucking dark. Yeah. And it's a fantastic fucking movie. It really is. It's I was really excited to see this was a Ty West film. I didn't know that after I started looking it up after I started watching it. And but yeah, it's I'm a big fan of this film here. Glad to have it in my collection, whatever. It was pretty cheap. Got it on Amazon. I mean, it wasn't much. So if you haven't seen this, it's definitely a fun watch. Stick with it. The first little bit, you're gonna be like, don't know if this is for me or not. But when it gets dark, man, it takes you there. So it's a good one. I'm really excited that other people have pulled this out. I wasn't sure if this was even going to make anybody else's list, but I'm glad it did.
Oh yeah.
But I think the matter of fact, I know it is. I think that's the first time I seen Powers Booth in anything was the guy in a tragedy, and every time I see him in anything, I get right back to seeing that experience, seeing that as a kid. That was a fucked up movie back in the day. So
he seemed like he could have a cult for real.
I love Powers Booth, man. That was my first.
He was
experience ever seeing
powerful
him.
in anything he was in.
That's probably one of the first things he's ever done. I don't know. Of course, I mean, like I say, he might have done 100 things before that. First time I ever seen him in anything, but yeah, it made an impact.
Great actor.
And it was really cool kind of experiencing that again in a different take, you know, the way they did it in this was because they did a great job with it. And it was just really cool going back to that. You know, when they start, I don't want to ruin it, everybody kind of knows what it is now. When they start pouring the glasses of Kool-Aid, I went right back to that fucking, my 9-10-year-old self watching that, you know. But it was cool. Cool experience. All right, let's catch up with the chat here. Wild Wrangler says still throwing some titles out there. All Eyes 2022. I have Spree Brian, need to watch it. Great pick.
Yeah.
I wrote it down with her because I remember when I first seen the guy from Stranger Things made me want to see it, but I hadn't seen it yet. So I put that on my list. I'm gonna check it out.
Check it out. It's fun.
Yeah. Looks like a good time.
It's an RLJE title too.
Yeah. Wild Wrangler says Charman 2019. Monkey Farm. This is I believe I have Spree on Blu-ray as part of my horror pack sub when I had it.
That sounds right.
I got my DVD at Dollar Tree, but people have seen the Blu-ray at Dollar Tree too, so it could be there.
Yeah. Oh damn, The Sacrament from Roth, another added to the wish list. Yeah, I think you'll like it, Chris. It's good. The Last Broadcast 98.
That's a good movie.
Yeah. I have that 101 Black Label. I still need to watch it. That's the one I bought 9 fucking times to get a spine number. But the American release didn't have a spine number, but the UK did. I kept getting them in from Orbit, not realizing, what the fuck? No spine number? What the hell? And I finally realized after ordering 3 fucking times, I got the right one. So only me and Tony understands. Speaking of Tony, I enjoyed House of the Devil.
Oh yeah, so good.
Alien Abduction Incident in Lake County 98. 4K Lowdown Cloverfield 2008. This is number 5 pick. Number 4 is Home Movie 2008. I would say Cloverfield, and kind of surprised Cloverfield ain't popped up yet. Water says The Frankenstein Theory 2013. Chris's number 3 is Searching, great found footage movie. I'm a fan of that one too. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Darren Messing, best role, highly rewatchable.
Yep.
Good movie.
Incident in Lake County is a reboot of the McPherson tapes. Alex says Dr. Ordinary is a legend for having that official Creep DVD. I have it as well.
He is.
And I personally think that me and Brad are legends as well for having that bootleg. I'm thinking outside the box a little bit. I think we're just throwing that out there. This is Bigfoot, the Lost Coast tapes.
Okay, there's several. There's several. Believe it or not, there are several.
Yeah.
Bigfoot found footage movies.
4K's number 3 is this. Good movie.
Yep.
Home Movie 2008, good film. Chris has never heard of Exist. Let's see. Yeah, Wild Wrangler says the Hardcore Henry 2015.
Yeah, we talked about that one. Like, is it? Isn't it?
Yeah, that's one of those ones that's kind of debatable.
Yeah, it's POV for sure, but it's
yeah. I don't really know if it qualifies. I mean, you can debate it either way, but
yeah.
It's 4K's favorite Bigfoot movie.
I could see that.
Throw these up there real fast. Wild Wrangler's got some more picks. Nightlight, Mockingbird, Evil Things 2009.
Evil Things is a good movie.
Ben Graham says, Right Lake County, the 98 film, is a reboot of McPherson tapes made for the UPN network. Same director, same story with better budget. Apocalypse Cult. Damn, Wild Wrangler, have you watched anything but found footage in the last 20 years? This is great pick, Brandon Anthony. Sounds like the Far Cry 5 game.
Yeah. It's about a cult in Montana.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I would love your list. Area 407. Unaware 2010. I own 93 found footage movies. Damn.
Damn.
That's a lot.
Wow. Okay, you win.
Right?
Yeah. I'm a fan of Megan is Missing.
Yep.
Last 10 minutes was wild.
Yeah, talk about fucking dark. You know, that's movies meant to be a cautionary tale for parents. To let them, it's almost like an after-school special, but it gets fucking dark. That last sequence, last 22 minutes.
Gizmo says, Allie, if you're here, thanks for recommending The Little Girl Who Lives Down the Lane. I had to watch it right away, and it was amazing.
Oh, I'm glad I finished that sentence. It was going downhill real quick.
It says, holy shit, 4K. I do not own that many of those. Megan is Missing is a tough watch.
For multiple reasons. The acting is heinous, but when it turns, goddamn, does it turn.
82.
And the director of that movie, he lost a daughter, the almost exact same situation. So he made the movie based on a true story, but he made it to show for parents to say, listen, this shit can happen. This can happen.
I knew it was based on a true story, but I didn't know about the director's part of it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
That makes it more creepy.
Yeah, it was really creepy. He recounts the story and everything. It's he's like, listen, I'm begging you to watch the movie because you don't think it can happen to you, and it can.
Yeah. And Waters the Troll Hunter, great. I'm gonna check it out.
It's such a
great
fun
pick, Chuck.
watch.
Yes, our Troll Hunter is very good. All right, Troll Hunter, Norwegian film from Andre. That word. I was supposed to work on it, but I believe I was taken for the TV series when they shot it. Is Gizmo and Troll Hunter? Yeah, he's the troll.
He's a troll.
That's his legs on the cover of the Blu-ray there. He's a big bitch. It's an okay film, but the movie was the biggest plot hole in it that destroys a lot for me. Middle part, when one of the students dies, it just really. Okay, just really.
It's really
bad. Otto Jesperson is also really bad casting in it, but that is only for us Norwegians who knows him. But good movie. He did Autopsy of Jane Doe after.
Which is a great movie. He's actually a Norwegian comedian. They cast a lot of comedians in it. I think that's because they were trying to blend that, humor and thriller and horror together. So
right. And that's something else interesting that you mentioned, that The Visit. They actually filmed one version of that with nothing but comedy. Filmed another version with nothing but horror, and then he filmed another that had a mix of both. And I don't know if he just edited all that in, but I did read that somewhere.
Yeah, that's how he pitched it to the studios. Is apparently he would pitch all three versions, and it was the one in the middle that eventually Jason Blum liked the most.
Right.
Yeah, I just heard
I had to check out Exists, Brad. A++ Brad exists.
It's a winner.
Yeah, great pick for Brian for 3. Good, Brian.
Good boy. Good boy. Stay.
Apartment 143, 2011. Blair Witch 2 had a hard production. Yeah, I love the mask and crate. Reminds me of that wolf creature from Neverending Story. It's so creepy.
Yeah.
Peach Fuzz, man. It's so fucking weird when he pulls that mask out. It's so weird. Alex says, I am loving all the love between being shown for the sacrament. It's such a hidden gem. It really is. It was a hidden gem for me. I just discovered it this week, and I'm a fan of it. I will go back to it again. Brian, I like Blair Witch too. I think they think I'm crazy.
A lot of Blair Witch love too.
Yeah. Just ordered Sacrament in the house October built. Yep, great stuff. I'm putting diapers on Mindy right now. She is not happy.
I told you this was going downhill.
Alice said to Gizmo, I did recommend that movie. I've never even heard of it, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. I thought it was you. Someone did in the chat when I did show on Pop Stream. Well, it was great. I recommend it. Skinwalker Ranch 2013.
Yeah, it's another one I missed. I heard a lot about it, but I hadn't seen it.
Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah, it's a UFO thing.
Yeah.
Just makes you think of Skywalker Ranch.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
but
that's
as
the
a
first
porn.
thing popped in my mind. All right, we are moving right along, y'all. On our number 2 pick.
Looks like I'm renaming the movie room Skinwalker Ranch. So I'm kind of surprised that this movie hasn't come up yet because we've talked a little bit about it. I think it was mentioned in the chat. My sort of like love-hate relationship with found footage is because of it's got to be, I don't know, it's got to be believable. Part of me, like when Blair Witch came out and it's all found footage really kind of started getting its resurgence, was why in these situations are these people still filming anything? It was always been sort of like something that stuck with me. Like, it makes no sense. And when I saw this movie, I was like, okay, here's a found footage movie that's a found footage horror movie that's scary, it's suspenseful, and it makes sense to why somebody would still hold on to a camera somewhat reasonable in a situation. And it's Wreck. So for those of you that have not seen this movie, this is the original version. Shot, there's a quarantine. I have it right here. Is probably what a lot more people in the States are familiar with. This is the U.S. remake of the same exact movie, shot for shot, basically. And so there's always a lot of controversy about which of these is better. And it's a weird thing to me to debate because it's almost literally shot for shot. So it's just kind of like, to me, they each stand alone because of that. The premise of this is there's a news reporter. She's a news reporter. She's not like mainstream. She clearly works for like just your local TV news. And she has her own little segment that she does. And it's at night. It's like what happens at night while you're sleeping. And so she's with a local fire department. And she's like, we're just going to follow these firefighter guys around at night so you can see what they do. Well, they get sent on a call and they end up in an apartment building. And that's kind of when things start to go downhill. There's clearly something wrong with one of the tenants, and it quickly you're not sure if it's like a zombie movie, but then they all get locked inside the building. What makes this movie great, especially this version of it, is the fact that these are not well-known actors. It's not well scripted. It's not shot with a lot of budget and money behind it. So it really comes off of like what you would expect from your local TV news station, your production. And when things start to go downhill, the actress that plays the lead TV reporter, she does a great job at balancing both being like a normal terrified person with somebody who realizes that something's happening that needs to be documented. And they do such an amazing job in this movie at making you buy into found footage of something that is clearly not plausible. The differences between these, this is a great example. So in this film, the main actress, she is amazing. And so this is what makes found footage not work. For as much as I like her, and the main actress in this one is Jennifer Carpenter. For those of you that don't know, that didn't watch Dexter when it was on TV, this is Dexter's sister, right? So when you're watching this movie, all you're seeing is an actress. You're seeing Dexter's sister, and that really detracts from it. You're also seeing a lot of clearly choreographed, very scripted scenes. The escalation in this and the suspense stems from the fact that it is so it feels so raw and unscripted. The only thing I don't like about this movie, the only difference between these two movies is clearly something's infecting these people, and it's the ending. And this one's got a much more, I don't want to ruin either one for anybody if they haven't seen it, but this one has a much more supernatural feel, and this one has a much more biological feel. And of course, I have a proclivity towards that. But I like the ending of this one for where this infection is coming from. Speaking of, we've talked about before, like, remakes versus originals. If anybody's never seen the remakes of The Crazies, the one that has Timothy Olyphant that stars, which I think is actually maybe a better version of the original Crazies. Yeah. I always thought that was such a well done movie. And I remember thinking like this movie is, if you take the intensity of The Crazies and lock people in a building, this is what you get. And that's why this movie works so well. So if you've never seen it, it's on Shudder. I'm pretty sure. I'm sure it's streaming other places. You can watch it with English subtitles. You don't want to watch it dubbed. Watch it because you're going to lose part of it. You're going to want to watch it, and it's an original broadcast, but it's worth it. And Quarantine by itself too is definitely worth a watch. It's a fun movie. It's just it loses a little bit of the found footage feel to it.
The authenticity, the authentic.
Exactly. Yeah. Great point.
Yeah, I watched the Quarantine in theaters, and I'm with you. I do like Rick better. So a lot of good points there.
Well, I really hope you guys are ready to have a grave encounter.
I love that one.
This is such, I'll tell you right now, one of the hardest like subgenres or whatever to get right is comedy horror, like that genre, that blend. And this movie does it so well. It starts out as like just kind of this mockumentary style thing where these guys are going around, and they go to this abandoned mental facility, mental hospital, and they're just interviewing people and getting, they're like talking to like the guy who like, upkeeps the place and makes sure, it stays somewhat clean or whatever, the groundskeeper. And so, he's like, oh yeah, I hear like scary sounds sometimes from there. And then they go and they talk to like the gardener guy. And they're like, oh, have you ever heard anything spooky, any loud screams or anything disturbing? And the gardener, is like, no, I've never heard anything like that at all. No, nothing scary. And so he's like, okay, cut. All right, if I give you $20, will you say that you heard something? And then they roll it again. He's like, oh, yes, I've heard scary things coming from there, like echoing from the, echoing from the hallways of the institution, and it's so fun because the first half of the movie, it's kind of just like a comedy. I mean, it's really legit funny. I love the guy, Houston Gray, who plays the medium, who can like detect ghosts and spirits and stuff. He's like kind of pretending to be this medium, and then they lock themselves in this mental hospital, and the guy chains up the door and everything, and they're like, okay, in 8 hours I'll come see you in the morning and get you out of here. And they set up cameras all over the place, and they got all their fancy EMF readers and recorders that can hear special ghosts talk, when ghosts speak or whatever, they can play it back and hear it, and all this fancy equipment. And then it starts to get really serious because, all of a sudden the girl that's there, her hair gets played with by like a real ghost. And like just these little things, a wheelchair subtly moves, the door slams, and starts to it ramps up the tension. And then it just starts to become real. And these guys start getting super freaked out, and they're like, okay, we gotta get the fuck out of here. We got enough footage. It was fun. Time to go. So they're like, okay, let's go. They break the door down, they open it up or whatever, and all of a sudden they open the doors and it just leads to more hallways in the institution. And then you start to realize they're not going anywhere. They're permanently trapped in this mental institution, and they just keep trying to find different ways to get out. Oh, maybe we'll try going, oh, there's a sign that says exit. They open the exit, like emergency exit. They open the emergency exit. Nothing. Just more hallways. They try to go to the roof. It's just a wall. You can't even get to the roof anymore. So they're just trapped in this mental institution. And it is so scary and so freaky. And the guy that is pretending to be a medium is like, oh, I sense a disturbance. And the other guy's like, dude, enough of that fucking bullshit. Are you crazy? We're stuck.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Right. Enough of the act, man. And there's just some great scenes. Like I love the scene where the hands are all coming down from the ceiling, and when it gets scary, it gets legit scary. And I just love it. Like I said, it's difficult to blend comedy and horror together, and I think this movie does so well. And the cast is excellent. I mean, they're all great. So Grave Encounters. Definitely check this one out if you haven't seen it. And I'm pretty sure this is a bootleg. Because I looked at this thing and I was like, Look at the way that looks.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's legit, man. That's legit.
Oh yeah. But I'll tell you what, it's a great bootleg. It looks phenomenal. So yeah, definitely check out Graving.
Piece of shit.
I love that movie. It's a great movie, and it's a great movie because at the height of when I don't remember what they were like. One was on Sci-Fi. I think it was called like Ghosted Hunters, and then there was like another one on TLC that was. And I remember watching these shows. They're kind of like guilty pleasure shows, but the whole time you're watching them, you're like, you know, these guys are actual just douchebags. Like when they're and so it's kind of like they started off almost like near like suable, so it's so obvious that they're playing it right off the Ghost Hunters, like it could be considered like copyright infringement. And they're just totally making them assholes, and you're like, oh yeah, let's take these guys because you know that's what they're really like and put them in a real situation. And it's fun. It's a great example of a horror movie that has its great jump scares, but at the same time, it's still fun.
Yeah, and it's like you said, it's the lead guy is the biggest douchebag tool in the world.
Yeah, and
he plays it so well. It's hilarious.
And if you go back and watch,
scary at the same time.
I think it's Ghost Adventures, but it's almost. I mean, it's the way his hair is, his voice. It's almost identical, and I'm like, oh damn.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to see him, but look at this fucking douchebag.
Yeah, he looks just like him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me check that one out. Yeah, good pick.
Not like Gizmo at all.
Yeah, not even a little bit.
That does like fucking Gizmo on that picture there.
Well, number 2 for me, Dr. ED over there is Little Thunder. But
yeah.
Yep.
You can't go talk about found footage movies without RAC or RAC, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But with the thing I love about this movie, because Ryan said enough about it already, but the fact that it's in a building, they're trying to figure out what the hell is going on. The police surround the building, seal it off, threaten them about trying to leave without saying they're basically going to kill them, but just tell them do not attempt to leave, get away from the windows, all of that. The film goes on. It's only 78 minutes. The intensity just continues to build throughout the whole thing, and it's just so well done. And if this is a film you've not seen, this is from the Scream Factory box set. There was a separate Blu-ray originally released from it. I think it might have been an import. I had it. I got rid of it when the Scream Factory box
Arrow. I think, I was just gonna say, I think it was Arrow. Yeah,
it might have been Arrow. It's been a long time, but this is one that it just needs to be seen, and you need to own it if you don't.
You know what's cool? You're so right. It's like the intensity, and a lot of people. I think I was talking to somebody else about this movie, and they're like, "Oh, well, it's hard to watch with like subtitles." Like, that does not take away from the intensity of this movie at all.
No,
you feel this movie regardless of whether or not you're not watching it in your native language.
Right. I mean, I know people don't like a lot of the subtitle things because instead of focusing on the movie, they're looking down here, trying to read them and whatnot. But when you start the movie, you're sitting back on your couch like this, and as the movie goes on, you just start getting closer and closer on watching it, because the intensity just keeps going. And there's really no lulls in the movie. There's like no filler, which is why I mentioned the 78 minutes thing. It's only 78 minutes because once it gets going, you've got the beginning interview that the reporter is doing with the fire department
at the firehouse,
filming a late night TV show. What happens when you're sleeping, about the life of a firefighter. So they're not always running to put out fires. A lot of times there's a lot of downtime and like what they do during that time and what happens when they go out on a call. And the call they go out on was that somebody, like an old person, needed to be like rescued. That was like the call that they went. And when they got to the building, everybody was acting really frantic. It's like, okay, calm down. The police were there, and it just kind of goes from there. And I don't think that was more than 15 minutes when it actually starts going. And as soon as it starts going, like I said, the intensity just continues to rank up, and there's just no slowing down, and then bam, it's over, and you're like, holy shit.
Yeah, it's great. I had no idea that movie is only 78 minutes. I can't tell you how many times I've seen it, and that I guess it just like leads credence to how intense it really is.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the other thing with Quarantine. Quarantine doesn't have that. Wreck is this just constant escalation of intensity, almost to the point that you don't even need to read the subtitles. You're just like holy shit, what's going on with these people?
Right. It's not dialogue heavy anyway. It
really isn't. No, it's it's not.
Just a lot of screaming back and forth, and just people just literally just scared out of their minds, just rambling, screaming.
Chuck, you had it like a great way. It really is an edge of your seat movie, because that's exactly what you end up doing. You're like,
yeah, if you're sitting there, you kick the seat on the couch and you start watching it. By the time you're 25, 30 minutes in, you're literally sitting on the edge of your seat like this.
Yep.
Yeah. Just when it slows down a little bit, a fucking body will fall. From the
right, exactly.
Down.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's a good one.
This is not my number 2 or my number 1, but this is the Arrow release.
Oh, nice.
So if you haven't seen the movie, that doesn't interest you. I mean, I don't know. You must be dead, but definitely check it out.
You must be dead.
My number 2, either one of these could have been number 1. I love both of these. I have a copy of this, but it's in storage, not anywhere near here. And it was so cheap. I figured I just ordered a second copy. It got stuck in Detroit, coming from Florida to Ohio. It's in Detroit. How that makes sense, I don't know, but USPS knows. It hasn't been mentioned. Wild Wrangler has not seen this one, apparently, because of the 400 movies he's recommended, this was not on it. And like I said, this could easily be my number 1. I fucking love this movie. It's a movie called Hangman.
Oh, it's a great movie.
This is a badass movie.
You won't sleep at night. I don't care who you think
I
you
haven't
are.
seen them added to the list.
You will not sleep at night.
Alan, there's one with a slip available on eBay for like $15. I'd grab it before somebody else does because I know you're going to need the slip for it. This movie kicks all kinds of fucking ass. It's very reasonable to buy. I'd recommend anybody blind buying it. Let me get to my notes here. 2015, written and directed by Adam Mason. Again, another location, it's pertinent to the location, takes place and shot in Los Angeles, California. And the characters reflect that. One of it's a husband and wife and their 2 kids. The husband is what you would think. The wife is from Britain. They're not into firearms. Again, the killer, what it is the movie follows a serial killer who co-inhabits the homes of his victims. And he chooses them very carefully. And again, right away, these people are not into firearms. That's a point to one of the things he looks for. I don't want to spoil it, but I am a sucker for this kind of thing where, somebody's, co-inhabiting a house and the owners are not aware of it for whatever reason. I love that shit. So if that happens, I'm in. It's like one of those people that eat chalk or electrical tape and they don't know why they do it. That's me with those movies. If somebody's living inside the walls, I don't give a fuck what it is. I'm watching it. So this is one of those examples. The killer is extremely well drawn. That's another big factor into this. He is totally fucking insane, utterly disgusting, this guy. Think about it. He's living inside these people's homes. He doesn't have access to the shower, nothing. He's just waiting for people to go to sleep, and then he fucks with them. He makes the most of his opportunities. It is bizarre. It's nothing explained. It's crazy as hell. That just happened.
Thank you for shopping with us.
Yeah. The family dynamic, the family he chooses, with the husband being this worthless, weakling type guy, it's all carefully done. Like you see the beginning of the movie, how it starts, and he does research and all these other things. Like I said, I don't want to. The husband is about as hazardous as the quadriplegic.
Yeah.
So, the whole, they're in extreme danger from the beginning the movie starts because there's kids in the house. He can't protect them. The wife is she's British again, that firearms are not a thing. And I don't know, like I said, it is so effective. It is so crazy. The killer is so fucking nuts. The shit he does. He goes downstairs at one point, and there's this whole recurring bit with the orange juice. Who keeps leaving the orange juice out? And then it shows him get the orange juice out. And he takes a big drink of the orange juice, and he just like starts spitting it back into the fucking jug. Like, he's nasty as fuck. I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to spoil it. My favorite scene is anything with the killer in it, especially the breakdown, found footage again. It's all about the breakdown, the last 10 minutes or whatever. When the movie finally breaks loose, it goes fucking crazy. It's fast. The nickname, you understand why. Like when you're watching the movie, you're like, Hangman.
Right.
Why the fuck is he called the Hangman? It's not really. It doesn't seem. It is until the end where you find out he really lives up to the nickname. It all pays off. I said I don't want to spoil it for anything. This could easily have been my number one. This is, like I said, if you take one of my recommendations there, that's the one I would recommend anybody see.
And what's so surprising about this movie is it's not. You want to feel like it's supposed to be slow paced, but you're so intrigued by the dynamic that like it's just they're so ineffectual, this family, compared to this guy who is just so fucking crazy.
He's crazy as hell, and he wants the tension to be ratcheted up among people.
Yeah, and so it's there could be no ending, and you would just keep watching because there's just such this dynamic between these two. Like it's so dichotomous between this family of Brad Pitt. Like he's like wet paper towel. That's about what the father's word. Compared to this guy who's he's living in somebody's walls. It's fantastic.
The character, like I said, is so well written and dynamic, and the character during this whole process, he's doing all this stuff. You can see whenever it cuts back to him, sometimes he's having a fucking breakdown.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, he's losing it. Yeah,
he's losing it. He's trying to keep it together. He's like, oh wait a minute, I got to keep it together so I can finish what I'm doing here.
Right.
And he's having a breakdown, screaming in the pillows and stuff. I mean, it is. And once you start that movie, you can't stop it. The reason I would say blind buy it because it is so cheap. You're going to want to own it, but you can. I think I saw it was on YouTube also. Not the greatest quality, but
it's hard. It's hard to find streaming because when I was doing the research for this, I was trying to find it. I don't know. It might be streaming somewhere, but it's hard to find.
I couldn't find it streaming anywhere. I ended up watching it on YouTube twice.
I know. I saw that it's on YouTube, but it's worth a blind buy. You will not regret it. Not this movie.
No, definitely not. It's so inexpensive. That's why I say just blind buy it. It's under $10.
It's one of those movies, like a lot of movies I have what I call the 15-minute rule. Like if I'm not really like pulled in within the first 15 minutes, in this movie, you're like, well, I don't care what happens. Like if nobody gets murdered, I got to finish this shit. I got to see where this guy's going. He's a train wreck. Like as a serial killer, he's like, God damn, I got to kill 3 people. My dude, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
It's out there, man. It's good.
Well, I got it for $16.01 after shipping. So
with the slip.
With the slip.
Yeah.
I told you that slip was bought before we were finished off.
The funny thing is, I didn't even look. Brad probably has it for sale on eBay. And I probably just bought it.
I got 50 of them for sale on eBay.
Now, he just sold it for a lot more than fucking $14.99.
My number 2 is going to be playing off of Ryan here, but Cannibal Holocaust.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is
great
first.
release.
That's a great fucking release, man.
Hell yeah.
That is a great, yeah.
But yeah, it's just the lost documentary film that was found, and where was it? New Guinea or something? I don't know.
Colombia.
It used to be New Guinea. Colombia. It's supposed to be New Guinea. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Just shit crazy. Love it. I don't know. You touched on like everything, so I don't really know what to say about it.
It's hard to follow. It's also hard to follow Ryan.
It is. He goes deep into
you
it.
have to anticipate his picks and try to go ahead of him.
That, and I didn't get a chance to watch like any of these. So. But yeah, I was debating on another title, but I wasn't sure if it was found footage for my number 2. But so I just chose Cannibal Holocaust.
Can't be.
What's funny, that image right there, when the early days of the internet, early days of computers, whatever, there was a thing that people were passing around in like the early chat rooms and stuff, whatever. It was the name of the picture was called Pole Girl. And it was basically that image right there, and everybody was trying to make everybody think it was a real image that somebody took, and they were passing it around the internet. You know, and
Like
back then I didn't realize it was from that movie, whatever, and I didn't know any better. This is like mid-90s, you know, and it was a viral thing going around these early shitty chat rooms. It was on the early internet.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you click on something and it would just bring you to that.
Definitely looks real.
Oh, it wasn't real?
All right. Sorry, I was busy shopping, but I'll get back to my notes here. All right. So we're going to go, and I ain't got a lot to say about this because it's hard to think it's the third time it's come up. My number 2 is The Visit. I just rewatched this afternoon for probably the 5th time. I watched it again a few months ago, but I wanted to watch it again to be fresh for the stream. I love this fucking movie. I really do. And I understand what Gizmo said in the chat that the rapping is really just pain in the ass, and it is throughout the movie. I do like it at the end. But when this movie grabs me is when these 2 kids are underneath the house and they're playing hide and seek.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the fucking grandma comes fucking bad out of hell hauling ass underneath this house on all fours. You know, you got this old decrepit grandma, and all of a sudden she's just like a fucking cat running around this fucking house. And when the kids finally get away from her, get out from under the house, the grandma's like, well, I'm gonna go inside and make chicken pot pie. She turns around and she's fucking just assed out. Dresses over to the side and just full ass chick hanging out. The kid's like, what the fuck was that? And as soon as that happens there, I'm invested in the rest of the fucking movie. And there's so many weird, great shots like that. Like, you know, the original name of this movie was called Sundowner or whatever, which is the disease this lady has, where she goes fucking batshit crazy at night. We'll refer to the doctor in more details. But some of the shit that she does is just like, I mean, the kid opens the door and grandma's outside scratching the fucking wall, just butt ass, bookie ass naked. And he says the story, he says, I'm blind. And it's just, there's so much, you know, like Anthony was saying earlier, the comedy and the horror mixed together. This movie is a fucking perfect example of done right. And there's so many fucking great shots. Like when the kid goes into the fucking barn, or maybe it was, I don't remember, maybe it was a daughter. And the fucking old man sitting there fucking with a shotgun to his fucking mouth.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just cleaning it. You know, it's like, what the fuck was that? But I mean, my wife came in about 20 minutes in. By the time the grandma was running through the fucking playing hide and seek, and she ended up watching the whole movie with it. And she's like, what the fuck is this? And she really liked it. So like, I'm really getting my wife to watch more horror movies, which really excites me. We just finished, a little side note, we just finished part 4 on the Friday the 13th series. So I'm getting her through all the Friday the 13th. I'm going to try to ease her into Nightmare after that, hopefully.
She liking them?
She's loving them so far.
Cool.
So I'm pretty excited about that. But yeah, she enjoyed this one. I love this fucking movie. There's so many things about it that I want to talk about that's already been talked about. But it's a good movie. Y'all haven't seen it, man. This is a really good movie for M. Night. Just a few other little facts here that haven't been brought up. Well, this has been brought up a little bit, but I'll just go over it real fast. The first time since The Village to not receive a Razzie nomination for Worst Picture, Worst Director, or Worst Screenplay. This is the third M. Night movie in which he does not make a cameo. The others are Wide Awake and After Earth. I don't think I've seen Wide Awake.
That's true.
And he says here they use his fee from the science fiction adventure movie After Earth to self-produce the film. In his own words, this was an attempt to regain artistic control after his recent movies had been denied final cut and were even taken away from him in post-production. And of course, the film's working title was Sundowning. I said that. But yeah, it's a fun movie. And just a little side note, whatever, Ryan, I got the slip, buddy. I know you don't
got it.
And that big stupid ass fucking sticker from Best Buy there, which I hate.
Let me get on
you talk to Tony. He knows how to get those stickers off. That
I have to get with Tony on that. It drives me crazy.
That's
you know what else I forgot to mention about that movie though, that because it really kind of stuck with me, is that in terms of like his storytelling, something that actually really contributes to it a lot is that relationship between the sister and the brother. They're in this situation where the dad left. There's a big part of the story. It's a big part of the story that's told very little, is the fact that the reason why their mother hasn't talked to her parents is because you're not really sure exactly what happened, but clearly she left home, she married some guy, they didn't like that idea, and then that's the children's father, and eventually he left. And so what you have is you have the sister who helps the brother these coping mechanisms about dealing with the fact that his father abandoned the family. And so there's this emotional element that only very few people, maybe one other person will mention in the future, but that M. Night can really bring into a horror movie that really gets you invested in these characters in a horror movie that's got comedy involved. And so there's these very brief little scenes where the brother is clearly having sort of a meltdown that you can tell has to do with that stems out of the fact that this father abandoned the family. And it's so subtle, but it adds to the overall quality of the film so much that you really you get invested in it. And you get invested in, again, I go back to this, but the whole idea just on the surface of a found footage movie to me is just kind of ridiculous. It's like, oh, somebody picked up a camera and we're just going to like follow along. But you forget that in those scenes that you're seeing a found footage movie when you're seeing these two kids, and they really are kids in this very, very emotional and very vulnerable state. And it just kind of, although it's less than probably a minute in the whole film, it really ties the whole thing together. So
Tyler did really well, man. Yeah. When motherfucker was playing Yahtzee, he's the fucking Yahtzee master. Well, he's like, oh, it takes 10 years to get that title. And then she starts just mowing those fucking cookies. So, no. And that shouldn't work. That shouldn't be interesting. But I'm watching this like a fucking idiot going, Jesus Christ, that's fantastic.
Right.
You don't know.
It's funny, too. Those two kids are both in Better Watch Out, too.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Well, like Ryan was saying about the found footage and, at some point you'd put the camera down. A lot of the most effective ones where it's like you wouldn't put the camera down, like Cloverfield.
Right.
You would be like, well, shit, I've got the camera already for this stupid party we're doing.
Yeah.
This is some wild shit. I'm going to film it.
Oh yeah.
Right. And a really ingenious way of doing that is in VHS 2. And I was talking to Brad about this earlier. Is when the guy gets turned into a zombie, he's got a fucking GoPro on, and so you're watching this dude turn into a fucking zombie, and that totally explains the camera aspect.
Right.
And you're watching all this shit happen through the eyes of a fucking zombie. It's fucking fantastic.
Oh, yeah. And imagine how much money you could make if you recorded that whole Cloverfield incident. It's like, I'm going to record because I know if I survive this thing, I'm going to make a shitload of money.
Right.
With this recording. So I'm like,
in the movie Hangman, I mentioned, I forgot to mention one of the parts that's most interesting is the camera work is from the killer. Right. He's carrying the camera. Mm-hmm. It's his footage. That's another twist to it,
Yeah.
All
right, let's get caught up on the chat here. 4K's number 2 is Grave Encounters. I have more and more pops.
Bring them.
Yeah, Grave Encounters.
Take
good.
Any recommendations.
Chrissy says, great pick, Doc. Yep, I need to get that Wreck and watch it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Wreck would have been my number 1.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, it's good.
I've only seen Wreck and Wreck 2. I think I've only seen the first 2 also. I got that same box set up there, but I've only seen the first 2.
Wreck 2 is good quality too.
Good. It really Wreck is freaking amazing in Cannibal Holocaust. I will say Dr. Ordinary gets 8 out of 10 from me so far. 2- for comparing Wreck with that poop remake.
Origin.
Number 2 is Paranormal Activity, one of the greatest screams of film history to me. Also, the Ouija board scene is awesome and creepy.
Yeah.
What in the name of goofballs is that sexy hot Rick release you're holding in your hand there? It's from Scream Factory. Please don't tell me it's out of print. I'd actually seen that when I was listening to you earlier. I looked it up, Gizmo. It's still available on Scream Factory's website for like $48. Mm-hmm. So anyway, it's still there. It's still there. I actually got mine from Walmart back in the day.
Sometimes it goes on sale for like $30 too.
Yeah,
but it's still readily
you can
available.
get it for a really good deal sometimes if you just wait. Yeah.
Okay, Wreck is basically what Quarantine should have been. Great pick, Doc.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Wreck's on Prime. Love Grave Encounters, Anthony. Great pick.
Yes.
Yeah, Wreck also worked well because it's shot on a TV camera, so the focus is pumping a lot. You're always a bit distorted, so you never see anything. Yeah, Chris, they're wannabe ghost hunters. That's what makes the found footage work so good.
So, it's so funny. It's so funny, man.
Gizmo said they tried the same in Hollywood, but they failed when they had a focus puller pushing the focus all the time in and out. Looks and feels fake.
A lot of people say that about Quarantine is that and he's right. It doesn't look found footage. It looks Hollywood produced found footage.
Chris says, one more honorable mention. Followed. I did a YouTube short on that, very underrated. I have a Grave Encounters DVD slipcover.
Oh, nice.
Flex.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Chris says, there's a 10th anniversary Blu-ray of Grave Encounters.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm telling you, man, this has got to be a bootleg. I've never even heard of this company either. This giant whatever. I'm like, what the fuck? It looks pretty good though.
Jerry's House of Blu-rays.
And it does have special
bootlegs 102.
It does have special features too. But yeah.
All right, Gizmo said, Mindy say I should give me fuck.
What?
I got fucking tick. Y'all give me a sec. I got fucking tickled. I couldn't talk. All right.
Take a breath.
All right. Mindy says I give Anthony 8 points also, but I am not agreeing with her because of Paranormal Activity. Great pick, Chuck. Yep, need to check out Rick. Then Rec 2 picks it right after the first.
Yeah.
Rec 2 is
really hey man, I want it with a slipcover.
That's a good point, by the way, too, for talk about like sequels. That's what's really kind of cool about Rec is, I mean, it's right there.
Those are the best kind that just they take right.
Right, it's right away. You're not like 10 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris, I think Brad said that you could get it on YouTube, but the quality wasn't great. I think that's what he said.
It's not the best, but it's still good.
Great pick as always, Brad.
Yep.
Holland says, looks like Tubi. Chris, a lot of those are on Tubi.
Yeah, Tubi's a great source for horror.
Yeah. Quarantine 2 is not found footage, but it's a very good sequel. It's all the conspiracy on Tubi. Cool shit. Hangman villain has pantyhose on his head.
Yeah.
Tiana Liz Moves, what's going on?
Hey,
Appreciate you being here. Saying hey to Tiana. Hangman is on Freevee. Yeah, Freevee is Amazon's version of Tubi, basically. Got a lot of good shit on there.
Check it out.
It's Amazon Prime's version of Tubi. Basic Blues says, I still need to watch Cannibal Holocaust. Yeah, that's right up your alley, man. I think you'll like it.
The love.
Yep. Went to court.
I forgot to show the best artwork, too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah. Nice pot with the slips. Awesome, great pick. John Doe says, I'm currently watching The Visit for the first time because of you guys. Thanks, I'm digging it.
It's solid. Dude.
Awesome, man. Let me know what you think about it. Digging up the Marrow 2014.
That's
a good one.
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, Adam Green from Hatchet.
Yep.
Spicy 4K action. What's up, everyone? Can't say, but wanted to say hi. Appreciate it, man.
Hey, Spicy.
Cool.
Yeah, nice.
Say hey to Spicy. All right, Allie here. It makes me so happy that you and your wife have been watching and enjoying horror movies together. Yeah, it's anybody that knows my wife and Ryan can attest to this. Yeah, we talked her into watching a couple. I think the first one we talked her into watching was fucking Slither, which watch Slither. That's a lot for somebody that don't watch horror. I know she's in the back row, about 2 rows of the theater here, the movie room. Me and Ryan's in the front, and them two are in the back, whatever. And all I hear is my wife back there just sound like the woman in the movie just won't hush. You know, oh my God, what the hell?
What she say when they're like,
yeah,
she's like, they're fucking.
I'll never forget.
She said a lot. She didn't stop talking the whole movie.
It was before I met Alan. I just started dating my wife, and we went to a movie. I can't remember. I think we went and saw A Quiet Place, and I was talking about how much I loved horror movies, and that's pretty much my thing. And my now wife said, "Oh, you're gonna love my best friend's friend or husband. You're gonna make him so happy. He's finally gonna have somebody he can watch horror movies with."
Yeah, because all my kids had already moved out and stuff. So yeah,
this is probably the best slipcover that one of the best.
Absolutely,
I would agree with you on that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I would agree with you hands down.
Yeah,
it's such a great movie.
Yeah, I got
such
the
a big
poster
fan of that movie.
Too. Hell yeah.
Greystone Park 2012. Chris says, I just ordered The Visit 2 and got it. Damn, need to see the greatness then.
It's a good one.
the St. Francisville experiment. I think he's making some shit up at this point. He could be saying shit. He's just making shit up. And we're, oh yeah, I need to watch that. I'll be online. God damn, I can't find it nowhere.
The Left Shoe Diaries. Oh yeah, that sounds great.
The Wicksburg incident.
The One Nut Killer.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one around.
Yeah, the zombie GoPro is best zombie found footage ever. Yeah, it was awesome. Dark Mountain 2013, Chasing the Devil 2014. All right.
Pops, real quick, I just get this out there. My phone's about to die, so I'm gonna flip phones. So I'm popping off. Just let me.
Yeah,
back.
man.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure, man.
Do your thing, man. All right, we're gonna move on to our number one. We got a while before we get back to Chuck. He should probably be back by then. So here we are, guys. Number one pick.
Ooh. All right,
the one that counts.
Here we go. My number one pick, it really highlights my love-hate relationship with the found footage genre. This is a movie that I watched that I expected to hate. I went into this movie. I actually saw this movie by myself in the theater. I think nothing else was playing. I was like, all right, I'll see it. After a lot of other found footage films that had been in the early 2000s, I was not expecting to like it. I was expecting to hate it 100%. It's from 2008, directed by Matt Reeves, written by Drew Goddard, who went on to direct one of my absolute all-time favorite movies, Cabin in the Woods. And that's 2008's Cloverfield.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Absolutely love this movie. It's a true cinema verite style, which is truth and storytelling. It's a J.J. Abrams movie, and you really get all of J.J. Abrams' sort of inspiration and sort of hints of his ability to tell a story infused through the characters. I really feel like he's a storyteller, kind of like Sam Raimi. But starring T.J. Miller, his first film, who went on to star in a lot of other things, including Deadpool, and then created a whole lot of controversy for himself. Lizzie Chaplin, Jessica Lewis, who was in the 2013 Evil Dead. Thank you very much. But the whole premise of this story is it's
another Sam Raimi reference. This is about the ninth one.
It's a group of thank you, Brad. It's a group of 20-something kids, right? And they get together and they're having a party. Because there's one guy that's about to leave. He's moving away for a job. And the whole setup to this thing, the whole time I'm watching this, I'm like, I remember watching this in the theater thinking, I already hate it. Because to me, it felt like, again, why are people filming things? And remember, this movie is coming out in 2008, right? We sort of take it for granted now that everything is filmed and everything is put on Instagram and YouTube. And you can't really do anything without there sort of being this sort of hanging over your head that it can be filmed and it can be put out there and you can be caught with it. So to me, this is J.J. Abrams sort of being very ahead of his time in the fact that he's putting out this movie about how we film everything, right? So this guy's got a cam. So it's not filmed on his phone, but he's got a camera. And at even one point in time when things start to get very intense, T.J. Miller, the main character, says, we've got to record this because people need to see how things went down, which is the exact point that Brad made. And that's what really sells this movie. And that's what makes it believable as a found footage movie, is that something's happening that is extraordinary and phenomenal. And he recognizes that people are going to want to know whether he survives it or not. I don't want to give anything away. If people haven't seen this movie, they need to see this movie. This movie has what I call the Jaws effect. So essentially they're in New York City. Something starts to happen and they all need to try to evacuate the city. And it's a found footage movie that incorporates something that was kind of unheard of at the time, and that's a monster. It's not a zombie. It's not a virus that infects somebody. It's not anything else. It's not a serial killer movie. It's a good old fashioned monster movie. And the monster shows up in this movie for probably less than 3 minutes, just like Jaws. So the whole idea is that this thing that you don't see is what is inspiring this fear. the biggest thing about this movie that I can say is that it's kind of like what we were just talking about with The Visit, is that underlying this movie, although it's got a monster in it, which of course has got its own cheesy component, it's got found footage, which is in its degree its own cheesy component. And it's not got just a big monster. It's got these other monsters that show up in a subway and things that can infect people. It's this underlying, very emotional, very humanistic, very personal story about this guy who's about to make this major life change, that's realizing that he needs to reevaluate himself personally and emotionally and get back to this person that he actually loves. And so it's that drive that lends to these characters' motivation that really kind of gets you. And so you've got this great horror movie, and you got this tension that sort of hallmarks along with this emotional need. The other thing that's really interesting about this, and it goes back to J.J. Abrams, is it's first-person found footage. So a lot of the other found footage is it's people wearing GoPros, it's other people filming. This is T.J. Miller holding the camera, and majority of it you're actually seeing it through his lens. It's very shaky. He's J.J. Abrams would purposefully, and the director would trip the cameraman to make it more realistic. I don't know. I feel like it's a found footage that's way ahead of its time. But the last word on it, and I promise I'll shut up about it, is its rewatchability. So if you think about found footage, once the cat's out of the bag, once you've sort of had the twist and the ending, you're done. You've known it, right? And so there's a lot of great movies out there, especially horror movies, that you can watch again and again and again, that you're like, all right, well, I already kind of know what's going to happen. Found footage is very unique in that there's a lot of them that once you've sort of seen the twist and you've sort of seen that third act, that's it, you're done. You're like, that was a great movie, but I'm done. You could watch this movie again and again and again, and it doesn't lose anything each time you watch it. And I think that by itself stands alone. So my number one pick here is Cloverfield.
Watch the background. Look around when you're watching the movie. Pay attention.
There's so much you'll miss in this movie, and you'll pick up on it again. And there's a lot of dialogue you'll miss in this movie that's happening in the background.
I think it was one of the, I don't want to cut you off, but the viral marketing for this back at the time was
absolutely.
I mean, you saw just little glimpses, and it's just like, there's the Statue of Liberty's head, and it's ripped open, and, just like, it was such a big event. And you got to be careful with that kind of marketing. You better have it. You can't go and tell a bitch that you got a 12-inch dick and then show up and it's 2 inches.
Right.
You've got to bring it. And the movie delivered somehow. Even with all that hype, it still delivered. And like you said, it really did. Watchable somehow. It's still rewatchable. Little things with the movie. The guy's name is HUD. That's making that's carrying the camera. HUD. And I did like what you said there with the. He's taking this big job. He's obviously, they're wealthy. They live in Manhattan. He's taking this even bigger job in Japan. It's going to pay him tons of money. And when the event happens, suddenly it all snaps to. And he's pissed at this girl, by the way. He's furious at her.
Yeah, that's a great point. I left that out. Yeah,
he's furious at this girl.
Yep.
She's dating some loser model guy already, and they had this big fling finally after all these years. And then when the event happens, he realizes what's really important. And he doesn't care about the big job in Japan, and he's going to go make things right. And it all plays, the story all plays together. I would say he's a better storyteller than that other guy that you keep mentioning. J.J. Abrams is the better of the two.
And I think Brad was paraphrasing Siskel and Ebert with a 12-inch dick reference.
But Brad brings up a really good point, though, because look at any of J.J. Abrams' films. So for people that haven't seen Super 88, Cloverfield, and so there's that element to it that actually, so you forget you're watching. I mean, I've said this before. You want to forget the genre or the subgenre that you're in. I mean, it's a monster movie, right? There's a monster terrorizing Manhattan, but all of that is lost in this sort of emotional tension that this dude is feeling about what's going on. And so it holds together, it ties together well, but you don't lose the tension, you don't lose the suspense, You don't lose the feeling of terror that's going on. And of course, you got J.J. Abrams paying homage to movies like Escape from New York. I mean, that's the whole statue of the head of the Statue of Liberty thing, right? So
yeah, 100%.
And I think that's where, and you bring up a good point. Like, you better be able to bring that dick if you're going to sell it. Go ahead and monetize now, Alan.
Hit the button.
Because I think who did that so like was it Roland Emmerich, Independence Day guy, right? So he did that a lot with a lot of the previews around this time period for movies that just didn't bring it. The Day After Tomorrow. No, what was the one where the weather changed?
2012.
2012.
No. Well, he did that one.
Day After Tomorrow is when it got real cold. Weather got
that one. Yeah. You know, and so that I remember those previews where it's like, all right, you're gonna give us a little bit of a hint, but nothing else. Whereas Cloverfield pulls that off, and I think that shows you J.J. Abrams' skill.
So I'm changing the thumbnail. The tagline is going to be, "If you're gonna sell that dick, you better bring it." Yeah. So that's on every thumbnail here on out. So.
And Cloverfield's another movie that had phenomenal marketing when it was coming out.
It really did, yeah.
To build up the hype. Another one. That's another key with these found footage movies. I've noticed it really good because they didn't give away too much and they really were selling it. They were pushing it.
And I think they know that because I think they know that people are really skeptical of found footage movies. That. It's such by this point in time, it's such an overused, because Blair Witch comes out and then everybody tries to like come out with a found footage movie.
Yeah.
So I think that they had to do that purposefully, knowing that people are going to be like, oh, great, it's just another found footage movie.
Yeah, to get the budget he got too. It's J.J. Abrams. Everybody could see he was the next Spielberg type of guy. To get the budget he got and to be a found footage, like you want to do a found footage movie in New York, like how you know how much money this is going to fucking cost? And found footage is out right now, dude. Like, why are you doing that?
Right, nobody's doing found footage. Right,
he's that talented that they just go, all right, you say so, it's going to work.
It's funny you mentioning the marketing and everything about it, and I am in New York. All of that going on, it actually turned me off to the movie.
Wow.
I actually
I
didn't want to see it. I didn't want anything to do with it. I was like, this is going to be a fucking pile of shit. And I didn't see it for a number of years. Well, after it came out, I finally said, you know what, let me watch this movie. And it was actually really good. And it almost made me disappointed that I didn't see it upon the initial release of it. But I felt that the marketing of it, where it sold you guys on it, actually took me completely out of it.
Yeah, how could it deliver? How could it live up to that hype? How could it be as good? You know what I mean? They're doing that for a reason because they don't have shit to show. They're trying to pump it up, but yeah, it worked.
It actually took me out of it, which is I know like different from what all you guys saw with it and whatnot. I don't know if it was just being here and whatnot. I was just like, nah, fuck this.
No, I'm in the same boat as you.
Well, I was going to say the same thing. I was kind of like right there with you when I went and saw it because I was expected, because I was like, all right, J.J. Abrams lost. I was as much as I am of a Sam Raimi butt fan, I was with Lost as well. And so I was like, well, there's no way, like, so J.J. Abrams is going to make this movie, this found footage movie. It's going to be terrible. There's no way that this is going to be good because you can't do the kind of storytelling you had with the mystery and the intrigue and then the twists and the constant plot flips that you had with Lost in a found footage movie. And so I was really put off and like really skeptical. And I think that kind of showed you kind of like that J.J. Abrams can touch anything and make it gold.
Sure.
Yeah, the monster's incidental. There was the story is the disaster.
Yeah, exactly. The whole thing has the monster. Right. The monster is completely just he's a side story.
Yeah.
Or it's a baby, but
yeah.
They also did a great job camouflaging the creature throughout the film too, which I really liked. Because it kept like making you wonder, like, oh, what does this thing look like? And then you finally get a shot of it during the morning when the sun is starting to rise and everything, and you finally get a good shot of it. And it was Yeah, they did a great job with that too.
Right.
You just see glimpses of it, just like it's shadowed, or you see a foot, or you see the little creatures that pop off of it. So I thought.
Well, that's how if you didn't know what you were going into, it's funny when you finally realize you're like, oh wait, this is like a Godzilla monster movie.
It is a Godzilla.
You're like,
exactly.
Wait a minute, it's a found footage Godzilla movie. That's what I'm watching. Okay,
that's what it is.
Yep. I do love that it's shot from the ground too. Like the 2013 Godzilla kind of pulled from that, where it's all shot from the ground. It's not like same kind of thing.
Yeah. I just it's a really fun movie, and it's a fun movie that I think at the time, found footage was kind of in a slump, and I think that he did a great job at sort of reviving that.
And it's definitely again, going back to it, I ended up watching it years later. It's definitely one that holds up, that you can rewatch it over and over again.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Right. It's like I've got the reveal, but I'm still interested in these people and these characters. And
like Brad was saying, watch your surroundings, because you're going to find different shit in it.
Yeah,
there's a lot of shit.
The last reel there, it's a really interesting, shot.
Yep.
That's by the way,
great number one pick.
That size in New York City, they're about that size. It's
I lived there for 2 years. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Well, Brad knows I love a good horror anthology series.
Uh-oh.
I was going somewhere else with that.
All right. Brad knows a lot about me now. But it's VHS 2.
Yeah.
Good pick.
Yeah, man, that's
every segment in it, I just think is so much fun, and for different reasons. Like the first segment, phase 1 clinical trials, where the guy gets the optical implant, and now he can see ghosts and stuff like that. But it's played off. It's kind of funny. I mean, it's like you're having a good time. The guy's hilarious. This chick comes over to his house. She's got an ear implant so she can hear ghosts, and he can only see them. And they end up having sex, and he goes and he looks in the mirror because the doctors installed it, and they're like, look, for a week we're going to record everything that this eye sees, and for research, because clinical trial. And so he goes and he looks in the mirror, and he's like, hey, motherfuckers, I want all of that footage, and you guys don't watch any of it, but I want that recording of him having sex with that chick. And it's just funny. It's more of a comedy than scary. I mean, I guess for some people it might be scary, but it's played off.
I don't mean to interrupt you. One thing about that scene about them having sex.
Yeah.
She says, this is my uncle. He wasn't a great guy. He's sitting in his drawers. Obviously, he's the creepy uncle.
Oh,
How is having sex going to make the creepy uncle go away? Yeah. That didn't make any sense to me.
And then I like how he just keeps getting closer. She's like, just ignore him and it'll go away. And now he's closer in the room.
Right.
Like he was outside of the house. Now he's inside of the house.
Yeah.
And they just keep going at it. So it's kind of funny, but I really like that one. And then A Ride in the Park. Pops, you were already talking about that. But I thought that was done very well.
Oh, yeah. That was my favorite one.
The guy on his helmet, he's a bike rider, and he's just going for a ride on the trails, and then all of a sudden, there's a zombie apocalypse, and then he gets bitten, and he starts, he dies, and then he transforms into a zombie or whatever, and then he comes back to life as the undead, and he's still got the GoPro on, because he's still got the helmet attached to him, and then you just get to see him go and eat people, and it's just such an interesting way of filming it, like a different, because you think it's going to go a whole different way, and then they surprise you. They're like, no, you're going to see it from the zombies' point of view, and you're going to see them eat people and kill people and all this stuff. And then it's even more sad. They go even deeper into it, because then he hears this voicemail from his wife saying, oh, hon, I can't wait to see you again. I miss you. I love you. And there's a little bit of humanity left in him. And he sees the shotgun on the ground, because there was this guy just capping zombies off, but he ended up getting killed. And he sees the shotgun on the ground, and he just kills himself. And it was just, I'm like, damn, man, they did a great job of really making you feel for this character in under 10, it's 10 minutes or so. He just goes through so many different phases. And Yeah, I really like that segment because it's well shot, but it's also a good story. You almost feel for the guy, you feel sorry for the zombie in a way. And then of course you have Safe Haven, which is my personal favorite. You got the commune or the cults, the Indonesian cult, where you got 4 people that infiltrate this, this cult leader's, his whole operation and everything. And,
it's a death cult. It's a death cult.
Death cult.
It's different.
Right. It's just, they're just trying to interview this leader and stuff, and they start seeing weird things, and then all of a sudden everybody starts committing suicide. And break out these pistols and start.
Well, it's suicide time.
One shot, like 12 guys in a room, all pull trigger at the same time. Man, it was a great shot.
It's like they're racing to kill themselves.
Good. It was so well shot, and they built it up so well too, because you're just like, okay, this is a creepy cult. And then they double down because now they're like, oh, by the way, it's like a demonic cult too. So it's like this, this chick ends up having this, devil child thing, and it's so messed up because the guy's he's cheating with his friend's girl, and he got her pregnant, and she ends up having this antichrist child. Basically, it's like the devil, and even that looks cool. The creature design, you see it briefly, but it's funny because the guy's just trying to run away. He's trying to get out of this whole place. They killed all of his friends and stuff. And he's just trying to get out of this commune, and he gets out, he gets in his car, and then this demonic thing just throws his car to the side, and he looks over at him, and he's like, Papa. Yeah. This goat head, with giant wings. Is just this really cool looking demon.
Yeah, great shot.
And man, it's so freaky. I'm sorry, I just spoil it. There's no way of breaking these down without kind of spoiling them. But trust me, it's still worth watching even after you know all this stuff.
Yeah, you're not missing anything. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's hard because they're segments. So you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. They're chapters. Yeah.
All that is in the intro. All that's in the intro. Right. So it's like they've already seen it, but the look on his face after the demon says "Papa" to him, he's just like, God damn it.
Kids say the darndest things.
I am never cheating on my girlfriend again.
Right.
Ever.
I mean, this guy gets ultimately punished for having sex with his friend's girlfriend.
I love the death cult leader when he finally goes, he just like raises his hands out and just it fucking explodes.
Dude, that was so well shot too.
Yeah, man, when he knocks that guy on the ground and cuts his throat, man, damn, that shot looked real.
Yeah,
he just did a great job with that shot.
It did, yeah.
When he gets him with the box cutter.
Yeah, man, he takes the box cutter right there and just you see the blood. Yeah, whoever did the practical effects looked amazing. And there is an unrated cut as well, so you see a lot more on the unrated cut. Right. And then the last segment is the Slumber Party Alien Abduction. It's a great title. I love that. And that kind of just feels, it's my least favorite, but it's still fun. It's basically just Stranger Things. It kind of just feels like a Stranger Things, like, just young kids having fun, recording stuff, and they're all pretty funny and everything. And then they're having fun at like a slumber party at their house. And, but it's fun because the kids are swearing, they're having a good time, they're acting like real kids. They're the one guy's recording the other guy's sister having sex with her boyfriend or whatever, and and then they get payback because then they go in the other room and they record him like whacking it while all of his friends are asleep at the slumber party. So it's pretty funny. It's it's got a lot of comedy to it. And then all of a sudden an alien abduction happens out of nowhere. And people just start getting abducted, and freaky aliens come out, and there's this loud noise. Kind of reminds me of War of the Worlds, and it's cool. It's my least favorite of the segments, but it's still a lot of fun.
And that's funny because it's like one of my favorites. There's something weird about it that's so off that I think it works so well.
Yeah, it's still really good.
Right. Yeah, it's just it's bizarre enough to be good. I don't know why, but
yeah. But that's what I mean. This does another, because the whole safe haven one, that's very serious.
Right.
Like, that is
I think that's a good point. Yeah, I think it's the campiness and the humor that's in the
right. So it was a good way to end it, because it's like, okay, well, now we'll give you a little bit of fun,
right?
Laughs,
Yeah, we'll let you kind of off the hook a little bit, right?
Yeah. So yeah, VHS 2, love it.
Great
all
movie.
the segments are great. Definitely check this out if you haven't seen it. Yep,
Yeah, I'm a big
VHS
fan
2.
of it. All right, Chuck, what you got? You number one. Oh shit, the whiskey's been kicked in.
Forgive me.
That's it. Cheers, Chuck.
Cheers.
My number one is probably no surprise to anybody that knows me. It's Cannibal Holocaust.
Hell yes.
Yep.
I don't know how you can I don't know how you can talk about found footage without talking about Cannibal Holocaust. I know that plenty of people have actually not seen this because of the animal violence. The animal violence is not necessary. It's disgusting. It's all of that. However, just from a preservation perspective, I love horror. I love films. I love the fact that Nosferatu was supposed to be destroyed because they were sued by the Bram Stoker estate. They didn't destroy everything. It still exists today, and it's beloved. I love that. And I know that the animal violence in here is not necessary, and people will not watch it because of that. But the thing every single person needs to know, especially horror fans, is that like this release and other releases, it is available, a cut included in here without the animal violence. And while it wasn't what was originally filmed, they cut it out, and obviously, again, it's not necessary. Even without the animal violence, it is a spectacular film. It is so good, and it just shows the animals that people can be.
Absolutely.
The power that these filmmakers think they have over these natives that are not up with the times, that have just been lost away in the jungle for hundreds of years, that they come from a quote civilization, and they think they're superior when they're not shit. It is just captured here. It is so well done. And if you are a fan of horror, you do yourself an injustice if you have never seen this movie. Again, the animal violence is despicable. It doesn't need to be there. So you can watch it without the animal violence.
You can watch it without, but I think there's a point to the animal violence. But I want to.
Oh no, there is for sure. Besides shock value and all of that, there definitely is a point to it.
Element that makes it real. That's the point. It's like
okay, that's a really good point. It is hard to watch. Don't get me wrong. It's and you're absolutely right. It lends to the realism, but it should not. It's something you can go back and forth on. Chuck is so right. It shouldn't detract from what this movie really is. This movie really is kind of like an ethos. It's sort of like an alpha of what is horror movies that then will become found footage.
Yeah, and as our good doctor has said, this movie's 43 years old, and we're still talking about it.
Exactly. Yeah,
still talking about how controversial it is, and 88 Films did a 4K. Grindhouse is working on the 4K, and I believe with 88 it is available on the 4K with and without the animal violence. I didn't pick it up. I'll probably get the Grindhouse one when it comes out, but yeah, this is to me the ultimate found footage movie, and if
literally found footage in it.
And any sort of horror fan, and
I wonder
because of the animal violence, you do yourself an injustice. Pick it up, you can watch it without the animal.
There's an animal.
I wonder if the people that watch without the animal violence, I wonder if they get bacon on their burger or without bacon.
Yeah,
and their hamburger.
That's another point too. The animals were not. The animals were not mindlessly slaughtered. Those were food animals. They were going to be killed anyway.
All right, that's badass.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, you showed that before. That's badass.
Is that pole woman?
Yeah.
Poor girl.
Oh, that's not
Pole
fair.
girl.
This is
on eBay.
And by the way, at the time, they thought the people were also killed in the movie.
Yes.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Right.
Dude,
Exactly.
Robert.
That's a great point. Yeah.
They're bitching about the animals being killed, but they thought the people were also killed.
Right.
They thought the people were killed. And the thing that I love about it is that Deodato paid the actors, all the people involved with the actors, the actresses, the girl that was involved. He paid them extra to disappear.
Yeah.
Like after this movie was made, just don't do anything else. No commercial films, no nothing. Disappear just to help the film build what it was. And when he was arrested and the film was seized, it's not like now the way things are with the internet and cell phones and all this. He had to get people to track these actors down to say like, hey, my ass is going to be thrown in jail forever. Like, you need to show up.
Right.
I'm done. Please come out into the woodwork.
Fuck the movie. Bring your ass back.
Please tell him it was okay.
So, all of that was obviously done to build everything up,
right,
to sell the film and all that stuff. Genius, really. And I know obviously it's extremely controversial because of the animal violence, but while not necessary, you can watch it without the animal violence. And if you have never seen it because of that, you do yourself an injustice if you're a horror fan, because it is just an incredible, incredible film.
You got a dark history with that movie when you sold all those copies.
All right, I'll touch upon that really quick for those.
You son of a bitch.
Yes. 20 plus years ago, the first DVD that came out in the U.S. of Cannibal Holocaust, fully uncut, it was around the year 2000. I was in college. It was impossible to find. Like, literally, the internet is not what it is now. So you would literally do a Google search and go like 10, 20, 30 pages in before you actually found where you can buy the movie. And it was a legit release. It was released by a company called EC Entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck that was. But I was literally bought it for myself and then was buying extra copies. And I did scalp them on eBay for like $75 a piece because I put myself through college. And that is how I was paying for books. I was paying for my tuition. Hey, it was what it was, 23 years ago now.
And the people that bought those copies,
I feel you, Chuck, 100%.
They were thrilled to get it because that was the only way to get the fucking thing.
Yeah,
it's impossible to get. You could not find it anywhere, and it was an obscure company. And like I said, like just doing a Google search for it wouldn't even show up. You had to just go through pages and pages and pages and pages of Google before you found it. Because the internet's just different back then, I guess. But yeah, it helped me pay for books and part of my college.
Cheers to that, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
you gotta do.
I did what I did. I had to do.
This whole scalping thing that people seem to get upset about, and they call it bullying or whatever retarded thing. I cannot make up a price and go, I want $5,000 for this. It does not work that way. There's a market.
Right.
You sell it for whatever the market is.
Yeah.
Right.
And nobody and like I said, nobody could find it. So at the time, I just put it on eBay for I was getting them for about $23 a piece, and I was putting them on eBay for like $75. And at the time, eBay was only 5%.
Oh my God, you made $30. You fucking asshole.
You bastard.
But
that's a great point, Brad. I mean, people think that you're selling things for like $10,000 a piece, and this is basic supply and demand. You're not gouging it. I mean, you're not forcing anybody to pay anything for it that they wouldn't pay for it anyways.
Nobody said you got to buy it anyway. And I tell you,
you're not fooling anybody.
Right.
Anybody that's Googling the title you're selling for that price, they're looking for that title.
Yeah,
they're on eBay because they can't find it anywhere else, and so
and that's why you have demand, right?
And
find, and I was,
anytime I go to sell something on eBay, whatever, I look and see what everybody else is selling it for, and I try to undercut whatever they're selling it for. That's just how everybody fucking does it.
Well, you fucking,
that's how the market
and
works.
that's just how it is. And the people that are buying those are people that they want that slipcover, they want that special edition that's out of print.
You sell it for $50.
You're not duping anybody.
Yeah.
You only get like $35 off of it after shipping and shit.
Right.
So.
I was the only one that had it. I was the only one selling it. And when I was going to college at the time, and forget about, if anybody went to college, I don't know if you guys did or whatnot, just to buy books was stupid.
No, we didn't go. None of us went.
It was
never been to college.
it was so fucking expensive. Every semester it was like $500-$600 just in books. And I lived at home, so my tuition was only like $15,000 a year. I say, only $15,000, but I have to pay for room and board. But I put myself through college, so making $30 to $40 on a movie, I just did what I had to do at the time.
Good for you, man.
And one of your goon buddies, if one of your goon buddies wanted a copy, I'm sure you'd sell it to him for fucking cost. It's not like you're raping and pillaging here.
Yeah,
Alan will buy one for me right now for $500.
Right.
I don't think I have any more of those. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll
buy that fucking statue for selling it.
There you go.
This thing,
he's not letting it go.
Oh,
can't let it go. I can't let this thing go. This thing is
that thing is fantastic.
That thing will look great between my Mr. Potato Head and my fucking Clint Eastwood back there. The perfect little,
It's crazy. You can. I haven't looked in a long time, but you can find this on eBay as just a kit that you need to paint. But the one all painted up like this and whatnot was so limited. I got lucky getting it that I think somebody just needed the money and sold it for cost.
Wow.
They did the books. Yeah, full circle.
Yeah, right.
So.
Crazy.
Good on you.
That's awesome, man.
It's not Cannibal Holocaust.
My
number one, this is actually a recommendation from Chris C's in the chat. 2012. I just saw it recently. I watched it 3 times. I really, really loved it. Made my number one. The Conspiracy. This is an Australian release. It's a pain in the ass to get, but I got it. Christopher McBride, written and directed. It takes place in a U.S. metro, probably New York, but it's shot in Toronto. A lot of times, people shoot in Toronto instead and try to make it look like New York. Basically, what it is 2 guys set out to make a kind of a documentary, most likely a mockumentary about truthers, conspiracy theorists, and they're skeptics, and they just want to almost make fun of it, But they come in contact with a guy named Terrence, who's one of those guys that goes on the street and says the end is near, and he puts up these like display boards and tries to explain what's going on and tries to get the message out there. And they go into it like they're going to mock him and make fun of him, and they really start to like him, and they really they listen to what he's got to say, and they don't really agree with his messages, but they like this guy. He thinks he's doing the right thing, and he's trying to be helpful, and they like the guy. Anyway, he goes missing. And his apartment's totally trashed and ransacked, and they find some stuff there, some material that wasn't stolen, and they start to piece through it, and they become truthers themselves during this whole process. And it goes towards a dark, real dark path, and they end up, going down the rabbit hole, basically. I can't really go spoil it, but this is the perfect type of found footage where you get sucked into it and it pays off at the end. And like I said, I loved it. There's really not a whole lot I can say about it without spoiling it. I doubt many people have seen it. It is available on Shudder, so check it out on Shudder. If you don't have Shudder, I think it is also on YouTube. It's a winner. I loved it. Like I said, I just watched it maybe a couple weeks ago when Chris C recommended it. It became my number one almost immediately. Very close. The Hangman could easily have been number one. That would have been my number one before I saw this.
Oh damn!
Definitely.
I really want to check it out.
Like I said, Shudder or probably Tubi, I would assume 2, or YouTube. Like I said, this release is not cheap. It is pretty much, I think, out of print, or you can get it from Australia. I think there's a DVD also, but like I said, stream it, fly before you buy. Check it out.
I wrote it down.
I gotta check.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've never seen it. It's crazy
cool.
that would beat the Hangman. I really want to see it.
Yeah, I would have. If before seeing it, I would have thought Hangman was my number one, but maybe recency bias. It's new, but I loved it.
All right, my number one. This one has found footage and real film elements in it, so
it's 50-50.
Yeah,
I know what you're gonna pull up.
50-50. You know where I'm going.
It's exactly 50-50.
But yeah, back in the day, they marketed this one like with Peter Jackson's name all over it, splattering on there, and I just had to go for District 9 this time around.
Great. That's a great movie.
Yep, I was waiting for that to come up.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, these aliens are just their spaceship is kind of floating over Johannesburg and South Africa.
They break down. They run out of gas at Earth.
Yep. in the 80s or whatever, and then it's like 30 years later. They're showing you like the ghettos that it becomes and all that stuff, and how these aliens are basically slaves. And this newscaster guy is trying to help him out and everything, and trying to see what he can do about the situation. And it's really just kind of crazy what happens to this guy trying to help this alien race from becoming extinct on the planet Earth, and what he has to do to help them, and just everything that happens with him. And he kind of like transforms in one part of the movie, and it's just, I don't know, it's just a brilliant movie. I love this movie. It's Neil Blomkamp's first film, I think.
First movie ever.
First movie ever.
Yeah, first movie ever.
And said, you have to make the movie.
Awesome performance from Charlton Copley too. First thing I've seen him do.
His first movie too. Not even an actor. Wasn't even an actor.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know. District 9 is just one that I always go back to, and it has so many found footage elements. So I figured it would be good for the stream. It also has just like really cool special effects, badass imagery all around. When I went to see this movie, I did not expect to see what I saw, and it just kind of blew me away when I saw it in theaters. From the very little they showed you in the previews and everything. So
another marketing type.
Yeah, another really good marketing campaign.
Yeah. The marketing for District 9 was amazing.
It was shit, not even in the movie.
Yeah,
like it would be like this big interrogation scene. And it wasn't even shit that's in the movie. So it was well.
And the whole like the humans, not aliens, whatever that sign was, or whatever they were showing, they showed that a lot in the marketing. But and then they eat cat food.
Yeah,
right.
With cat food,
yeah.
You explained this movie, and I've talked about it on the stream before.
Yeah,
it sounds fucking terrible. It's like you're like, how do you know? The aliens are obsessed with cat food.
That's a great point. It really does. It's like they're all downtrodden and they're like slaves, and you're like, well, why would I watch this?
If you think about it, a lot of these found footage movies this is a hard stream to do. If you think about it, a lot of them are hard to really relay what you like about them. We talk about them, because it's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, that's my number one.
Yeah, that's a great pick, man.
Yeah, man. All right, let me take a sip of my drink. I got a lot to say.
All right.
Everybody knows
your lemon raspberry.
Anybody want to waiver a guess?
Water?
John,
the Bear Bitch Project.
Yeah,
the Bear Winch Project.
Now,
Armageddon is not found footage.
I agree with Chuck. Whatever, and I think a few other people have mentioned it as well. Cannibal Holocaust is the granddaddy, twice removed on your mama's side. Whatever, a fucking found footage, however you want to say it. But most of the movies that we have talked about on this stream tonight, we may or may not have even fucking got those if it wasn't for this.
Yeah.
When this movie came out, it fucking made it a fucking genre. There was previous ones. They're classics. They're great. I agree with all that. But this is what really founded the fucking genre, in my opinion. I think it's a fact. The movie was marketed like nothing I've ever seen before. I've talked about it many times on this channel. And back in 1999, 1998, 99 when it came out, it was something nobody's ever seen before. It's nothing's ever been marketed like that before, with the internet being so new. And they really fucking used that new tool everybody fucking had in their house at this time, or starting to get it in their house. They really utilized it like I've never seen before. It was such a unique experience going to the theater. You had people walking in, walking out, not knowing what the fuck they just watched. People were getting sick in the theater from the shaky cam. They were telling people that if you thought you're going to be sick, sit on the end of the fucking row so you don't throw up on nobody. It was, and I went and seen this opening that weekend. It was a first date with a girl I dated for about 3 months, and we sat on the first row in the corner. It was a sold out theater, and it was a absolute fucking blast. Now I'm going to admit, sitting in the front corner of the theater with a shaky cam, it was a little hard to watch. It was all kind of screaming, people freaking out in the theater. It was just done really well. And I just rewatched this again. I think I started watching it yesterday and finished it this morning. And it still fucking holds up. That when Brad did that intro, that first shot of her doing her famous snot scene, I got ready for this fucking stream. It got me excited to do the stream. It's just that fucking good. I took a lot of notes on this. I'll try to just go over the best ones. This movie here, it says the film was in the Guinness Book of World Records for the top budget box office ratio for a mainstream feature film. The film cost $60,000. Now listen to these fucking numbers. Cost $60,000 to make and made back $248 million. And that's why we got all these fucking found footage movies. Everybody and their fucking mama wanted to cash in on that. Yeah. A ratio of $1 spent for every $10,931 made.
It's pretty good.
That's not bad.
It's a pretty good ROI.
One of the video cameras used by the actors was bought at Circuit City. Anybody old enough to remember them? After filming was completed, the producers returned the camera for a refund, making their budget money go even further. So them bitches filmed a movie and took that bitch back and saved their receipt and got the money back for the camera, which is crazy. At around 46 minutes in the movie, the Blair Witch was supposed to be, so this is fucked up. The Blair Witch was supposed to be seen in the movie because, when she runs out of the tent and she's just running through the fucking woods, what the fuck is that? You never see shit.
Yeah.
As the characters were running out of the tent, Heather, who yells, "Oh my God, what the fuck is that?" The cameraman was supposed to pan to the left where the audience would briefly see a woman wearing a white gown in the distance, but the cameraman forgot to pan to the left, and the scene was not reshot for budget restraints. So basically, you got this motherfucker running through the woods, and the white fucking whatever is going to be the little shot everybody wanted, and the fucking camera didn't turn. They just said, "Fuck, we'll just leave it out." So do the Jaws effect, kind of thing.
Yeah.
The actors were given no more than a 35-page outline of the mythology behind the plot before shooting began. All lines were improvised, and nearly all of the events of the film were unknown to the three actors beforehand, and they were often on-camera surprises to all of them. Now, I remember back in the day, I'm sure I got it somewhere in my notes here, but like the scene of the tent, when the tent starts shaking like crazy, and they just bust ass out of the tent running, they had no fucking idea that was going to happen. Basically, the cameraman and the crew was all out in the woods at night. All their job was just to fuck with them. Was all it was. And they didn't have any fucking idea what was going to happen. And so a lot of the scares you see, like their reaction in the tent when it starts shaking like crazy, they had no clue that was going to happen. And so it's all genuine. And I'm just going to read this because I can't say it as good as I wrote it down here. It says, but one of the first theatrical features to make use of a large-scale viral marketing campaign, which claimed that the three main characters had really gone on a trip to shoot a documentary and were never seen again, save for the footage they shot being found a year later after their disappearances. A website debuted on the internet 1 year prior to the release. So 1 year they had everybody thinking this shit. In order to set up the premise of the documentary, complete with detailed reports of the search, the recovery of the trio's footage within an old cabin, reactions from their families, and expert opinions. The three actors were instructed to refrain from making public appearances. The myth wasn't debunked until after the movie's premiere. The positive word of mouth had already popularized the film to the extent that its success completely overshadowed that of the most simultaneously released big-budget horror movie, The Haunting. That movie, The Haunting, with Liam Neeson, whatever, came out at the same time, and it just got fucked because of this movie.
Yeah.
It just got raped. And that movie bombed so bad because of this movie. And I didn't realize that until I was doing this research. That's kind of funny. That movie just got released by Scream Factory on 4K. Miramax passed the opportunity to acquire and distribute the movie. The decision was made by the executive then, Jason Blum, who didn't think the movie would be a hit. Blum later became famous for producing another extremely profitable found footage horror movie, Paranormal Activity, 2007. And there is one part of the movie where Heather Donahue makes the comment. She says, "Does anybody got a joint? Anybody got any marijuana?" Well, she retired from acting in 2008, and she now runs a medical marijuana facility. So I thought that was a little interesting. And also, the last thing here, and I'll shut up. Heather Donahue's mother was receiving sympathy cards from people who believed her daughter was actually dead or missing. So if you can't tell me that wasn't a marketing fucking campaign, the mama's getting fucking sympathy cards in the mail. But all that being said, it is done well. I will say a couple things about this that Ryan actually mentioned earlier is this movie here is really bad about this. There's so many times they should have put the fucking camera down.
Yeah,
I would have beat her ass and threw that camera in the creek and let's get the fuck out of here.
Right.
That is
exactly.
This is real guilty of that. There's no reason that camera should have been on as long as it was. Especially the night when the tent starts shaking and shit. Fuck the camera, we're gone.
Yeah.
And you sit here and film. You ain't got to stay with me, but I'm gone. But anyway, that being said, I think it's a great movie. It's still fun to watch. It might just be nostalgia because it was such a fun time back seeing this in theaters. But I'm a big fan of the movie. And as soon as we made this list, this was number 1 I worked on 2 through 5. And I love the film. It's easy decision.
Yeah, that's an easy one, man. On the Mount Rushmore of found footage, you got Blair Witch, Cloverfield, Cannibal Holocaust, Paranormal Activity. I mean, those have got to be the most seen, the most important found footage movies. All 4 of them. You can't have a Mount Rushmore without Blair Witch.
It's so funny because now I love it and I appreciate it, but it's Blair Witch that at the time, long before when it first came out, that actually made me hate found footage movies. I just hated this movie, but you have to remember that at the time that I saw it, I was at the height of my military career. I was in the Marines. I actually saw it on base, on a Marine base, surrounded by about 60 other Marines at a base theater. And I'll never forget. It was kind of like watching E.T. with the cast of Predator. It was like it was a bunch of guys yelling at this movie screen like, "You fucking pussies! Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
We would have killed that bitch."
Right,
it's just a bunch of sticks, damn it.
You're afraid of a supernatural witch, you fucking pussy. Get your fucking ass in there. And so the whole time I was just like, what is this shit? They've got a camera, and I remember thinking the same thing, like, just drop the camera, get the job done. What the fuck is wrong with you? And so at the time, I was like so anti found footage. I developed really like this hatred for found footage until I kind of like went back and appreciated what they did really through like the marketing campaign, like something they made people forget that found footage had already been done, which is huge. Like they created a whole genre when the genre had already, or the subgenre had already existed, which is like unheard of. And so like kudos to them. Like nobody has pulled that off. Think about all the movies that have came out in, what was that, 1999? That were huge, like The Haunting. There was a lot of movies that came out at that time that were big, and the only thing anybody was talking about was the Blair Witch.
Yeah.
It's funny. I was there when it was opening night. I went to see it and all that. And because I had known about Cannibal Holocaust, I had seen Cannibal Holocaust at that time, the whole premise around the film actually pissed me off. And trying to tell people that this has been done before, the arguments that I got into with people, it was insane.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I bet.
No, that movie ripped off the Blair Witch. It's like, no, this movie was made 90 years ago.
Right.
No.
I haven't seen Cannibal Holocaust at this point. I didn't see it years later.
One of the few people. I don't like that movie, and I haven't seen it since I saw it in the theater.
Oh, wow.
I haven't gone back to watch it. The marketing campaign on it was probably the best thing I've ever seen, though.
Yeah,
because
it's genius. It's pure genius.
I remember the website being there before the movie came out. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
The missing posters.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, thank you.
Which needs to be the steelbook, by the way. That needs to be on the steelbook.
Oh, yeah.
Being like, what is this shit? What? I don't understand this. What's going on? I remember that, and the whole thing about them disappearing with the footage being found and knowing Cannibal Holocaust, and nobody acknowledging Cannibal Holocaust actually pissed me off. Like, it's 1999. How many years is that ago? Like, I should go back and watch it, but I did go to the theater to see it twice because I saw it before I was dating somebody, and then they wanted to go see it. So I went back to see it again begrudgingly, but that's what you do when you're young and stupid. But yeah, I haven't seen it since 1999.
Well,
and I'm sure I'm getting trashed right now in the comments or something like that I can't see.
No, I mean, really, I think this kind of a split camp on it. I thought everybody loved this movie till I got on YouTube, and it's amazing to me. There's so many people that love it. You either love it or hate it. There's really no in between on it.
Yeah,
that's so true, though. That is so true.
Yeah, there's no middle ground.
Yeah. Let's get caught up on the chat here, and we're going to get on out of here. We've been going just over 4 hours. Oh, shit. I'm getting cross out here.
Goddamn strawberry water.
I know it's something else.
My hibiscus tea is kicking in.
All right, we'll just start off here. It's good enough.
Close enough, goddamn, Southern Ridge.
Half these motherfuckers already went to sleep anyway, probably. Wild Wrangler is the legend of Chupacabra.
Yeah.
The film from
Visual
Vengeance. If so, I forced myself through it, and it was the worst film they released.
I don't think it's that one.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I thought it was definitely a bold choice to show your wife, Alan. You threw her in the deep end on that one. Well, actually, Ryan threw her in the deep end. Ryan's the one that started.
That was my fault. I was just going to say.
Yeah. We're trying to decide what to watch. He mentioned that, and I was like, "Oh shit, yeah!" And then we kind of got going from there. And
great horror comedy. James Gunn, first movie. Nathan Fillion. Come on.
Michael Rooker.
Banks.
Michael Rooker.
I think he sold it. It's more of a comedy than it is a horror. It's not really even scary.
Oh yeah.
But she left out all the bursting. And she said there was a lot of bursting.
I stand by that. There's a lot of bursting.
Yeah, we got that a lot. Gizmo said, I feel sad calling it a film. I'm not sure which one he's talking about there.
He's talking about that Visual Vengeance Chupacabra.
Okay, yeah, okay. Welcome to the Jungle 2007. Wild Wrangler still making up movies. love Cloverfield. Wild Wrangler Moth 2016. Cloverfield is good. I just struggle through the first 20 minutes because I hate the characters. They look like they are in the end of their 20s, but actually like they are 19. But when the action starts 20 minutes out, I start liking it a lot more.
That Moth 2016 sounds interesting. I wonder if that's a Mothman found footage. That would be a cool subject for found footage.
Yeah,
it really would. Yeah, that would be a great found footage movie.
I like the Mothman Prophecies.
Oh yeah, Richard.
Oh
Gere.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
Yep.
And there it is, Doc. My number one is Cloverfield. 10 out of 10 of a found footage film. I love it. The scene in the tents with the chicks is horrifying greatness.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that.
Yeah, it really is. We didn't. Yeah.
Alien Zone of Silence. TJ Miller's great in Cloverfield. Best work on the camera and found footage ever. Love it. I hate this ass got in trouble, man. He was fun to watch.
Me too.
A lot of
yeah.
great shows.
He really did such a great job in that.
Yeah.
Yep.
4K's number one is Wreck 2.
Nice.
Good one.
The Dooms Chapel Horror 2016.
Oh,
never heard of it.
It says, I have triple dipped on this film, Cloverfield, or should I say quad dipped? Well, that's how much I love it.
Wow.
So
I got a few of those. I think I just bought every possible. I think I just got like Tony numbers. I put my numbers to Tony numbers on fucking Jaws 2. There is not a Jaws 2. I got more copies of Jaws 2 now than fucking Roy Schneider's got.
Than I have of Cannibal Holocaust.
Dinosaur Project 2012. That's messed up. What's messed up is the Cloverfield paradox. At the end, the monster is not that big.
Jesus. Yeah, fuck that thing.
Well,
Atrocious 2010 found footage from Spain.
Atrocious.
Somebody, I heard this early on. What's it called? A Quiet Place. That's in the Cloverfield universe.
It's in the universe. Yeah, that's what they say anyway. And it's funny because J.J. Abrams has been so secretive about filming these movies. When they did Cloverfield, they used scripts from Lost. Like he wouldn't even let the actors who were auditioning for Cloverfield know what they were going to be in. And that's become a thing in the whole Cloverfield. So at 10 Cloverfield Lane, Cloverfield Paradox, nobody really knows. And to the point that, like, when the movie Overlord came out, they've been so secretive about Cloverfield, they thought Overlord was going to be yet another Cloverfield sequel.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of interesting. They want to know. Everybody's suspecting when the next Cloverfield sequel is going to be coming out.
Chris, I mean, by you see it in the clouds, yeah, no monster's that big.
That's a great movie, by the way.
Okay. Well, that one there on Haunted Asylum is also fun. Great pick, Gizmo. Hanger 10, 2014.
He's like picking Megadeth songs. He said "Welcome to the Jungle" earlier from fucking Guns N' Roses.
Guns N' Roses.
Yeah.
Cloverfield's my favorite J.J. Abrams film on point, and he's going right now. He's going. Let's see how many fucking stupid ass movies I can make this motherfucker say.
November Rain, 2011.
He gets a point for everyone I write down.
Sweet Child of Mine, 2010.
Chris, Cloverfield, my favorite J.J. Abrams film on point, and he produced it, not directed it.
Yeah, he did not direct it. He produced it, but he had a big hand in it.
It's like the what is that? What is the Toby Hooper, Steven Spielberg,
right?
Poltergeist, yeah.
Also, kind of like Tombstone, yeah.
Tombstone absolutely was not directed by Cosmatos.
Right.
Left and got fired immediately.
Yeah. It almost links to the same world Godzilla is to me also. Nori, am I saying that right? Nori the Curse is also freaky, but I think it uses too much symbols from the.
Yeah,
that one.
That's on Shudder.
That
one. Pick it out.
Another great pick, Gizmo. Tony says to Gizmo, I recently watched that for the first time and I really liked it.
It is a good movie if nobody's ever checked it out.
Bad Ben film series. I seen Bad Ben pop up whatever when I was looking through found footage stuff.
Yep.
And yep, the head of the Statue of Liberty followed right next to them is so damn great, an epic shot.
Yeah, it really is.
The Last Broadcast is cool. A great original movie that came out before Blair Witch. Yeah, I need to watch that, man. I got it back there.
They were like released almost simultaneously.
Yeah. Cloverfield Monster is a baby, not adult.
Yeah.
The Basement Blues, you got to experience Predator for the first time this month. You must still be in shock how amazing it is. I really think you're lucky.
He never saw Predator until this month.
Really?
No, I think he's talking about watching the Last Broadcast. I think he's compared that to Predator being as great. I don't know.
Oh.
And Gizmo's passed out on paint fumes, so you can't really verify that. So JJ is not good at scenes with third movies as well, but I did like Paradox. Basically, if I could watch, if I could, I would want to watch Predator, Terminator 1 and 2, Rocky, come and see Devil Honey and Extras for the first time again.
Devil's Honey.
And don't ever put Rocky and Devil's Honey in the same fucking
right? You wouldn't say that in the same sentence.
Hell yeah, Anthony, VHS 2 for the win.
Yeah, man.
VHS 2 over Cannibal Holocaust, Man Bites Dog, Blair Witch, Okie, F This, Suicide Time. Mindy erases all your points. The bitch is looking angry now.
That's a cool slip, though.
That is a cool slip.
Nice.
Yes, VHS 2. Isn't she pregnant to the co-part in VHS 2? Makes it more fed up.
She is. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, the dog dies in the last part.
Yeah, that at the slumber party one. That was pretty fucked up. It's funny because it's that's like the Stranger Things part of that where the last segment of VHS 2, but it's funny throughout, but then the dog falls and fucking hits the pavement and you see it and there's blood all over the dog and he just dies. So it's like most of it's funny, but then it's just tragic. So it kind of hits you.
You're like,
I disagree. That's also funny.
Most hilarious, but then
Yeah. It's just this little tiny cute dog too.
75 people killed themselves in the sequence before. That was hilarious.
Right.
But that dog falling to its death is horrible.
Yeah. That's the tragedy.
Fuck that dog.
Yeah.
Good was that Brian Bat Pussy only has 7 left. You need to grab it before it goes out of stock.
And no thanks, Gizmo. I will not own Bat Pussy in the collection.
Great pick, Chuck, for your number 1.
Yeah.
Oh, why do we call it animal violence? Do you eat meat? Who has had a better life, the turtle in that film or the cow you're eating at McDonald's?
Neither.
The turtle I
Right.
eat at McDonald's.
I knew they served turtle somewhere.
Turtle
You have to
nuggets.
stop going through the trash can at McDonald's, Alan. Corey, what's going on, man? Say y'all joining really late.
Hey, Corey.
Corey.
Trinity says, wait, you sold movies on eBay to make money.
How dare you?
Your mom goes to college. Oh, Lord. Are we going to start doing the, I don't know, is that Napoleon Dynamite?
That's Napoleon Dynamite, yeah.
What's up, Kylo?
Hey, what's up, kid?
Cal.
Culture and oatmeal, what up? Okay. We're saying, hey. Hell yeah, Brad, great pick.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if everybody will love it. I would recommend Hangman to everybody, but
I really
maybe
would
not
too.
everybody would be into Conspiracy, but I loved it.
All right, Sinister.
Yeah, that could be one. Yeah.
You could consider that,
I thought about that one too. You could consider
Good
that
movie.
found footage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, D9 is good, Brian. Just watched Behind the Mask for the first time. I would put that in top picks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one too.
Great
Yep.
pick, Brian. District 9. All right, Alice says, shout out to Sharlto Copley. His name just keeps coming up in the streams, and I'm not mad about it.
yeah. Great actor.
I liked him in Beast too. He was pretty good in that.
Fuck yeah, he was great in Hardcore Henry too.
Oh yeah.
And Elysium.
Yeah.
Elysium, yep.
Yeah.
Nobody talks about Elysium. It's pretty
It's
good.
really good.
Yes,
Yeah, Elysium is
I
a
like
great movie.
It was the
Yeah.
first. It was the first one after District 9 from Neil Blomkamp, and
Mhm.
it's just not as good as District 9. That doesn't mean it's horrible.
I like all of them.
Yeah.
I like Happy too.
Right.
It was really overshadowed by District 9, but still a great movie.
Well, it's the fucking marketing was terrible. Every time that movie came up, it says from the director of District
Right,
9,
exactly,
from the
yeah.
people who brought you District 9. It's just
Right.
like District 9. You'll love it if you like District 9. You'll love this.
No, it's not.
It's not. Yeah,
Right.
not the same thing.
Where it says Behind the Mask is awesome. Kyle, glad you watched it. Blair Witch Project almost broke my top 5. Great pick, Alan. It wasn't what I thought it was going to be, but it was good, and I like the awareness. He says, love Sinister, yeah. Some found footage in it, as well as the videos of the family that was in the house previously.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Creepy ass movie, good movie. Welcome
really
to Circuit
is.
City, Pops.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember camping out. Only time I ever done, I camped out in front of a Circuit City and to waiting for a damn talk about scalping. Waiting for to get a what was it called? The fucking bowling. Nintendo fucking what was it with the fucking bowling? A Wii.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, me and my wife camped out, whatever. I was like second in line, she was like sixth in line. We both got one. And I got home the next morning. I watched the manager leave the store that night, and I watched the motherfucker open the store the next morning. And we bought two of them bitches, came home and sold one on like immediately on fucking eBay. Made enough to pay for the one that I got. And my kids got a Switch for Christmas for free, basically.
Jesus.
Or
Nice.
a Wii.
Scumbag.
One time I ever done that before. I'll never do it again. But
Yeah, it was worth
4
it.
kids back in the day, you got to do what you got to do to give them Christmas.
Goddamn.
I remember the homepage of the Blair Witch Project. It was so bad it actually made it look kind of real on the entire thing. A scary movie today. All fucking websites back then looked bad on Netscape Navigator. You know, they were all terrible.
Netscape Navigator.
Wow.
You know, I was on fucking dial-up internet. You know, when that shit came out. But,
Get off the phone, Mom. I'm on the internet.
Took fucking like 5 minutes to open up one page.
you've got mail. It wasn't no speed demons. Not to mention computers were ridiculous.
Like fucking 40 minutes to download one song.
Yeah.
Right. I'm at 512 megabytes.
I got enough for a CD.
Get a fucking new game whenever the game comes on fucking like 9 floppy disk.
Right.
Yeah.
Did your candy have a 5.5 inch?
Candy? Good God, you go way back. All right. It's like that with Apollo 18. There was a site called Lunar Trip, trippy shit. That's why I love the found footage film.
Yeah, it's a good one too.
Great top 5, y'all. Yeah, man, everybody had great picks. Heather Donahue and Me, How I Got Hooked on a Pothead, is a best-selling book. She knows how to sell nude with marijuana around her on the cover. Nice. I'm down for part 2, Alan. Keep me posted. Yeah, I will do, man. Will do. Great list. Yeah, this list is just tip of the iceberg, Pops. Yeah, damn, that's just a tip here. That's a big fucking iceberg.
Right? No kidding.
No, I appreciate it, Wild Wrangler, man. Bunch of good recommendations. If they're all real, we'll find out.
Yeah,
I forgot
fact check those.
about Bad Ben. Yeah, great found footage film. The Coco Dutch from Alley is the Sledgehammer. I'm assuming that's some more Poland Dynamite. Although it says, great stream, guys. Got to check out Hangman for sure. Yeah, I got it coming. Well, she said. But that's it, guys. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Not bad. We've done more. We've done less.
Not too bad at all, right?
You know,
I did not think it was going to be this long. I did not think
right for a found footage, exactly.
Yeah.
But it was just there's so many. Like I said, those Mount Rushmore 4. They need a lot of exposition. I think the most, maybe not the best found footage. I think
there's a part 2 that could easily happen.
yeah.
I'm sure it will happen.
I got a pile just next to me of like what do we call them, like honorable mention type things. But if we want to do a part 2, like I'm not even gonna fucking touch that pile.
Yeah, we'll save it for part 2.
Yeah, we pretty much got honorable mentions. Stuff like this, we know there's going to be a part 2, even a part fucking 3 or 4. I mean,
there'd be hard to do a part 2, or it'd be hard to do honorable mentions when there's so many that could be in a part 2 or a part 3. I got a ton of them.
Well, like everything else, like we can do like top 5 things and whatnot. Like I was talking to Brad about this when he brought it up to me. It's like, yeah, you pretty much know what your like top 5 are, but I think really like for me, like I had like my top 3 and started. At that point, I started battling.
Right. Exactly.
5, and I watched. I because I was home on Thursday working. I watched so many movies this week trying to narrow it down, and I had the top, the 4 and 5 pick that I had. I pretty much said like that should be it, but then I just started struggling with it, saying like, no, maybe this one will be 5. But how can I make that 5 when I have this? I had like at least like 12 movies that I was like battling for like the 5 spot. And if we want to do a part 2, like, nope, not even mentioning anything. But
there's so many movies that it's like they're right in between that 5 to 7 range. Like, like they could easily be in the top 5.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, like I'll just mention it just because it was mentioned a few times, but like I did top 5. I didn't bring up Cloverfield just because that one was mentioned a few times. But other films that nobody mentioned, like not even in the chat, I had sitting there like, yeah, this could be in the top 5. But no, I can't put these in the top 5. So.
Right. Oh, yeah. I mean, I've got one that I'm thinking of right here that came out last year. It's getting released next month on physical media. It could easily be in my top 5, so.
Yeah, I got so many I've never seen, and that I'm really I got a lot to watch before we do a part 2, because I want to get a broader range, because I don't have to worry about Blair Witch anymore. I can take that off the table for me. Blair Witch is gone. I ain't got to talk about it anymore. So, because I knew doing this, that was my number 1 hands down. I was going to go from there, and so now I can have a true top 5 and not have to worry about that one anymore.
Yeah.
So
Chuck touched on it. The top 3, they're pretty easy to get the top 3 down, and then number 4 is like trying to rape a chimpanzee. And then number 5 is like trying to rape a silverback gorilla. Like that 5th spot seems to be the hardest one. every time.
I mean, that's the way to end the stream because I don't know where
And
to
the
go.
PETA award goes to.
All right, so everybody go to bed. They're not thinking about how to rape a fucking silverback gorilla. Get that image out of your head. So,
Gizmo's like done and done.
Right? Been there.
been there, done that.
Done it. Yeah, twice.
It's already checked off his bucket list.
Right?
I mean, at least say horse pussy.
He's just in the chat going, of course, you sedate them first.
He's saying, Brian, there's one copy of Bat Pussy left.
Well, guys, this has been a blast. I knew this was going to be a fun stream, and it was.
Yeah.
Thanks everybody for being in the chat, and all you fucking guys, as always, you guys are awesome.
Appreciate you guys having me.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. We will get a part 2 going at some point. Y'all keep waiting for an announcement. It won't be that long. We're going to try to do maybe no more than one top 5 a month. Somewhere in that range. We got other stuff we like to do. Also, our bullshit streams, stuff like that, unboxing streams. So we got a lot of ideas coming up. But guys, it's been a blast. Y'all enjoy the rest of your weekend. We're going to get on out of here.
Yep.
On the next one.
Cheers.
Bye, y'all.
Peace, everybody.